Okay, and you are back with us here in Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. It's the British Rental Kart Championship and for 2024, and it is the second round of heats. Now, the interesting thing here is we are now on the alternate circuit. There are two tracks used in the BRKC here at Formula Fast. We're on the alternate one now for the rest of the day and the beginning of tomorrow morning. It's round 2 of heats, so all these drivers have driven in their first heat, and they will now be competing in their second. My name's James Auld. We've got Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane. He's going to be with us. And Lewis Manley, who you saw race earlier on, he's going to be talking in this race as well, giving us a bit of an insight. They're out on their qualifying laps now. And Lewis, it does look as though with the different circuit, it's going to create some complications of its own.
Expect these times are not going to be as quick as on the normal layout, but let's see what happens.
Absolutely, the times are coming in, and the checkered flag is out, and let's just see what's happened here with the times. The times are coming in thick and fast. The checker flag's out there. Luke Evans is quick so far. Luke Evans is looking like he's going to be the shoe in there. And no, he's been beaten by Melanie Motts. Melanie Motts has taken the top spot. Russell Ending goes even quicker. Russell Ending, 0.2 of a second faster, takes the provisional pole, and that is confirmed now with Dominic Muir into 9th place. So Russell Ending leads the way, 33 seconds exact on the revised layout as the heat race number 1 is about to get underway. So let's have a look. Looking out the window there, they're going to be lining them all up. Just as always, it's going to be a single file start. And Lewis, just before they get off, we can see there that the quite a complicated infield replacing the Snell section.
Yeah, indeed. It's a very different circuit, of course, because it's an alternate layout. So as Russell's got pole position for the first time, of course, he was second in his first heat behind Anthony Dillon, but managed to pass him. So he's got the perfect opportunity to win 2 out of 2 today. And
can we expect different grip levels in the new area?
Yeah, I think so, because it's going to be very slippery to start with, because it's never been used before. So I think the first 2 heats are going to be sort of slippery and so on. And by the time I go out for my third heat, it will still be probably between 50-50. So, but by the time we get to later on in the day, then it will certainly be a lot grippier.
Well, we've got Russell Ending leading the way. He's going to be first onto every bit of that new section on this first race as the lineup is just being sent out now. So Russell Ending will lead the way. He's going to be leading the way from Melanie Mott. After that, it's Luke Evans, Peyton Fricker, Craig Tucker, Adam Sheargold, Nicky Dolan, Dan Dixon, Dominic Muir, and Ben Pickard down there in 10th. So they're getting underway. It is indeed Russell Ending who starts the race in the lead. He's got a good run there from Melanie Motts. There's a bit of a gap then to Luke Evans. They enter the new section. Very much a different challenge here. Instead of that winding Snell, they're this way and that. So it's a lot more right-left than it is actually a constant curl. As they come out now onto the familiar part, the fast corners at the back of the track, down the back straight there, entering the hairpin. It's full speed. It's already changing position. As we'll see what that is. They're side by side down the backstretch on the screen, we can see, and there's some waving going on and all sorts. It's looking like a clean start. Lewis, what do you make?
Adam Sheargold's definitely been the big winner there, so he's gone from 6th to 4th in, I think, 1 corner or 2 corners. So it all depends if it's all okay, and if so, and he can certainly get his head down. He's got a clear track ahead. Top 3 have really pulled away already, so if he can pull away from 5th and then close in on the top 3, then let's see what he can do.
And Adam Sheargold, who was 11th in the championship last year, just missed out on a place in the final. He means to make it this year, and he's scoring a lot of points early on. But meantime, there's still Russell Ending. We saw him win earlier. He won the first heat race. He's been chased by Melanie Motts, who really does need to add to her point score. Melanie Motts didn't score too well. She was the ladies' world champion 10 years ago back in 2014. And the pit visitor there, Anthony.
Yes, it is. It's Craig Tucker who's in the pit lane. He gets his 2 green lights. He's back out on track. Early pit stop once again for him in his second heat.
Craig Tucker makes it in and makes it out. Once again, Lewis, a lot of race results being decided on the pit stop. Importantly, not making penalties.
Yeah, exactly. He's got 2 greens, so he's all good. He's going for the early stop, going for the undercut strategy. I remember doing that last year in my very last race, and it can work, but let's see what he can do. And as you were saying about Adam Sheargold being 11th, it was Aidan Kennedy that was 11th last year. I think Adam was about 15th or something, so because he was about 2 points shy of the final, because it was definitely Aidan Kennedy 11th, and of course I came 18th.
Right, so well, that's interesting. But meantime, we have Russell Ending continuing to lead. He's got Melanie Motts trying to come with him. This revised layout does seem to be opening things out a bit, Lewis. We're not seeing quite the close contest we've had in the last race and last layout, unless it is just this race in particular. But Russell Ending has got the biggest lead at this stage that we've seen from anyone, with Motts quite comfortable in second place.
Well, the gap's a second, so she's sort of closing on Russell Ending, because Kart 11 has looked really good today, and it looks pretty good on this one as well. So if she can keep with Russell, and then who knows what can happen. But it's all about whoever pits first, as that's normally that can win races or lose races. So she's definitely keeping Russell honest, and not too big of a gap. It's 1.1 of them, as Russell's taken the fast lap at 32.5. So it's definitely not a huge gap for Russell.
That's it, a new race fastest lap there for the leader. It's Russell Ending. We saw him win his earlier heat race, so he has a lot of points in the bag already. 10 points scored in the pits.
Yep, Nicky Dolan in the pit lane again. Early pit stop comes out just behind Craig Tucker, but a good stop nonetheless.
Yeah, well, that'll be good for Nicky Dolan. Now, if I remember earlier on, he was showing up pretty good, but certainly Russell Ending continues in the lead, and no pit stop. It's just such a big gap there between Melanie Motts and Luke Evans. Quite well, Anthony, looking from your vantage point down in the pit lane. From up here, it looks fairly spaced out. What about down there?
From down here, yeah, you are correct. It is pretty spaced out. No real drama between the top three at the moment. I've got to say, Melanie Motts is closing in, I think, a little bit on our current race leader, but you know, there's still a long way to go. But right now, all is calm, all is well. We'll just see how it gets on.
Yeah, it's a 1 second gap at the moment between Motts and Ending, and that's actually stayed the same over those last 2 laps. They're very similar lap time, both in the low 32s. And then a bigger gap to Luke Evans, who's like 4 seconds behind as they work through. There we are looking at Russell Ending on the screen now, and Russell Ending making his way onto that backstretch, and this always gives us a very interesting picture there. There's Melanie Motts in the yellow helmet and black suit, and there is Luke Evans. So that's like a real-time picture of where they're at. And there's a bit closer behind between Sheargold and Peyton Fricker. Peyton Fricker we haven't seen as high as 5th place, Lewis. Are you expecting him to move forward?
With Kart 20 has looked pretty good as well in normal layout, but let's see what he can do, as of course it's brand new layout to him and to everyone else. So he's 8.4 off Russell, and he's not too far off Adam Sheargold, so as Adam's slightly got away from him, so he doesn't need to defend too much. But if he can close on Luke Evans, which is 3.3 at the moment, so let's see with 15 minutes to go, and then see if he can close the gap and see if he can get up to 3rd place.
Indeed. Peyton Fricker, of course, going back to him, he was actually 4th in one of the Southern Rental Kart Championships last year, so he certainly knows his way around a rental car, but I believe they're mostly outdoor, and it varies. Oh, in the pits with you, Anthony.
Yeah, Dominic Muir in the pit lane, green light on gate number 1, comes into gate number 2. He's torturing the clutch on that kart, but he gets a good exit and comes out side by side with Tucker.
Indeed, they're absolutely side by side. In the new section, still side by side, but Muir has the inside line. Tucker can't cut back across him. He was forced to the outside, but certainly Craig Tucker nearly had the run on him. Had it been the snail, Anthony, it might have been a different story, but this time there was a very sharp hairpin, and that allowed Dominic Muir just to cement that position. Back in the pits at Picard, I think, is it?
Yeah, Ben Picard in the pit lane, green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2, gets away early, gets a green light, going to be a close one on the exit.
Absolutely, but he comes out ahead of them, and surely he'll have the inside. A move by Muir to the outside, but it's not going to come off. Oh, he bundles him wide, and into the wall goes Ben Picard, but he's coming back. He may be able to get him back on the track. Yes, he does. Ben Picard grabs position back, more contact, but it's Picard who comes out ahead, and I should imagine that will be deemed fair game because they've ended up where they should end up. So Ben Picard right in the middle of a battle there he is on screen in the lighter blue uniform there. He is running in 7th place, having made a pit stop. Crucially, he's running ahead of Dominic Muir, Craig Tucker and Nicky Dolan behind him. It's a bit of a train, and they're all the ones we're seeing on screen now who have made pit stops. Lewis Manley, that was getting a bit tight there in the new section.
It certainly was, because Dominic was really tight going into the right hander. He lost a place to Craig Tucker as he got pretty much had no room, a bit squeezed, so he got a little bit stuck on the wall, but fortunately he got going again, so he's lost a place, so now he's down to 9th, but it depends if he gets his revenge and passes him again.
Plenty of contact down there, but I think the organisers seeing it in a sort of play-on kind of manner, because the result, the way it's all panned out, is pretty much where they would have sort of deemed things to be fairly organised too. So We continue with Russell Ending leading from Melanie Motts, but this battle here with Ben Picard, Craig Tucker, Dominic Muir and Nicky Dolan is between those who've all made a pit stop. That's going to be very interesting from a point of view of where the others will cycle out. But closing in on them, actually on the track, is race leader Russell Ending, followed by second place Melanie Motts. So this could be quite interesting from a strategy point of view, because here comes the quartet at the back having stopped, and next up will be there's Russell Ending just in your camera shot. So the four go across the line and away, and next one through will be Russell Ending there, and then it's Melanie Motts. So this is how close the two leaders are to this group. They have not stopped. On this, Lewis Manley, going to you, on this revised layout, do you think it will be harder to deal with back markers?
I think so, because it could be very tough for them to get out of the way when on the new circuit corners. So looked like a little bit of a move there, but didn't come off. So, but as you rightly said, if they don't get out of the way on the new corners, it could really compromise their race. But I think Russell...
Melanie Motts in. Sorry to cut in there, Lewis. We've got Melanie Motts pitting from second.
Yeah, indeed. Gate number 1 is good for Melanie Motts. Coming into gate 2, all early on the getaway, gets the green light, so good pit stop.
A very important stop there for second place. That gives an idea where the two leaders are, reference the rest of the field as a way you would come out. Melanie Motts has come out into fifth place. We're seeing Russell Ending, the race leader, continuing on. He is yet to stop. Will he make a stop now, seeing those in front? Will he do it? No, he doesn't. Interestingly, Anthony, obviously Melanie Motts saw that gaggle ahead, probably figured she was going to get in and out before Russell Ending does to try and leapfrog him in the pits. But we'll see what happens next lap.
Certainly so, we'll see what happens. But right now, all is controlled, I think, and she knows what she needs to do. Just keep an eye on those gaps. That's the most important thing. So remember, we were calling it about 10 seconds for a pit stop. That's the most important thing. Where is that gap?
And such is the pace of those top two that Melanie Motts, having made a stop, is coming up behind the battle of Adam Sheargold and Peyton Fricker, who are running third and fourth respectively. When Melanie went in and out of the pit, she resumed in fifth place. So Russell Ending, if he pitted now, we could assume, given his gap over Melanie Motts, would actually end up in the middle of that third and fourth Sheargold versus Fricker battle. So by definition, that would be the worst point to come out.
Pretty much, I would say. Let's see what happens, though. There is plenty of time left in this race, and right now, all is looking controlled. Just keep an eye on Eden, and we've got one in the pits. We have one in. It's the number 15 that's in. This is Russell Eden now in the pit lane from the lead of this race. Good on gate number 1, comes to gate 2, eager to get away. It's a good. He comes out just ahead of that battle.
He's come out right in the middle of that battle. He's come out right behind Adam Sheargold. So he were coming out the pits. He was Russell Ending. This is. He was passed by Luke Evans. He was passed by Adam Sheargold. He's ahead of Peyton Fricker, and then Melanie Motts behind that. So Melanie Motts will be able to see the race leader. She does need to get past the effective, not back marker in reality, but in terms of having made a pit stop or not. In fact, she's done it. She's made a move down the inside. Yes, it counts. She's through and into the final. Into the pits now comes Fricker.
Yep, into the pit lane now. Peyton Fricker looking good. Gate number 1. It's a green light. Bit of a slow getaway, though, from it. I won't lie. Comes into gate number 2. That's a good exit. Gets the green light. Back out on track.
Yes, that's right. And it's Dan Dixon has been promoted a place by that pit stop. So we've now got Melanie Motts in actual sort of visible contact with the race leader, Russell Ending. Lewis Manley, do you think Russell Ending could be challenged by Melanie Motts for this win? He is now coming up behind another driver, which is Sheargold. He's right with Sheargold. What do you think?
It's a very similar gap to from before the pit started. Maybe Russell's just increased it slightly, but as it's battle for position.
One in the pits.
Yeah, Dan Dixon in the pit lane, and good on gate number 1. Gate number 2's good as well. Gets going. Nice pit stop.
So Dan Dixon in and out into 6th place. He's comfortably, importantly from his point of view, ahead of the group headed by Ben Picard. They've got a bit more spread out, but would be a danger if he came out in a bad position. Now, there is Russell Ending. He's content to follow Adam Sheargold. Sheargold, he may be sort of behind or ahead of the leader, if you like, the real leader, after the pit stop cycle through. But certainly Russell Ending following Adam Sheargold. Time for pit stop, Lewis?
It could well do, as he's closing on Luke Evans, because it was 3.3 from the beginning of it, as now he's closed with him 1.2, so it's definitely, he's got 2 seconds he's closed in there, so rather he'll go for it now or later, I don't know. So I think they've carried on for now, yes. So Russell doesn't necessarily need to pass Adam, but although if he stays behind him, then Melly can certainly close in on Russell, because the gap is, was it 1.3, so it's about similar to what it was before.
Indeed, and for the viewers at home, just looking at the screen now, what you're looking at there is the blue suited driver that keeps sort of going out of view while we focus more on the battle. It's just second and third. That's Luke Evans, who's actually in the lead right now, but is yet to stop. Adam Sheargold, who's yet to stop, is behind him, right in front of the original race leader, Russell Endine, who has made stop. And in comes Sheargold.
Yep, Sheargold in the pit lane. Let's see how his stop is. That was a very close one on the first gate. I thought he wasn't going to get the green then. Gets the green on both of them. He's back out in circuit. That's a nice stop.
A very sharp set of stops there, and that is well clear now of Peyton Fricker, who he was with earlier on. So let's have a think about this. We've got Luke Evans, who is yet to stop, still leading, 23 laps in, just under 7 minutes remaining. Russell Endine is in second place, having stopped. Melanie Moss has stopped in third. Adam Sheargold has stopped into the pits now.
Yep, here it comes, Evans. Let's see where he comes out in front of Adam Sheargold, if he can get it. Green light is good there. Sheargold, I can see him. He's coming around the inner loop now on the exit. 2 green lights. Evans is clear. This is good.
It's going to be a drag race down into the new section there, but it looks like Evans has got it. If he can get on the brakes and turn in that bounce, he can and will maintain that position. So Luke Evans secures that third place for the moment. The bad news from his point of view is having Adam Sheargold right on his tail. Adam Sheargold's not out of the top 3 in this one yet, Lewis. Would you agree?
No, absolutely not. It's going to be a race to the finish now with 6 minutes to go. So this is a battle for third position, as of course these two have had a win and a 4th place. So if Adam can get ahead, as he's my teammate, which I hope he can, and he can be an extra point. As I always say, extra point always counts, because if you're tied on points going into the finals, then you used to be on fastest lap times, but now it's on average. So it's important that you can get past and do it cleanly.
Indeed, Sheargold needs to score points for his team and for himself in this race, and every position adds another point. And the point positions are so tight at the end that really they do all count. Even if you think you're out of contention, 8th place, it can make the difference 1 or 2 places, whether you're in the championship position, even if you're 8th or 9th. So literally, every single point is vital. At the moment, we are looking at the battle for 3rd place, which is Luke Evans leading over Adam Sheargold. We saw Adam in the previous, he's caught the wall there. That has really retarded the car, not too much, but it seemed to really slow him down for a second there. He waved as if it was some sort of apology to the race control. They'll be okay with that one. But here comes Luke Evans. We're looking at Luke Evans in 3rd. There's Adam Sheargold with the orange on his legs there. There's a close-up of Luke Evans. Great shots here from Formula Fast with Scruffy Bear Media. Meantime, another lap in. We got just under 5 minutes now. Been a bit quiet down there, Anthony, in the pits lately. We're thinking everyone's been in now, right?
Yeah, exactly that. I'm vibing, mate. I'm vibing to the end of this race, so I'm happy. You crack on.
Yeah, well, it's going to be action on the track all the way from here on. Everybody has made their pit stop. No late stoppers. Would you be expecting a late stopper in a race like this, especially on the revised circuit, having been changed from what everyone's been practicing on and racing on earlier?
All depends what the gap is from in front or behind. But as most of them are pitted, as Russell has pitted, of course, and then Melanie, top 4 are pitted. So it's all about the battle for the lead, because it's still around about a second and a bit in it. So Melanie's definitely not giving up, and nor will Adam for 3rd place. As of course as you say, I think it was Luke that hit the wall and lost a lot of momentum, but there was no problem because there's nothing to lose from behind. So it's battle for 3rd at the finish between Luke Evans and Adam Sheargold, and of course the race win with Russell and Melanie.
Indeed, we've definitely got 2 sort of points of reference there. We've got Russell Endine with 29 laps in. He's got a 1 second lead over Melanie Moss. Then there's 10-second gap back to the Luke Evans-Adam Sheargold pairing, and then there's a bunch of seconds back from that to Peyton Fricker and then Dan Dixon and down. Ben Picard seems to have come up quite well. He's up into 7th place, but Russell Endine continues to lead. He's just moved ahead there of another driver. We'll just check on who that is. Let's have a look. It's a bit hard to tell. We'll say when we know. But it does look like Melanie Motz goes through as well. They've both put that driver down. That looks like it could be Nicky Dolan. Nicky Dolan, yes, has been passed by race leader to go a lap down. As there's Dolan there. You can see him just turning in. Dolan on his back, and Dolan driving the kart there. So there's Russell Endine with just under 3 minutes to go. So 30 laps completed, 3 minutes to go, probable 6 laps plus 1, so we will expect about another 7 laps. Melanie Mott somehow has lost some time. That was probably in terms of overtaking Nikki Dolan for position. Nikki will have been giving up the place fairly easy, or not the place, but the ideal line, because he is a lap down, he knows it. He's a top driver, he knows the game, so he will have been moving out of the way. But where you catch people on track, Lewis, is important and does play a part, correct?
Indeed, as you say, because as I said earlier, if they don't get out of the way in the correct position, then it can lose vulnerable time, so valuable time rather. As it was 1.1 not long ago, now Russell's got the fastest lap of 31.9, now the gap's up to 1.7, so I think that's sealed the deal for Russell, so he's going to win 2 out of 2, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. This is exactly what Russell Endine needed from today. He needed to win races. He's been in 2 races, and it looks like he's going to win 2 races. It would take some kind of catastrophe now for him to lose that. He's got just under 2 minutes to go, so probably about maybe 5 laps remaining in this race. We'll see how it plays out. But there's Russell Endine we're looking at on the new section now. Russell Endine through the new section. He's winding his way and then heading out towards the more familiar fast corners onto the back straight. There is Russell Endine. He has a driver in front of him. That will be Dominic Muir. Dominic Muir is then paired there, as we can see. It's very close. Craig Tucker, then Dominic Muir, then Russell Endine. Russell Endine does not need to be held up by these 2. Everyone's made the pit stop, so they're not going to pit out of his way. Russell Endine cannot pit away from them either. He has Melanie Mott about 2 seconds behind her. Melanie Mott seems to be losing a lot of time now. Ever since passing Nikki Dolan, the gap has increased first to second from Russell Endine to Melanie Mott. But this could be where Melanie Mott does close in. Now, somebody's looking over the shoulder. That's Dominic Muir. Has he waved Russell Endine through? Not quite yet. We're looking at Mott now. Looking ahead, there it is. You can see Russell Endine has not got past the back markers. What will the gap be? It's 2 seconds at the moment as they cross the line with less than a minute to go. Here comes Russell Endine. He's not able to get through. He's waving. He's asking for some help with flags from this. And what's the gap? It's been, well, a quarter it's been taken off. It was 2 seconds. It's now just under 1.5. There's Melanie Mott that we're looking at now. Melanie Mott's the Dutch girl who was the ladies world champion 10 years ago in 2014. She's nodding her head about something. Clearly received some information from the trackside there. Team members are allowed at the trackside, but Muir has been passed now by Russell Endine. Russell Endine has got ahead of Muir. He's got Craig Tucker in front, and Melanie Mott's closing on Dominic Muir now. Melanie Mott is waving, but she's only just caught him, so can she? Yeah, she's up the inside now. She knows she's got a lot to play for here. Russell Endine theoretically has to pass Craig Tucker. He really needs to get through. Lewis, this is very close indeed. 2 laps to go.
He's certainly lost a lot of time with the back markers, so that's definitely been the problem. And the new corners, as I said not long ago, is now Russell has got through from the back markers. Now he's got to do the same thing. So it's just about to start the last lap, so I think Russell has got it now as he's past the back markers.
Russell Endine left and right down the backstretch there to get himself around Craig Tucker. Melanie Mott's trying to get through. Oh, she's been chopped off. It's down to 1 second between first and second. And Melanie Mott is waving, but sometimes it is very difficult, Liz, if you are out of position to see exactly what's going on. And they're on the last lap now. Here comes Russell Endine. Surely it's going to be Russell Endine's race as they race down the backstretch. Russell Endine turning at the final corner. Mott's down the inside and putting a lap down. Yes, she does on Craig Tucker there, but here comes Russell Endine. Endine wins. Russell Endine makes it 2 out of 2 so far in the BRKC. The perfect score for him. And Lewis, it's looking quite tough on the revised layout.
It certainly is. Last lap he had a second of a gap on Melanie there because she had a bit of trouble getting past Craig and the back marker, but she would have been second anyway, but she'll be really pleased with second, of course. And there's a handshake between the 2, congratulating each other, as Russell's got 2 out of 2 wins, so it's the perfect start to him so far for 2 races, so he's looking really strong.
And a very strong showing by Luke Evans, who's adding to his point score with a 3rd place. Adam Sheargold, another impressive run. Can't quite get to the front, but certainly looking very good out there as Adam Sheargold. Lewis Manley, you're up in race number 3. We'll see you on track for that, so thank you very much for your help. What do you draw from this?
Russell's got 2 out of 2, and I'll be out not long, so hopefully I can get comfortable straight away with this layout. So I don't know if Russell's got 2 or 3 today, but he's certainly got 2 out of 2. And he'll be, if he has got 1 left, he'll certainly want to go for the hat trick.
And we're going down to Anthony Jordan down there in the pit lane. So over to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yeah, brilliant race on that one. Some close encounters with some of the back markers, I think, as well as my cameraman gets sandwiched between a driver and a marshal. There we go, there's Michael Endy. Well done on that one, Michael. Good result on that one. I can imagine stressful a little bit with some back markers. I want to chat to Menely Motz, who finished that one in second place, because that is best result so far of the weekend. She's just going to get herself weighed in at the moment, so we'll let her do that first, because that's probably the most important thing to do. Make sure you're all above board, otherwise that result is null and void. So if I chat to someone, say congratulations, you finished second, and then they weigh themselves and then they come in underweight, they get disqualified, and there's nothing worse. So let's have a quick chat then with Menely Motz. Menely, now you know you're all legal on the weight there, we're all good. Brilliant result for you, P2. I'll let you pop that down. I know it's frightfully annoying. There we go. But what a result for you, P2. But I can imagine the frustration kicked in on those last couple of laps, having to deal with some back markers.
No, it was okay. It was just okay. I saw he was struggling too. I was like, yeah, come on, come on. I was really happy with P2. So yeah.
Yeah, great way to end the first half of the weekend. Of course, you've got a couple more heats to go. But are we still feeling confident? That's a nice bag of points you've got there.
I'm feeling confident. So
Excellent.
yeah, of course.
Let's chat to our race winner on that one. Sven Dean. Well, Russell, that was a superb race once again from yourself. 2 for 2 now, maximum points, and looking like a good chance of coming out on top on this one.
Yeah, obviously delighted. You can't complain with 2 wins. It's always difficult going into an auto layout, particularly first one out. I tried to sort of visualise the lap as much as possible, and I was developing my lines throughout the race as well, hopefully getting quick, and I saw purples throughout, so partly track, partly me, hopefully. I think there's value. There's definitely some trouble with back markers through. I think I pitted earlier than I probably would have done, because I was worried that they weren't going to get blue flags, or because it's a very tight and twisty new section, that is quite tricky to get through. So I thought I needed to cover Menely, because she's keeping me very honest throughout the race. So I pitted earlier than I maybe needed to, but got through in the end. I think Adam and Luke both pitted in front of me after not too long. And yeah, I was gesticulating wildly at the end, but I was keeping calm on my helmet. I just wanted to make sure everyone had seen what was going on.
We were really concerned that we were going to have a proper fight there, because Menely closed in right at that last second. We thought, oh crikey, this could get spicy, but I think, yeah, like you said, everyone held their nerve. You came away, a nice little 1-2 there for both of you, but still a good result for you.
Yeah, no, obviously really happy, and obviously want to continue the momentum going forward.
Exactly. Well done. Congratulations. We'll see you out later on there. Russell Endine and Menely Motz there finishing 1-2 in the first heat on the alternate layout. James, going on to the second race of this one. Green flags going out. Let's take you through the qualifying session.
Yeah, great bunch of interviews there, Anthony. That was really good. We got, in this heat race too, we've got Dante Dillon, Slavek Piscors, Sam Slater, Selena Balnega, Jacob Fox, Ryan Curtin, Mason Brown, Jay Foster, Joe Hamblett and Jacob Equal. Now, this is actually going to be a harder race than it looks, I think, looking at who's in it. We've seen outstanding performances from Dante Dillon. Sam Slater's won already today. Selena Balnega needs the points. Jacob Fox showed well. Ryan Curtin was second. Mason Brown did good. And there's Jay Foster. Joe Hamblett was amazing earlier on. So was Jacob Equal. So, to be honest, Anthony, it's going to be a bit of a tough one, this one. As a lot of people needing the points, possibly none more than Sam Slater. He needs to add another win to the win he had earlier on in order to try and start looking at a place in that final as early as possible. Of course, people who will be desperate to win it and get a lot of points will be Selena Balnega, will be Dante Dillon, and certainly Ryan Curtin. I think he can see he's got something. But we've got people back like Slavek Piscors. It's certainly going to be a strong one now. The checker flag is out. At the moment, it's Jacob Equal who's leading the way. Ryan Curtin saying, but Dante Dillon's gone quickest. He's been beaten by Sam Slater. Selena Balnega up to second place. So it's Slater, Balnega, Dillon as the remaining carts come through. Are we getting it shot? Yes, we are. It's Mason Brown. Mason Brown comes through. Joe Hamblett to 7th place, but Mason Brown has qualified in 1st place. He is going to lead the way ahead of previous race winner Sam Slater against previous ladies world champion Selena Balnega and race winner Dante Dillon. So it is absolutely outstanding, that result there by Mason Brown. We saw him running right up at the front earlier on. We haven't seen a win from him yet. We've only ever really seen him in this one, but certainly, Mason Brown, that was quite a shock almost to be on pole position. Anthony, was he not your bet earlier, or was that the other Brown?
It was the other Brown.
It was the other Brown. Well,
Yeah.
you'd have done well to pick him if it was this race. So
Well, actually, you know what? I take that back. It was this Brown.
It
so,
was this Brown.
Yeah, no.
So he's right choice, wrong race. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll go with that. I think I've styled that out nicely. Yeah. I think you believe me.
There we go. It makes sense to everyone, that's for sure. But we're looking ahead now. We can see at the back of the grid there, that's Slavik Piskors. Those who've been watching the BRKC for many years will know Slavik very well. Former speedway rider in Poland and a former race winner in the British Rental Kart Championship, albeit a number of years ago. Mind you, we've got Mason Brown who's looking at making himself a race winner. He's got Sam Slater right behind him now as the start is given. It's a clean start. On to the new section. There they are. We've got Mason Brown in the lead. We've got Sam Slater chasing him down. Third, of course, Selena Balnega. She's not going to want to be left behind. She does need to get points to move forward. A little bit out of position, she will feel earlier on. There is Dante Dillon. Now, he will not want to be sitting in fourth place all race long. And nor, for that matter, will Jacob Equal, because if you remember, he was right up at the front in the earlier heat race. Come from nowhere and really making a mark on this tournament. As they come across the line again, it is Mason Brown from Sam Slater, fairly evenly spaced. Once again, Anthony, pit stops could be quite important in this one because we have another race where there's sort of like that half a kart gap.
Exactly, yeah, a lot of quick drivers in this one, and yeah, like you're seeing here, very close, very compact. We might see someone who just thinks, hey, I'm going to dive out early, sit at the back and see what happens at the front, because yeah, like I say, this could be very, very interesting. Anyone going to dive in this lap? I think they're all thinking now they're going to stay in position. Any early comers at the back here? No, everyone's staying out.
That's right, and they're also staying about the same sort of gap apart. If anything, there's the slightest of margin appearing between second and third, between Sam Slater and Selena Balnega. If it's anything, it's there, but there's an equal sort of gap back to Dante Dillon and so on. So there's the biggest gap we can see, really, of the front runners, that is. So round complete again, nobody coming in at all. Everyone playing a slightly longer game. Clearly, for most of them, it's going to be a mid-race or late stop, possibly. Although Slavik Piskors from the back of the field is coming in.
Yes, he is indeed. He gets to gate number 1. It's nice early on the brakes, a little bit late on the throttle. Gets the green light, crucially, though. Gate number 2, it's all good. Very early on the throttle, gets the green light. That's a good pit stop.
Yes, it is, and we've seen a lot of errors already on the pit stops. People leaving too early, the light going yellow instead of green, so they have to come back in and do it all again. Anthony, there's, you know, you'd have to say, if we were playing golf, every single one of these drivers is a scratch golfer. However, there's some double-digit handicaps when it comes to those pit stops, isn't there?
There certainly is. There's some good golf puns coming in here, but I've got to say, as long as you get it right, if you get a hole in 2, I'm pretty sure it's a birdie.
That's the one, yeah. And getting that birdie is Slavik Piskors. He's continuing on his way now. He's the only one who's made a pit stop, so he is obviously clearly well at the back. The front runners, no one's coming in at all. It's still Mason Brown, and Mason Brown is being held by Sam Slater. The question we're thinking, is Sam Slater just holding station, or has he got something, you know, is he absolutely fully on it? I think he's probably trying his best, because Sam Slater's not normally noted for holding back. There's Sam Slater there we're looking at. He won the earlier race. He's won at BRKC level. He's never won the championship, but he has crucially won heat races and semi-finals. Oh, no, I thought we had one in the pits there. Mason Brown, there he is on screen with the stars and stripes on that predominantly white helmet there. He's got his stars on the top and the stripes on the back and sides. Here he comes, the American driver from North Carolina, and he's leading one of the top British hopes, Sam Slater. So there goes Mason Brown. That camera on the top of the helmet will get some amazing footage as he's managing to stay ahead. In fact, if anything, he's slightly pulling away from Sam Slater. Now, has Sam Slater clipped a barrier or something like that? We don't know. He sort of dropped back and into the middle of that gap now between the leader Mason Brown and third place Selena Balnega. So, in the pits with you.
Yeah, Joe Hamlet coming into the pit lane. He had traffic in front. He was catching up and thought, I'm not going to get past. Let's do it on the pit stop. 2 green lights. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Joe Hamlet, we saw him really racy in the earlier heat race that he drove in. He obviously got some decent points in that. This is seeming like a bit of a harder call on this one as we look a close-up there of Mason Brown, amazing footage here by Scruffy Bear Media. Really, they've come on leaps and bounds over the years that they've been doing all the production work and film work for the British Rental Kart Championship. Every year the footage you see is by Scruffy Bear Media, and continue to get better and better. Some amazing close-up shots, things like this. We can really see the driver working there, Mason Brown. So Mason Brown, the American, having to pretty much manhandle that car. And look at this shot here to see how he's really calm through the corner, not working the wheel too much, but making sure the car gets around the bend on the tightest line possible. So Mason Brown with an increasing gap there. Now, is it that Mason's going faster, or is Sam Slater going slower? We're not sure. Mason Brown's in 31 seconds. Sam Slater's best is still in 32, while those around him are on 31. So of the top four, Sam Slater is the only driver in 32 seconds. Everyone else is in 31. So it would have to be said that maybe Sam Slater's losing some pace somewhere. So we'll keep an eye on that. Sam Slater, as I say, he's one of the British drivers who's really taken to the international travel. Myself, Brad Philpott, Johnny Elliott, among others, we used to regularly compete abroad, but normally in the World Championships only. Sam Slater was the first of the Brits to really take on this European style that the BRKC also operates to, and he was the first to do the national championships. He would race in Poland, he would race in the Belgian Championship, became very well known in Europe from that point of view. Kind of like our Brit abroad, but Sam Slater is now fully focused on winning this BRKC championship. He has won, as I say, heat races and semi-finals, but never the actual whole title, and this would be one that he would really like. And there he was on screen. That's Sam Slater, one of the Bradley Shepherd team drivers. I think he's in the BSR Orange team, if I remember rightly. It's a bit of a tough one to follow with those. There's so many of them. Virtually everyone in Orange, and a couple who aren't in Orange, are part of BSR to one level or another. Bradley Shepherd, of course, the team boss, we're actually going to see him in action later on. He, of course, is in his own team this year. So there's Sam Slater. He is now under increasing pressure by Selena Balnega. He's dropped all the way back to her. Basically what's happened is, in this gap, Sam still has a personal best lap of 32 seconds as opposed to the 31 of those around him. So what's happened is Sam has actually fallen back into the clutches of Selena Balnega. The gap between first and third remains the same. Sam has sort of dropped back within that. Maybe something's going on there. Maybe he's reached the limit of what he can get out of that machine. We'll see. He's certainly not going to be any kind of rush to come in the pits. If anything, the pit stop, I think, around him. Anthony, maybe you'll have an opinion on this because you're down there in the pit lane. With Sam Slater dropping back in that gap, if anything, it's a pit stop by Selena Balnega, which will probably come first, or maybe even race leader Mason Brown.
Yes, again, these are very good opinions. I mean, well, just looking at the speed and the gaps that's starting to form here, I think it could benefit any of them, really, but I think you are correct in saying Selena Balnega might gain the most out of this one. If he is losing that time and she's not able to get past, get that pit stop done now, try get the jump, because if he keeps falling back, you will get past in the later laps when he comes in. I think, yeah, that would be the biggest plan I would do. So if I was Selena Balnega, yes, 100%, I would pit now.
And for what it's worth, Anthony, just to throw another thing in on that, maybe not after all, because consummate pro though he is, Sam Slater has found a way to get back on the pace of those around him. Most of them, they're all on, in fact, he's now the fastest on the track. So Sam Slater has gone from being the slowest of the group round him to fastest of anyone in this race. Sam Slater was obviously losing time somehow, but he's found a way around it, and he is now the fastest on the track in this race. There he is, Sam Slater in the orange and black, going out of view, and so he's in second place. Mason Brown leads 15 laps in. There's Sam Slater, the fastest on the track, and he's catching up with Mason Brown again. So Sam Slater is pulling this right back as he now moves between Balnega in third and Mason Brown. The three of them are closing up, but it's Sam Slater who's the one who's picked up the pace, and he's back in contention in this race. There's no need for him or for Selena to make a pit stop now unless she chooses to. She's certainly not forced into anything like that by the idea of being held up by Sam Slater. Although I have to be honest, Anthony, anytime we talk about being held up by Sam Slater, that's quite something to say, isn't it?
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he's the one paying me for this event, so I'll only say good things about him. Sam Slater is the best driver I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, and well, if you were to have that opinion, he was backing it up with fastest laps, but there's a new fastest in this race. That's Selena Balnega, who's in third. So in other words, both Balnega and Slater, by going faster, are by definition catching up to Mason Brown, although it is such a tiny fragment, and all of them are catching Slavik Piskor's in the pits. It's Slater.
Yeah, Slater's in the pits. Let's see how this works out. Wait for the green light, gets it. Good getaway from gate number 1, comes into gate 2, very late on the brakes, early on the throttle, gets the green light, comes out just behind Ryan Curtin.
And Sam Slater completes his pit stop. Now the difficulty there, Anthony, with this race being so close, the pressure is on those pit stops. You've got to cut it fine, but a yellow in this position, in this particular race where it's panning out, could arguably end someone's competition in terms of making the final.
I've got another one in the pit lane now. It's the number 16. This is Jacob Fox, who's coming to the pit lane. Green light on gate number 1, goes towards gate number 2. Bit of slow on the old throttle, but gets a green light, comes out all in between and in front of Sam Slater.
Now Slater's got to get past Fox. Fox sees and lets him through. Fox is aware of his position, aware of his the fact that he's a lap down to second place Sam Slater. Slater gets through without any time lost. Now Slater now has to pile on the speed here. He must be fast. The whole reason for pitting at this stage, if you're new to this kind of thing and you are watching at home, the whole reason for Sam Slater pitting out before Mason Brown and Selena Balnega was because he feels he can be faster on his own. Now is the time he needs to put that into reality and set those times. So let's have a look at the time. He is now fastest. Sam Slater is the new fastest on the track as we speak. He's the fastest driver out there. He's making good on the gauntlet he threw down by making that early pit stop. Sam Slater has the bit between his teeth and he won the earlier heat race. He is trying to leapfrog in terms of position when he comes out of the pits. Mason Brown, the American, who has now responded with a new fastest lap. Mason Brown, the race leader, is now fastest. He's got Selena Balnega with him, surely. Yeah, she's right behind him, less than a second. Is she even faster than that? No, it's still Mason Brown. Mason Brown continues to be the fastest on track at the moment, albeit very slightly. When will Brown pit? When will Selena Balnega pit? And where will Sam Slater come out amongst those two? So the gap that Slater pitted from is between the two that we're looking at now. Mason Brown, the race leader, the fastest on the track. No, it's Slater. Slater takes the new personal best lap, and Slater is fastest on the track now with a 31.7. Anthony, we've only got, we've got just under 8 minutes now, but neither of the two new leaders are, I'm discounting Sam Slater in this, neither of them have been in the pits. Surely something's coming soon. Not this lap, though.
Yeah, well, there's a lot that haven't been in the pits. I've only had 4 drivers in the pits. We've still got 6 that need to do a stop yet.
Yeah, and they're running out of time, particularly among the first 3, because the third place man now that once Sam Slater pitted is, of course, Dante Dillon. And anybody who's done any sort of karting to any level will have come against Dante Dillon at some point. And slouch is never a word you would use about Dante Dillon. He is very quick, he's very committed. He's on screen now, turning in. The one in the Birrell kart overalls there, the red and white, that is Dante Dillon. He is third place. He's running ahead of Slavik Piskor's, who is a lap down to him. Slavik Piskor's, of course, has pitted, as has, I believe, Jacob Fox. But certainly Dante Dillon has not. He's the one on screen there. Now, can Dante Dillon close in? He's 3.5 seconds behind. I can't see him doing it, Anthony. And any time you are running 3.5 seconds ahead of Dante Dillon, you must be running very fast indeed.
Certainly so. We've always seen Dante Dillon on the top spot or at the sharp end. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still at that sharp end right now, but it just looks like he's just not got the pace at the moment in this one. So we'll see what he does as the race goes on. Like you say, we're seeing new fastest laps nearly every lap. There is still plenty of time left in this one. I mean, how long have we got left? We've got just about 6 minutes to go of this race, so still plenty of laps in it, but like you say, still 6 people left to stop. There's not much time left to do it.
And Sam Slater has caught up with Ryan Curtin. Sam Slater is up behind Ryan Curtin, the American, and is he going to make a lunge here? Because he just needs speed. What he doesn't need to is find. Yes, he has made the lunge down into the hairpin. He's made it stick. He's come through ahead of Ryan Curtin. So Ryan Curtin, the flying American, second earlier on, has now been pushed back to 6th place by the equally flying Sam Slater. There's Slater in orange, there's Curtin, the American, in the grey, white and black behind. as they go through the new area here. This has replaced the snail section on this particular course, but as you were saying earlier, Anthony, there's still a long time to go. 5.5 minutes just under is somewhere in the region of about 11 or 12 laps, so that is plenty of time, but it's also one where we're getting close enough that they could see some stacking in the pit lane.
We certainly could. Yeah, we're still waiting on everyone, really. Dante Dillon, Selena Balnega, who's out there, Ryan Curtin, Mason Brown, Jay Foster, and Jacob Equal, all of them yet to pit, only with those 4 drivers who have: Slavek, Sam Slater, Jacob Fox, and Joe Hamblett. They've all pitted. They've got nothing to worry about, but there's still so many drivers. Second place, here comes Selena Balnega into the pit lane. Let's see. Gets the green light on light number 1. Looked like a bit of a slow getaway. Gate number 2, it's a quick getaway, and it's a good exit. Comes out ahead of Sam Slater, and Sam Slater's furious.
And quite surprisingly, I mean, a huge, consistent, rapid bunch of laps has given Selena that little bit of gap that allowed her to come out, because if you look at the lap times, okay, yes, of course she's fast. She's running second place, and she's a class act, but they've not been lap times that are notably any different to either Mason Brown or Sam Slater. It's just that very tight consistency which has given her that little bit of advantage in the pits.
Yeah, it's the number 15 that's in the pits. It's a green light on the first one. This is Jacob Equal, gets the green light on the second one, gets away in a clear piece of track.
Yes, he does. That's about the clearest bit of track available on the whole course, to be fair. So Jacob Equal, he has resumed in 6th place, which is allowed the likes of Sam Slater and Ryan Curtin to both move up a place.
Here comes Mason. Mason's in the pit lane. Mason Brown, the number 20 from the USA, gets the green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2 gets away well. It's a good exit. Where is Selena Balnega? Miles away. That's a great exit.
And crucially for Mason Brown, he's got a back marker, Slavek Piskor's, between himself and Selena Balnega. On pure momentum, Balnega is able to close in, as is Piskor's, the back marker. But when I'm saying back marker, I'm talking about someone who's won a BRKC race before. So, you know, that's the level of back marker we're dealing with here. So it's not really much of a back marker. Balnega makes it through. Now, that has been key. Slater is now got to get himself past Piskor's. Piskor's is one of the more experienced drivers. He's been given the blue flag. He's aware that someone's behind him. He's waving, well, allowing Sam Slater to go through. So it is now a bit more clear. The first, second and third we can clearly see, but Dante Dillon has not stopped. He continues in the lead. In fact, I think he's the only one you've yet to see, Anthony, right?
Dante Dillon and Ryan Curtin still yet to pit.
Right, okay, well, Ryan...
Here's Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon's in. Now, as we say, it stops at gate number 1. Bit early on the brake, so not the best stop. Gets good throttle control on the exit. Same on gate number 2. Dillon's out. Here's Ryan Curtin, gate number 1. He's all good. Gets that green light. Heads towards gate number 2 now. Early on the brakes. Gets on the throttle early, though. Gets that green light. Nice exit.
So that concludes the pit stops, correct?
Correct.
Right then, so let's have a look. We've got on our timing screen. We've got Mason Brown leading from Selena Balnega, Sam Slater third, Dante Dillon fourth. We're looking at Dillon on screen. He's got Piskor's, who's in 9th between him and his next target, which it is Sam Slater. And he's nowhere near him, by the way. There's quite a healthy gap between Dillon and Piskor's then to Sam Slater. But it's close up at the front, really, with Mason Brown. Has Selena Balnega behind him by just over half a second. So Selena Balnega does seem to be on a bit of a mission here. She's listed as the current fastest on track. So Selena Balnega is the fastest driver out there as we speak. She's got 1.5 minutes plus about a lap in which to get on terms of Mason Brown and past Mason Brown, but it's going to have to be a pass for position on the track. She's not going to be able to rely on a pit stop. She's not going to be able to rely on any kind of awkwardness, tripping over back markers, whatever. There's no way they're probably going to catch anyone within the next, next few laps, as in now and the finish of the race. So down the backstretch, here they go. There's Selena Balnega. She has, of course, featured very strongly in the various Ladies World Championships. She's working on the American Mason Brown. The Dutch girl, Selena Balnega, follows. And then, of course, it's Britain's Sam Slater, followed again Britain's Dante Dillon. Before we get to Jacob Equal, who's moved up a little bit at the expense of Ryan Curtin. Just for interest, we've got Joey Foster in 7th. Joe Hamblett, by his standards, will consider himself down there in 8th, as opposed to getting the result he wanted. Slavik Piskor's is 9th, and Jacob Fox rounds him out in 10th. Both Piskors and Fox are a lap off the lead lap. So Hamblett crossing the line now. There comes Mason Brown. Mason Brown, he's just a few seconds before they give that last lap warning. As Mason Brown, and you can see Selena Balnega has half a second gap back from the race leader there. Selena Balnega is still the fastest on the track, and her previous lap was 2/10 quicker than Mason Brown listed on the scoring. So Mason Brown is not out of the woods yet, and there's Sam Slater third. He's got a bit of a gap. He can see them. Can he make it up? There's 2 laps to go. Anthony, this is shaping up to quite finish. Past you now go the 2 leaders with Sam Slater. Surely Sam Slater cannot get on terms with those 2 now.
No, I don't think so. I think he's found his maximum waft, and he's just bringing it to the end. I mean, we're on the last lap now, and I think it's signed, sealed and done.
And faster again is Selena Balnega. She's brought it down to 0.4 of a second. It's the last lap. There they go past the back marker. Who's that going to be? That'll be probably No, it's Jay Foster, I think. Anyway, meantime, it's Mason Brown with Selena Balnega right in his tail. It's going to come down the last corner. Selena making a move, but it's not going to come off. Here comes Mason Brown. He's just going to hold the inside. He does. He takes the win for the USA. And Selena Balnega into second place by 0.1 of a second. That really got closed up at the very end there. Sam Slater comes through into third place. Dante Dillon in fourth, with Jacob Equal in fifth place. Ryan Curtin down in sixth. Jay Foster seventh. Joe Hamblett eighth. Slavik Piskor's ninth, with Jacob Fox there in the 10th place. So an astounding finish, and really close at the end, 0.1 of a second.
Very close indeed. Certainly found some last second session waft there for Selena Balnega, and a bit of a head nod there as she came in. So clearly, I don't even know what happened there. I think the cart just suddenly came quick. So yeah, all well, and thumbs up there for Selena Balnega. Sam Shaw looking a bit, or Sam Slater I should say, looking a bit deflated there in his wagon, but understandably still a P3, good result, and of course for our man Mason Brown, still a very good result for him. I do want to chat with Selena Balnega first. Yes, okay, P2, but certainly came into a league of her own there on that last one. Just as Selena comes over. Selena, do you want to come over? Just have a very brief chat before you head over to weigh. Okay, go weigh first. Go weigh first. Go weigh yourself in. There we go. Like I say, nearly breaking my own cardinal rule there. Don't talk to the drivers before they've been weighed. Right, let's talk to Mason Brown then, because he's right here. He's been weighed. His helmet's off. Mason, solid drive from you there. Very close at the end, though. What were you thinking when Selena Balnega was closing in?
Can the flagman come out, please? I want this race over.
I can imagine so, but still, nice result for you there, a P1. Good points going to you.
Yeah, that's first and second. I'll take that all day. Got one more for the day and just want to keep that going.
Yeah. Many people from the States watching you this weekend?
Oh, yeah, they're there supporting, and got to thank every one of them. You know.
Give them a good shout out now.
Oh, yeah. You know, all the family in Wisconsin, you're up early for this one, still in the AM hours. And then everyone from work, I know you guys are watching and supporting. Thanks for all of it.
Excellent. Well done, Mason Brown there. Congratulations there on the P1. Right, well, and she's done a runner. Well, there we go. I wanted to speak to Selena Balnega, but it is what it is. Now, we've got this man here. I'm gonna do him dirty here. Lee Marshall. Lee, I didn't want to mention this, but one of the drivers said you sound like an owl.
Ooh.
Back to you, James.
Sorry, I am now totally flummoxed. Did you say he sounds like an owl?
I did say he sounds like an owl. He responded perfectly.
I've known Lee for many years, and I, among others, have accused him of many things, but not being an owl. So it's a new one for Lee Marshall. So, well, the owl's down there with you. How did you take it?
Swimmingly.
That's right. Well, obviously he's there hooting with laughter, probably. Needless to say, we've got the next race coming up, so an outstanding result there. What about that last few laps there with Selena Balnega closing in on Mason Brown? Mason Brown holding it together to the end for the USA. Gosh, family up in Wisconsin, if they're it's still going to be very early in the morning. They're hardly on the East Coast, so yeah, that'll be a very early start for them. Now let's have a look to the next race, heat number 3 of round 2. Obviously, once again, these guys are onto the new section for the first time. they'll have been getting a bit of an idea what's been going on, including Lewis Manley, who you were hearing from earlier in the first heat race on this revised section. He's out in this one. We've got the Dutch driver Joop van Lijenhorst. Sam Cox, Brit, is in this. Sean Brierley, former BRKC champion, he's out. Gavin Williams, yeah, he won a heat race here a couple of years ago, and we can expect something from him. Lena Siegenthaler's out in this one, the Swiss driver. Josh Selway, Ben Churchill's back for this. James Burgess and Miles Brown. So we saw Mason Brown, now we're looking at Miles Brown. And in fact, I'm thinking that's Miles right in front of us there. By the looks of things, we'll see. No, it may not be. I think I'm looking at the wrong helmet. Anyway, so that is in fact, where is he? Josh Selway, that's it. Josh Selway is going to be leading him out there in the 20 cart. So Josh Selway that we're looking at there, obviously he was a little bit down the order in his previous race. He's going to be looking to make an absolute flower of a start to this one. He's going to be the first out to qualify, which also means he's hitting that revised format first out of this this entire sort of lineup. Lewis Manley, who you can see just to the right of Josh there in the red suit. Now Lewis Manley was talking about trying to create a fairly big gap earlier on, so that he's not held up by anybody who may have not quite figured out the new section as quickly as they might. So as the carts come out there, there's Sean Brierley. Now he is the champion 2 years ago here, so we can expect some fireworks from him. He won earlier on, and he probably means to win again because he will need the points. Sam Cox looks like being the one who's bringing them up at the rear there. So first one out to qualify is going to be Josh Selway, and Josh Selway comes round the final corner into the start line area. There he is, so he's about to start his lap. There's Josh Selway across the line. So Selway out on his qualifying lap. Now he will set that benchmark. He's going to be the first one to pin a time down, and we will see how that compares with everybody else. So Josh Selway is out there. He's leading the way round. We've got Miles Brown. No, we've got Sean Brierley. Who, yeah, these are all the times that you're seeing coming up from their warm-up lap, but as they cross the line. So it looks like everybody now is on the track. So Sam Cox has crossed the line there, and so Josh Selway, here he comes now. Josh Selway's going to set that initial benchmark. There he goes across the line. What's it going to be for Selway? He's got a 33.1. Does he get beaten? No, he doesn't. Burgess second. Yes, he does. Manley's gone into the first place. So it's Manley from Selway and Burgess. Miles Brown moves into fourth. Gavin Williams has gone to fourth now as they feel through. And Sean Brierley's gone to second. And Joop van Lijenhorst and Ben Churchill to third. Ben Churchill into third place. Incredible, really, when you look at that. So, Sam, we got a full course yellow, yes, because of the final, the checkers out. The qualifying laps have been complete. So,
were you getting so engrossed in qualifying there you forgot the regulations?
No, I just responded rather quickly to a yellow flag. I'm sure the organisers would be happy if everyone responded that quickly to the yellow flags, to be fair. But what we have, talking of responding to the yellow flags, was Lewis Manley, and he responded by being on pole position, 32.1. 32.2, just a tenth off, in fact less than that, about half a tenth really, is Sean Brierley from the incredible Ben Churchill. Now, Ben Churchill, Anthony, we saw struggling earlier on, but now he's up in third place. Could we see a turnaround of performance from him?
Well, we've seen a lot of that in this second half of the day, haven't we? And is that due to the circuit layout? Just some of these drivers who are struggling on the normal layout of the track, finding this layout a lot faster? How
good are you straight off the bat, I think, is the question being asked here, isn't it? In terms of, you know, how good are you when no one really knows where they're going? So Lewis Manley's leading them round. It's him from Brierley, from Churchill, and then Van Lijenhorst, and then Selway. So some stunning qualifying there. But here comes Lewis Manley. He's got the green. He's going. He's pulled the pin. And will Sean Brierley manage to stay with him? Brierley certainly hopes so. In fact, more than stay with him, he'll hope to pass him. But Ben Churchill there in third place, we're going to need to keep an eye on. So there's Lewis Manley in the red. There's Sean Brierley with the yellow and black helmet and the black suit. And there's Ben Churchill left up. There's the leader, Manley. There's Brierley. The first two are out onto the familiar section again. Down the backstretch they go as the field comes through. And here it is, Lewis Manley through the hairpin at the end of the straight. Some little tiny gaps, a bit of pushing and shoving, but nothing serious. Lewis Manley cracks off that lap in the lead. He maintains the lead, and he's got a bit of a gap there to Sean Brierley and another bit of a gap to Ben Churchill. Now, Ben Churchill clearly is a fast learner because, you know, he'd not seen the track before, as all the others had also not. So Ben Churchill has shown a good turn of speed initially. Can he maintain that? Can he maintain that advantage? But meantime, Lewis Manley, very, very fast indeed. Sean Briley following him round. Anthony, looking at the way this race is shaping out already, there's absolutely no need for anyone to come in early.
No, but it would be nice because I'd like some company. But at the moment, they see it fit to stay out on track, which is completely understandable. The racing's close, the racing's fun. Why on earth would you give that up to do an early pit stop?
Well, for what it's worth, if you do have an early stopper, you'd have to bet probably on Miles Brown. Miles Brown, one of the Americans, he's actually in a battle near the tail, but he seems to be sort of really pushing Gavin Williams a bit, or he was earlier on. He's dropped back a little bit. So it may well be that if he feels Williams is holding him up, he will pit out of that. Ditto for Sam. In fact, Sam Cox is in. Sam has taken that bait I was on about.
Yeah, exactly that. Comes into gate number 1 now, all good. Bit of a slow getaway for Sam Cox, but it looks good. Gate number 2, nice getaway this time around, and that's a good pit stop. He's back out on track.
Yeah, he's the first one in and the first one back out. So we'll see what sort of lap time Sam can do. He pits out of that. If you're new to this again, I constantly come back to, I know there are new viewers on screen as we look at Sean Briley, 2022 BRKC champion. But going back to Sam Cox there, Sam Cox is the first one to come in the pits. Every driver has to make one pit stop in each of these heat races. They actually stop twice in a single pit stop. They stop at the beginning of the pit and at the end of the pit. And it's a very strategic element, that. So Sam Cox will have felt that Miles Brown and Gavin Williams were potentially running slower than him at the ahead. So he pitted in order to have clear space in which to set faster laps. When they come in and out, Sam Cox will be hoping to leapfrog them on the fact he can lap faster on his own now than he will by following them. So they'll be in, they'll be out, and he'll be in front of them. Now, someone thinking along similar lines will be Lewis Manley, but with a bit of a different eye, because he is trying to pull away in the lead. He's got Sean Briley going away with him, but they are definitely opening up a bigger gap to Ben Churchill. Now, is it that Ben Churchill is way off the pace? No, it's not, because he's opening up an even bigger gap to the Dutchman, Joop van Leinhorst. Now, Joop van Leinhorst is there in 4th place with an ever-increasing gap in front of him. Right behind him, though, is Josh Selway. A bit of gap, and in the pits comes Burgess.
Yep, it is indeed the 17 in. Let's have a look at his gate number 1. Gate 1 is good, gets that green light, moves up towards gate 2. Bit early on the stop, but gets on the throttle early, gets away nicely.
And James Burgess there, the Southern Rental Car Junior champion of 2 years ago, he's now back out and underway, so he's clearly read the strategy right there. He considers that this will set him up nicely. Now, ahead of James Burgess, we've got Lena Siegenthaler. Have you had her in yet at all?
No, we've only had the 2 pit stops at the moment, Sam Cox and James Burgess. They are the only 2 to currently pit. We're still waiting on the 8 other drivers. But like you say, still early doors, still over 15 minutes remaining of this race, so plenty of time, nothing to worry about.
Indeed, so James Burgess and Sam Cox have made their stops. They've made their stops this early so that they can be running in clear space, and they will feel that they're quicker than those in front. That is their strategy, to leapfrog the others. So by setting the fast laps, when the others come in, go out the pits, they will be ahead.
Action in the pit lane now as coming in is the 16 now onto the pit lane, Miles Brown, and gets a good one on gate number 1, goes to gate number 2, destroying the clutch, but he gets a green light and he goes. So that's literally, he had his foot planted on the brake, yet also planted on the throttle, and all you can smell in the pit lane now is clutch.
Absolutely. He clearly meant business, you know, Miles Brown, he's down the order there, but he's still got his sights on getting a great result here. So, as the race goes on, we've got Lewis Manley. He's on his 10th lap now, and he's not able to pull away from Sean Briley. Sean Briley's managing to hold that to a second, which is pretty good when you consider Lewis Manley really is, if I can go back to a name from the past, Anwar Barul Smith. Anwar Barul Smith, he may well be watching now. If he is, hope he's enjoying it, as he always used to have this phrase about local bandits. In other words, when you were tackling a local driver, when you were used to travelling to different venues and things like this, and there'd always be some local hero, so Lewis Manley will be the ultimate local bandit, according to Anwar Barul Smith. So that obviously is in relation to the fact that he's a regular here at Formula Fast. He routinely competes and wins in the club championship here, We're joined by Steve Gray. Steve, it's a tough one this weekend, isn't it?
Always late to the party, James. That's me. And yeah, here we go. So this is Lewis Manley and Sean Bryan. Literally just walked in on this. So let's see what's going on.
Well, basically what's happened, Steve, is we've got a bit of a breakaway up at the front with Lewis Manley and Sean Bryan. Manley was trying to check out from everybody, but Sean Bryan, the 2022 champion, was able to stay with him. They've dropped Ben Churchill. Ben Churchill did qualify third and maintained third. We're going to have a bit of a visual on Churchill. Yeah, he is running on his own.
Brilliant effort from Ben.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite surprising. Clearly a fast learner.
Yeah.
And the question is, can he keep that advantage through the race, or would he drop back? But it seems like he can keep it. In the pits, though, looks like we've got Josh Selway.
Yeah, into the pit lane it is, the number 20. It is Josh Selway, gets the green light, but it's a slow getaway off gate number 1. Gate number 2, can that be any better? Waits the green, gets a good getaway this time around, comes out just next to the number 12.
Yes, he does. He gets cut off just there by Lena Siegenthaler. And Lena Siegenthaler has been able to maintain that position, I think. Yes, that's correct. So the Swiss driver maintains position. Here they come through a little bit side by side there. Yeah, and there's Miles Brown, the American who you saw earlier. And here is Sam Cox. Now, Sam Cox was really hoping to gain from an early pit stop, but it clearly hasn't worked out at all. Steve, this revised layout is potentially playing havoc with strategy.
Yeah, it is, and just as I say, look at that, what a fantastic layout this looks like. It's certainly going to give the old arms a good old workout, isn't it? And looking at the Lewis Manley Sean Bryan battle, and obviously this is one that could carry on well into the final, isn't it? And there was a bit of a gap there a lap or so ago, but definitely Bryan now right behind Lewis Manley, giving him the once-over through the new chicane as they go left and right. Lewis Manley very agricultural through there, the back end very tail happy, and Sean Bryan a lot more, you could say, on rails than Manley at the minute. Maybe a little pressure for Lewis Manley this time. He covers the inside. Bryan does look to the outside again. No real way around from the outside, but certainly showing his intentions, James.
Absolutely right. In fact, he's closer and more aggressive than he has been all race. This is the closest he's run to Lewis Manley since literally the start. He's really close in, but did he bounce off the barrier there? Who knows? It just seems as though there was a bit of movement in the kart. But as you say, he's keeping it neat and tidy. Obviously, indoor rental karting, they are relatively low power machines, so the real skill is screwing every fraction of power out that thing, and that also means not giving any away.
Yeah, nothing whatsoever, and that's, I think in the heat I did, there was between the third place down to 10th, there was less than a tenth of a second covered on lap times. I mean, that's bonkers.
Yeah, I was wanting to talk to you about that, Steve, because
the less said, the better.
Yeah. Well, looking at it from a technical point of view, taking away position numbers, you were spent the whole race seemingly in a midfield battle. Yeah. There was a lot of talk going into the BRKC this year that the midfield is stronger than ever, and it's going to be very difficult to call. Has that been the case?
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, you could have thrown a blanket over all of us, all the way from third down to 10th place. It was just whoever was in front at the time.
Oh, we got a pit stop.
We do. It's Lena Siegenthaler who's in the pit lane, and it's a good gate 1 and gate 2 back on track.
So Lena Siegenthaler from Switzerland out and back in the running, comes out ahead of Ben Churchill, who's third. Ben Churchill, of course, has not pitted, so we'll see relative, where Lena comes out in amongst all that lot. Now, meantime, Lewis Manley is having to go defensive every time down that backstretch now. Of course, good work by Sean Bryan in the revised section means momentum in those final corners coming out the back straight. Obviously, as a driver, Steve, I mean, the viewers at home, they'll benefit from your words now. Is momentum through those final corners? We're almost at that point now. How important is momentum from this section onwards to your run down the backstretch?
It's the most important part of the circuit for me. If you get a good exit out of that final snail section, you've got the momentum all the way down this back straight into this hairpin, and that can literally be to 1/10, 2/10, sometimes even 3/10 of a second a lap if you get that right. So yeah, imperative that you come out of that snail section with the best line and the best speed possible.
And that is why we're seeing Sean Bryan been able to stay with Lewis Manley, and it's also why Lewis Manley's going defensive every single time down the backstretch. And most of that happens here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A neater run by Bryan perhaps than Manley is making that difference, although that's about the biggest gap he's had for several laps.
Yeah, it's the first time Lewis actually hasn't had to defend going into that hairpin since I got here. So interesting stuff, but maybe Bryan just buying his time. 9 minutes to go. These guys have yet to make a pit stop in line.
Of course.
So there's still plenty of time for Sean, and he's weighing up Manley. Could there be a little bit of a I've won a BRKC championship, you haven't, Lewis, sort of thing? Will that be getting in Lewis's head, maybe? He's such a cool customer, surely not.
Who knows, to be honest, but I should imagine sitting behind him, Sean Briley might be thinking that.
There'll be a sly smile under that M for M3.
And defensive again, because guess what? He's much closer. Yeah.
All because of that final corner coming out of that hairpin, the snail section.
There's very much a sixth sense when it comes to karting, because there are no mirrors and the corners are fairly tight. But in this situation, Lewis Manley, he won't even be able to look across the track and see Sean Briley's periphery, and yet he knows where he is.
Yeah, he does.
It's like a sixth sense, isn't it?
It is, and that's the level of drivers this year. You can do that when you've got drivers such as Manley and Briley, who again, you could say they know this circuit like the back of their hand. There he goes again, Manley defensive, but it's the same line. He looks like he's really defending, but I think it's just, you can see through his visor. He's cool as anything, and it's just, it looks good for us watching, but at the same time, it looks like Sean's really attacking it over this time. One thing I can notice about this layout, the overtaking opportunities don't seem as, prominent as they were in the other layout.
Well, everyone practices the snail layout. You come here and, because obviously people can come and drive here at Formula Fast, it's week in, week out, you can rock up and do a 15-minute session, you can race with your friends, you can take part in their competitions, things like that. You'll be driving these karts and you'll be driving the normal route, which is the snail section. So everybody practices the snail section. There's a good overtaking spot in the snail section, isn't there? Yeah. So now everyone's got to figure that out, where it is here. So maybe it lends itself less well. It might well be, as we're seeing, a slightly different approach to it than with Sean Briley could be yielding results down the end. Now, it seems to be like Lewis Manley's kind of got in the habit of a random cover, but no, he's on the outside because he knows he's far away. It looked earlier on as though it wasn't so much defence as, well, I'll just make sure I've got that base cover.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to cover off from Sean Briley, haven't you? Because he'll stick his cart in through anything.
He'll take it, yeah, absolutely. Give him about the space of a book.
What is it? Give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Oh, won't he just? And a position, yeah. So here he comes. Now, this could be where we think Sean Briley's doing the work, probably on that corner there, maybe the one before it, to get a good run. They aren't coming up to back markers. Do you think back markers are going to play a part on this layout? Because obviously it's one thing getting the blue flag, but it's a whole other thing being able to get out of the way. You've got to be somewhere, haven't you? Oh, it's in the pits.
Yeah, Gavin Williams in the pit lane, 2 green lights, he's fine. Manley's in the pit lane now. Let's see, good on gate number 1. Felt like a little slow getting away though. Gate number 2, much earlier on the throttle. That was a good exit. Manley out of the pit lane, very close with back markers.
And the race leader comes out right behind Sam Cox. He got squeezed a bit there. Cox couldn't do anything about it, but Sean Briley's waving at what he considers a back marker. We assume that's Gavin Williams, and he's trying down the inside. He's made contact and he's waving away, but Sean Briley won't know that Lewis Manley's had exactly the same thing on the other side of the track.
No, and he's fuming. Sean Briley is absolutely livid at that, and that's sort of, you could say, 6 or 1 half a dozen of the other. Manley was that little bit delayed in the pit lane, a little bit delayed coming out, and now Sean's at the. I was just going to suggest this would be the chance for Briley to come in the pits and pounce whilst Manley was that little bit held up. But obviously now the same thing's happened to him. Ooh, this will be tight.
Could that have evened things out?
Potentially. I mean, the gap, it says on the screen we're looking at, it's 9.6 seconds. That really isn't enough, is it? It needs to be that little bit more if Briley is going to jump ahead of Manley. And remember, of course, Manley will have the momentum coming out of the final corner. So Briley needs to try and just get that little bit of a gap, but still he is behind the 2 back markers in front of him. And again, we use the term back markers very loosely. Super quick drivers, but just maybe not to the level of Sean Briley.
And we're talking about the American Miles Brown here and Josh Selway ahead. So they are 6th and 7th. So they are some way up the order. Now, will Sean Briley use this to come into the pits, because he sees he's got 2 back markers. He's already been held up. Do you think this is actually a harder layout? But hang on, will we have a pit stop? Will we? No, we don't.
No, I personally think that's probably a bad move there for Briley, because now as soon as he's waving. He's waving now at the cars in front. I'd be like, Briley, I'd have pitted there. But again, heat of the moment there. He's probably just thinking, I've got to get past, forgetting that I could have pitted. It's a very simple thing to do. We have the 19 now into the pit lane. Ben Churchill gets a green light on gate number 1, comes into gate number 2 now. Looks pretty good. Gets the green, he comes out crucially in front of some traffic though, as he's having to deal with James Burgess.
It's a race position. James Burgess is right after Ben Churchill. Ben Churchill building up the momentum. Burgess has the momentum, and Burgess is all over the back of Churchill in the new area there. Strike while the iron's hot, Steve. James Burgess is clearly all over the back of Ben Churchill. He's got Jupp van Lionhorst with him.
Von Linehorst, what a name, eh? Fantastic. Yeah, but he did well there. He came out and he just, like you say, kept the position. I'm too busy watching this Briley battle. I think he really has shot himself in the foot there by not coming in. He's managed to get himself ahead of Miles Brown now, but that would have cost him a couple of tenths, and the gap was 9.9 seconds to Manley. It's now down to 9.3, 6 tenths of a second he lost there on that one move.
And the pit stop option is there. Briley hasn't taken it. Again, there's only 3.5 minutes. Sean knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's a former BRKC champion.
He's always going to say
But I am honestly surprised he didn't pit behind Miles Brown.
Just to throw in a little bit of something there, James, Sean Briley's actually gained time on Lewis Manley there, despite the fact that he's had to deal with those back markers. He's gained about 0.3 of a second on that last lap alone. So he's still gaining some time here.
That tells me two things. One, the hero that is Sean Briley really is the hero that is Sean Briley. And the second thing is it kind of also proves that although they're back markers, they're not very slow. The back markers are very fast. They might appear to be in the way, but they are actually carrying speed, or Sean Briley would have lost a lot of time to Lewis Manley and possibly the race win.
It's now, you're looking at Lewis Manley, he now has the space on the track. He's all in clear air, whereas Briley is just, obviously, he's just got past these back markers and there's a couple more in front of him. If Manley now has the opportunity to try and build this gap to Briley, this is where he's going to do it.
Yeah, and Sean Briley stays out. Now, will he take these back markers or will he pit? This is going to be very interesting now because it's 2.5 minutes to go. Briley's got to come in the pit. He's not been in yet, has he? I've not missed it.
No, he's not.
He's still evidence.
No, and he is the fastest on the track. He's still got the race's fastest lap time. As Lewis Manley we're looking at on screen now, he's the one trying to close this time in. Incredibly, we're talking about Lewis Manley here. If he was going to lose to anyone, you think of Lewis Manley, and somehow Sean Briley's got past another one without problem. He's the only one we're waiting for to come into the pits, right, Anthony?
He is the only one left to pit, and I think Sean Briley's actually had a stroke of genius here because the gap is nearly 10 seconds. If he can maintain this, well, actually, I say that, it's just dropped to 9.3. So, he needs to pit.
Yeah, he does. It's kind of cagey because brilliance is something we would kind of expect to see at some point from Sean Briley.
Sean in the pit.
He's in.
Let's see how it goes. Gate number 1 then comes in nice and early on the brakes, gets the green light. Where's Manley? Manley coming into the final corner now. It's going to be really close, but I think Briley or Lewis Manley's going to get it. It's close, but he's done it.
Manley's done it. He's got him more momentum than anything else. Manley was at full speed past the pit exit while Sean Briley was still building up. Now, the question is, though, there's a massive gaggle in front with just over a minute and a bit to go. There's probably about 4 laps in this race. A huge gaggle in front of them. If they catch it, look at this, Steve. There's 4 cars coming. We can see out the window here. We're looking at Sean Briley and Lewis Manley on screen. But I can tell you now, those people watching at home, just a couple of corners ahead, there's a gigantic 4-car train, all fighting for position, all down the back of the in the mid pack there. I think it's Jep van Linehorst and Josh Selway, Miles Brown, Gavin Williams, as Sean Briley makes his way around, chasing down Lewis Manley. I knew I'd say that at some point.
It could be Lewis Hamilton.
Well, yeah. But anyway, there comes Sean Briley. He's chasing down Lewis Manley down the backstretch there. But I must say, I'm getting excited about this 4-car battle up ahead of him.
I think they're not going to catch him. James.
Talk about timing.
But Briley, he's on a mission now. That gap has already gone down in the space of 1 lap, so he's on an absolute mission. I will be surprised if they're able to catch them all. There's a bit of a gap. I think it's Sam Cox, is it, who's just dropped back ever so slightly.
Yeah, 10. I think it is. I think it is Sam Cox. I think you're right there, or it could well be Siegenthaler, Lena Siegenthaler.
Yes, sorry.
It might be Siegenthaler, the Swiss driver. So. There they are turning in. There's Lewis Manley. I think closer than ever before is Sean Briley. He's the fastest one on the track. Sean Briley is the fastest one on the track. There's 2 laps to go. It's been given by the organisers. They're on the last lap now. As Lewis Manley continues round. Lewis Manley has the lead from Sean Briley on the last lap, but they're catching the back marker. Lena Siegenthaler from Switzerland into the tightest part of the track. Lewis Manley definitely cannot get past this area. Can he get past on the straight? Will Siegenthaler moves over?
There was a twitchy moment there.
That was Sean Briley's best hope.
And
as they come through, it's into the last couple of corners. Steve, this has been a heck of a tough race. They come across the line. It's going to be Lewis Manley. He's waving. He's glad. And Sean Briley's going to be distraught, surely, as they cross the line. It's Manley from Briley. Ben Churchill, he's going to get his third. Surely he's going to get his third. As Siegenthaler's crossed the line, We got Sam Cox crossing the line, and here comes,
Churchill.
oh, it's Churchill.
Yeah.
Churchill and Burgess, nose to tail. And it's going to be Churchill from Burgess, just Ben Churchill. Jupp van Leinhorst in the 5th place, Josh Selway 6th, Miles Brown 7th, Gavin Williams 8th, Sam Cox 9th, and Lena Siegenthaler 10th. Steve, that was a heck of a race.
That was fantastic, and I'll tell you what, that's going to do Lewis Manley's confidence a world of good. You could see how much that meant to him when he came across the line. Absolutely elated, and that's 2 out of 2 for Lewis.
Can I cut in here, Steve? Just before we go down to Anthony. Now, surely when he gets spoken to, Sean Brierley's going to be blaming back markers. Could he have pitted himself out of that as a driver?
He could have, but it all depends. You know, it depends what strategy Sean had in his head. The problem, what I could say, it looks like on this new layout is there's not many places for back markers to sort of move out of the way. So if you're shown a blue,
you've got to be somewhere.
There's not really anywhere you can go.
Right. Well, we're going to go down to Anthony Jordan there, as he's got somebody in hand by the looks of it.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, I'm going to chat to Lewis Manley. We didn't get to chat to him after he finished his first race in P1. We'll definitely chat to him this time around, and we'll see if we can get a word with Sean Brierley as well, just to see his strategy. Lewis, just very quickly, now you've got yourself weighed up, 2 for 2. That's definitely a confidence booster, I think, for you, and looking good to definitely get into that final later on.
Absolutely, I'm really happy with 2 out of 2 today. Perfect day, to be honest, because I'm done for today, so I've got a really tasty first heat for tomorrow morning, so the qualifying lap was really good, so I was very happy with that, and Sean Brierley was really putting me under pressure throughout the race. When I was happy enough that when he came out the pit lane, I had more of a gap, and then towards the end I thought the back marker wasn't going to get out of the way, so I was really concerned, so thankfully it did. Just managed to cross the line first, so couldn't have asked for more. Really am so delighted.
Exactly. Mate, congratulations, well done. 2 for 2, rest up tonight, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Cheers, thanks.
Excellent stuff. Right, so we've got Sean Brierley just behind us as well. Sean, I want to have a quick chat. I see you chatting with Dante Dillon there. I hope it was about the strategy in that race, because there was a moment where Lewis had pitted, you got caught up with a load of back markers, and personally, me and James in the commentary, we were screaming, Sean, pit now, pit now. What was going through your mind there?
It would have been a mistake to pit then. There's not a guarantee that I'd have beaten Lewis through the pit, so I tried to make up time. Unfortunately, 3 of the 4 back markers I passed ignored blue flags for a good 2 laps, and I came out just behind. I think I would have had enough to pass, but it is what it is. If he hadn't pitted, I would have behind that to try and go through the same thing. I had to counter him, and because the first ones didn't let me through, I had to keep going longer to build up the gap again, and it just never came back to me.
Still a good result, though. That's a P1 and a P2 now, so still happy results and looking good for tomorrow still?
Yeah, I mean, you asked me for what I would take at the start of the day. I mean, looking at it and the amount of practice I did coming into this, I'd happily take 19 points. It's just a little gutting, given the state of the race in the second part, that it didn't come away with 20, but it's still in a good position.
It all falls down to that final, though. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Excellent stuff there for Sean Brierley and Lewis Manley. Clearly very happy. Green flag is out for the next one. James, who have we got?
Well, we'll go through it in a second. Just one thing on the Sean Brierley situation. Obviously, those watching at home, and Anthony, Steve up here probably agree as well. It's like you're going to have to do something, and whether you do a pit stop, whether you try and fight your way through, it's going to either be the right or wrong thing to do, and you never really know till it's done. It's one of them hindsight things, really, isn't it? Anyway, let's have a look. Who we got up next? So we've got right. In the 4th heat race of this revised layout, remember they're all tackling it for the first time, those of you watching at home, we've got Ben Paynes, we've got Sven Hendrickson, we've got Adam Davis, Ivan Shana, Jamie Sherman Chase, Charlie Radford, Jennifer Tompkins, Jonathan Wilson, Kuba Pacholski and Brian van der Eind. Steve, you've got some news reference Adam Davis about health.
Yeah, unfortunately on the last race he seems to have jarred his arm quite badly. We think he might be potentially a bit of nerve damage or trapped nerve. So we've been on the phone to the physio, we've been to the pharmacy, he's had all sorts given to him, advice given to him, but when he came off after the last race he was in a lot of pain, couldn't actually lift his seat out of his car. So it's been interesting to see how he does here in reference to the pain, but Adam's a fighter, he's going to keep going, and we'll see how he gets on.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on him and how he's doing. The checker flag is out, the times are coming in. We've got Sven Hendrickson listed as quickest at the moment from Ivan Shana, but Jamie Sherman Chase has managed to take pole position ahead of Sven Hendrickson. Ivan Scharner pushed to third. Jonathan Wilson, who we saw leading earlier on, in fourth, and Bran van Ende, Kuba Pucholski in sixth. Charlie Ratford, earlier race winner, is down in seventh. Adam Davis is in eighth. We know he's in pain. Jenny Tompkins ninth, and Ben Paynes in 10th. But what about that from Jamie Sherman Chase? Well, in the BRKC, he's been a front runner in that. I mean, he was third in the lightweight. I know they have lots of different categories and stuff, but he was third in the lightweight. But he's not someone we've seen here at Formula Fast, and we've not seen him here in this format. So my big question will be: is he's got the speed? Now we need to see the racing brain.
Has he got the nerves? Has he got the nerves to
and
hold
the strategy?
Polish champions, all sorts of.
Well, he's got the he's
Gonna
got
test him.
Sven Hendrickson, who you would think would be Scandinavian, but is actually Dutch. And then behind that is the Hungarian Ivan Scharner. Ivan Scharner, regular on the European scene. And here we go. We're going to get an answer to that now, because here comes Jamie Sherman Chase leading the way in the 11 kart. There he is in that green and black overall. Is he going to pull the pin? No, they're still yellow. They're green, and he's away. So Jamie Sherman Chase, they were quite late on the green there, but Sherman Chase has the lead. He's leading through advice, but there's a lot of looking over the shoulder. Might be a bit early to do that, Steve.
A little bit, but obviously it's like you said. They've got contacts all the way through there, and it's in such a tight bit of corner in there, and it's Adam Davis who managed to get himself through there. He's actually made a position. Somebody pushed way out. Was that Pucholski?
I think he's side by side with is it Charlie Ratford?
Or is it Ratford?
I don't know. He's side by side with somebody.
It was all.
And there's more contact for this Ratford, who's lost out big time. Ratford's been bundled out now. The red flag is out. Is somebody?
Well, no, I'm just looking at that. I don't think there's anything drama related out on the track involving anyone for the red. I just think it's there was absolute carnage going into the bowl section. Looking at the other side of the circuit, and all looks fine and well. I literally just think it was the comings together at the back of that group. They were fighting like they were fighting for first on a last lap.
Well, we're looking down there. There's Ratford down there. He, of course, we saw winning earlier on, Steve. He's had an amazing tournament so far, but he's found himself bundled to the back. Quite what they're going to do, we will see. We will let those at home know what's going on when we know anything. But in the meantime, we're looking there. That's the back of Adam Davis there, isn't it, in the 20? Steve, we know he's got a sore arm. Is he holding it? Is he looking in pain there?
Yeah, he's doing something there. That's not a natural seating position
no.
for Adam. He's, or maybe he's
it's not a natural seating position for anyone.
No, doesn't look good. But adrenaline is a fantastic thing, and hopefully it's going to push him through. But looking at Charlie Ratford, I mean, as we've said, Charlie already won his first heat, and now he's down in last. That shows the competitiveness this year, that you can be quite easily at the front one race and at the back in the other.
Absolutely, it's there's nowhere to hide.
James, can I just come in quickly? There is a false start flag that is being shown on the Digi flag on the start-finish line. Now, if that's being shown, something tells me that we're going to see a full race restart here, as a red flag has come out pretty much on lap one. It looks like the Formula Fast team are working on a damaged barrier just where our boom camera is that pans around, and I think that was due to the contact that we saw from the drivers who were at the back of the field on that one.
Yeah, I think like the entire tail of half of the field was involved in some sort of massive goings on down there. But yeah, the interesting thing was we saw Jamie Sherman Chase take the start, and it looked like a very late green flag from what we'd seen so far. If you think back to the earlier races, we're sort of getting the green. They're going green, which means it's then over to the driver to decide, isn't it? The pole-sitting driver to decide when to pull the pin, so to speak. But the green light was not actually brought on until Sherman Chase was practically at the line. So maybe it's something to do with that. Maybe they weren't happy and then were happy, and then decided they need to do something. So we'll see what happens. It could well be that it's a complete restart, or so they're going to bring him around again. The marshal's on the backstretch now. He's going to line them up probably in original grid order, in which case we will we'll have a little bit of shuffling going on, probably much to the relief of the likes of Charlie Ratford.
Yeah, I mean, he's been given a lifeline there, hasn't he? Certainly has to be to go back and have another shot at it, really. But I know Adam's going to be frustrated with that, because he actually managed to gain 2 positions there, and so now he's going to be back to where he was. It's,
for all that Ratford might feel a net loss, Adam Davis had a net gain. There's winners and losers, and here comes Ratford. He's actually making a big run down the side there. He's taken up his original place. So is another driver. That's not Sherman Chase, is it? It's sort of his colours, but I think Sherman Chase is already up there at the front, isn't he?
Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah, they're moving everyone around on the back straight. That's all. Just
so there's Jamie Sherman Chase. You can see at the front there in the yellow and black. He's going to be leading the way again, followed by Sven Hendrickson. Ivan Shani, you can see there just to your left of your screen with the predominantly green fronted helmet and the blue suit. Ivan Shana, he is a known quantity in this race. He's probably the most known quantity from an international point of view that everybody would know. And so the fact that he is third does suggest a lot about the performance of those two in front of him. Clearly some discussion going on. I think he's probably talking, re-questioning that initial take-up again. Obviously we don't know that much about Jamie Sherman Chase. He's new this year, but is that a Club 100 logo on the top of his overall there? So it may well be that he does a lot of the outdoor karting with Club 100. Yes, it is. So obviously this is someone who's not going to be shabby at driving a racing car. Question is it's about the strategy really from his point of view, isn't it? This won't be something he knows too much about.
No, and he's going to have to make it count. He's in the front of the car, and let's see how long the green light takes to come on this time.
Yeah, when are we getting that green?
Yeah,
straight away, there we go. So it's much earlier green light there. Sherman Chase gets away in that lead that he wanted. Sven Hendrickson's gone with him, but Ivan Shana is probably going to want to get a bit of move on early in this race. The thing with Shana is he's just really quick, isn't he? No matter what happens, if there's a gap, he closes it.
He does, certainly, and that's, you would expect that from Shana, wouldn't you? Again, he's got titles coming out of every orifice. But Adam Davis again there making a move, just trying to get into Charlie Ratford has gone backwards again. What a shame. He's now back, I think, into 8th position, but the leaders are coming through here, and it's Jamie Sherman Chase leading the way. He's got his head down, and he's already pulling a tiny bit of a gap now to Sven Hendrickson. Jana going with Hendrickson in 3rd, and then Jockey Wilson, as he likes to be called, in 4th place.
Well, you can see Jamie Sherman Chase has got the measure of this new section clearly. He's got Sven Hendrickson going with him. Ivan Shana would really be the danger man, you'd have to say, on paper. But so Sherman Chase is probably, with the best will in the world, would rather see over his shoulder Hendrickson than Shana. Shana means absolute danger, whereas Hendrickson is at least a slightly unknown quantity.
It could be that could literally be the thing that saves Jamie, because if Sven is able to hold up Jana, it could give him the chance to just break away. But then is Jana going to use his head? Is he going to maybe take a pit stop if he feels Sven is holding him up? Johnny Wilson is going with them as well. That front four is still quite compact, but if you look down the back straight now, you can see that Jamie Chase is just starting to open up that gap ever so slightly. It's there on the screen. It is Sven Hendrickson just starting to struggle with the likes of Jana and Wilson right behind.
So Jamie Sherman Chase crosses the line again, another lap in the books with him in the lead. So that's 2 laps complete. He's on the 3rd lap. I want to look just a little bit down to 4th place actually, because Jonathan Wilson will feel he's got some unfinished business from that earlier race. He was leading and ended up in 3rd. He could have lost out in a bit of a kerfuffle. And there's Jonathan Wilson going out of view now. He's in 4th place at the moment as we look at Jamie Sherman Chase. But Wilson down the backstretch there, he's probably anything Shana does, he'd be wise to follow, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he certainly would, and that's what he's doing. He's keeping with him really, really well. And I know Johnny. I think the first time I met Johnny was at Three Sisters Karting in Wigan, along with Barry Lakes, and 2 of those very good friends. He's doing well to hold on to this pack. The only problem I can see is just this infield section seems very, very difficult to overtake. It's going to take a massive lunge from someone to try and get a pass overtaken in that area.
And we are dealing with a situation of some people are going to get it faster than others, aren't they? That section, and that is what the important thing is. You kind of work into the unknown. It's one thing being fast because you've done 10,000 laps. It's a whole other thing when it's okay, there's a new track, show us what you can do. And certainly showing us what he can do is Jamie Sherman Chase. As in the pits, have we got one?
Kuba Pacholski in the pits. 2 green lights, back out on track, no drama.
Now that is something relevant, because Kuba Pacholski is one of the fancied runners going into this. He's very much a known quantity from a worldwide, certainly a Europe-wide point of view. So Kuba Pacholski there, what can he do lap-wise as we're looking again at Jamie Sherman Chase? And what is Jamie Sherman Chase's strategy going to be? Because this is going to be something new for him, surely.
He's got to keep going. I mean, he's got a 1.3 second lead already. That is really good, but it is, as we predicted, James. Zharna is now sort of getting held up by Hendrickson. Not in a way that Hendrickson's driving slow. Obviously, the defensive lines he's taking is just slowing him that little bit more of his, a few tenths of a second a lap. But this is giving Jamie Sherman Chase a real opportunity now to build on this. The nerves in that suit are going to be crazy, because he has a real opportunity here to take his first BRKC win.
So, talking to BRKC wins, those of you at home, you're listening to Steve Gray there, who's won a BRKC race himself. He is in competition this weekend. A little bit of a tough time in the mid-pack in the earlier race, and yet to tackle this revised section. But, Steve, if you were in Ivan Zharna's position now, would you be thinking about a pit stop, or would you be more worried about what you come out into rather than what you're pitting away from?
Honestly, if this was me and I was able to keep up with Hendrickson, I'd be jumping around in that car like a kid at Christmas. But no, you have to look at it in terms of, if I felt Hendrickson was holding me up, then yes, the dart into the pit lane could potentially be the way. But it's where, as James says, it's where you come out on the track. You need to time it perfectly to come out either in space or just in front of someone. And that is what a lot of this is about. So many drivers here are so good at being able to look at the times and to see where, if I pit it now, I'm going to come out on this point of track, be ahead of whatever. And that is 90% of the game, in my opinion.
It's 100% 3D chess game, this one, isn't it? As it's Ivan Zharna we're really thinking of there. Ivan Zharna, the multiple Hungarian champion. But of course, Jamie Sherman Chase is actually driving away from all of them. It's an incredible showing there. He's actually currently fastest on the track, is he? No, currently fastest. Would you believe it? Adam Davis.
He's in pain and he's got the fastest lap. I mean, that says it all. That sums up Adam in a nutshell. What a fantastic effort that is.
He's in a hurry to get back to the pits, really, isn't he?
He wants his medicine.
He wants to get this race out of the way. Now, there he is on screen now. That's Adam Davis there in the number 20. He's chasing down Bram van der Eind. And Bram van der Eind is in turn chasing Jonathan Wilson, who in turn is looking at Ivan Zharna. Oh, in the pits, waving already. Here you go, Anthony.
Yep, indeed. That's a nice quick entry for the number 20, Adam Davis. Let's see how he does. Gets a green light on light number 1. Comes towards gate number 2. Wait for it. There's the green. Comes out neck and neck here with the number 18.
And was he able to do that without stopping, Anthony, on that last position?
That was a pretty slick stop, I've got to say. It was well controlled. I think he did stop for a brief moment there, but he was on the centre. He got the green light. It was all clean.
I mean, the Holy Grail will be able to do it without actually coming to a dead stop, Steve. However impossible that is. But that was about as close as you're ever going to get to a rolling pit stop, isn't it?
You can do it, but it does take a heck of an effort to do it. And like you say, he might have just...
scope for...
Yeah, that's it. And if you mess it up, that's it. But he's very frustrated, Adam, because he has just come out there behind Pichulski. And of course, Adam was ahead of him before the pit stops. Obviously, we know how good Cuba is, but still, you can see the shake of the head as he came out. He was trying to stay in front of Pichulski, but unfortunately not this time. But now it's just the case, get onto the back of him and try and keep his pace, because we know he's rapid.
And obviously we're all Adam Davis fans here in the commentary, but from Kuba Pichulski's point of view, his earlier pit stop will be exactly for reasons like this, to leapfrog the likes of Adam Davis, who he knows are quick and who he knows are going to be difficult to tackle actually on track. It is literally get in the pits and then be ballistically fast and see how it pans out. It's panned out well for Pichulski initially, although Davis is not being left, is he? What are they doing on time, Steve? Who's quick and who's not in terms of those two?
The fastest lap's actually gone to
on the last lap?
On the last lap, sorry.
Oh, it's identical, isn't it?
Yeah, completely identical.
32.2.
Sven Hendriksen's actually just done the quickest lap so far, 31.97.
And look at Sven Hendrickson. He's closed in on race leader, so far from Jamie Sherman Chase pulling away. It is, in fact, Sven Hendrickson who's closing, and guess who's gone with him? Multiple Hungarian champion, it's Ivan Zharna. And Jamie Sherman Chase is going to have his hands full in a second, but he's not got to get rattled here. I'm sure he can handle that side of things. What's he going to do strategy-wise? That's what we're thinking. And what is Ivan Zharna going to do? Because he won't have a clue about these two in front of him, surely.
I'm wondering if Jamie Sherman Chase has made a mistake there, because he had a 1.4 second gap a couple of laps ago, and all of a sudden Sven Hendrickson, although he set the fastest lap, is now right behind him. So maybe, you could say a little bit of nerves, possibly getting to Jamie there. Again, he is leading his first BRKC heat race. One little tiny mistake and these guys are all over you like a rash.
Now, those watching at home, you'd have seen that signal there from Ivan Zharna. That's one of those signals you'll find in indoor karting. And basically what he's saying is just keep going. I'm not going to challenge you. So clearly, Zharna has seen that Hendrickson's really closing on Jamie Sherman Chase and is thinking, well, if he does not fight him, then obviously they'll close. The pair of them will close up on the race leader, Sherman Chase, and if he allows Hendrickson a shot at the leader, he can actually follow through on that and then try and take Hendrickson himself. That may be his plan, Steve.
It could be his plan, yeah. It'd be a very good plan if it all pans out. That would be very interesting indeed. It's so close. Jana in the pits.
Yep, Shana in the pit lane then. Let's see how well he does here. Ivan waits for that first green light, gets it. That's a nice getaway. Comes to a complete stop at gate 2. Early on the throttle, 2 green lights. Comes out neck and neck with the number 21.
And he comes out just behind Jenny Tompkins. Jenny Tompkins there. She has not pitted, I believe, Anthony. She's the in 6th place. The one behind her, Shana, has pitted. So Ivan Shana. Now the whole point of that, Steve, will have been Shana thinking he's quicker than the 2 ahead. As it happened, there's another one in the pits. We'll deal with that in a minute.
Yep, there is indeed. It's the number 17. This is Sven Hendrickson, who's in the pit lane. Green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2 now. Looking good on exit. Nice short stop. Straight away now the number 21 is in.
Oh, he's going to get run, and Shana's moving towards the outside. Shana has momentum, but he can't make it work.
Where can he go? Where can he go? Shana had the momentum there. There was just nowhere for him to go. That's an example there of actually if he can get out of the pit lane in front, you can hold that position, even though the car behind has momentum. Again, another wave from Shana. His hand's constantly off that wheel. He may as well drive one-handed.
Yeah, Shana calling the shots. Shana...
race leader in.
Yeah, race
Jamie
leader.
Sherman Chase in, and it's a 2 green lights. It's going to come out well ahead of these 2.
And an amazing pit stop there, Jamie Sherman Chase. Please, Anthony, please confirm that was legit and that was a good stop.
That was legit and a good stop there for Jamie Sherman Chase. He has got a commanding lead now.
Amazing performance there by Jamie Sherman Chase, and he's come out. Now, the questions we were asking with over his, not his ability to be fast, but his ability to handle the strategy, Steve, I think they've been answered right there. He's actually a better strategist than he is fast.
That's absolutely brilliant. What a great pit stop, and he's done that to perfection. Look at the gap now. The gap will just be a second. Someone just come out. That was Charlie Radford's just come out of the pit lane, so he has leapfrogged Adam Davis. Adam, he must be starting to struggle now with that race because I know how much pain he was in. But he still, if he can get back onto the tail of Radford, maybe go with him. But no, going back to Jamie, yeah, that was what he needed to do. The pit lane was spot on, no nerves whatsoever, and he's now got a bigger gap than he had before.
But the strategy maestro must be this one in the red suit in front. Kuba Pacholski, we saw the early pit stop and he's come out right behind those he wanted to close in on, which is Shana, it's Hendrickson, it's Sherman Chase. Sherman Chase, though, is really kind of trying to pull away here. Anthony, we were talking over you a little bit when Charlie Radford came in. We're assuming everything was good. Was it a fast one?
Yeah, no, it was a good stop on that one. It was all fine. Jennifer Tompkins also has done her pit stop. Also, Brown van der Eyden also has just done his pit stop. So we're looking like it's only Jonathan Wilson who's left the pit now, and then everyone's pitted. So right now, what you're seeing is probably what you'll see at the end of this race.
Yeah, what you're seeing is what you're going to get. Now, there's just under 8 minutes yet, so we may not see Jonathan Wilson in any time soon. Steve, have you any sort of thoughts? Obviously, you know Jonathan. Have you any sort of thoughts whether he might go long in this? Could this be he's going to sit right out there in the lead right till the end? Will he look for traffic, or will he just come in fairly soon?
You know what? I'm looking at Jonathan's lap times, and he's pulling away from Jamie Sherman Chase. The gap was 7.4 seconds 2 laps ago, and it's now up to 8.0. We say, don't we, as a rule of thumb, a pit stop, a good pit stop to come in and out takes around 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So if he can just plug away, he's got plenty of time, clear track, no one around him. If he can get his head down and try and maybe just build that gap, I mean, it's a heck of an ass, you could say the least, but it's possible. I mean, Jamie Sherman Chase isn't sort of under pressure at the minute because of Sven and Jana fighting behind, but if Johnny can get his head down and do this, he could have pulled a masterstroke here.
Yes, he could. Now, obviously, what we've got to consider is where he will come out when he does, if he pitted out.
Can I just interject? I've got invalid stop 11 that's just come up on my digi flag. That is Jamie Sherman Chase. Now, I saw 2 green lights. I don't know where that's come from, but I'm going to find out some info.
Yeah, please do, Anthony, because that is something. I mean, we were quite surprised with the lead he came out of the pits, and to be honest with you, we're very much on side up here, Steve. We wanted him to do this. This is an amazing performance, but that maybe would answer that question, because
right. I have an update.
Yeah, we've got an update, Steve.
Yeah, and he's in the pit lane now. It was gate 1 that went yellow. I didn't see it. I thought it was green, but race control have confirmed they've seen it. It was yellow. There's penalty served now.
Yeah, the question mark was going to be on the strategy. This is not something he's going to be used to. This is the European format, and as far as I know, Steve, no one else in the UK does it, because this is very much the European format. So, Jamie Sherman Chase, we know he's fast. The question mark was going to be on the strategy, and of course that is, but it's important he keeps his head up, because this ain't over yet, because he's built up such a lead running at the front that he's going to come out. Where is he? He's
just behind Adam Davis. He's come out in 8th place, so he has dropped.
Right, but he's come out in 8th place with probably somewhere in the region about half a dozen laps to go. So, you know, knuckle down, and you know, there's plenty of time to be upset about it after the race. Now's the time to just do what you can and see what you end up with. But look at Kuba Pacholski, no question there. So the new leader, unbelievably, well,
in the pitch, Johnny Wilson.
Yeah, this is probably about 2 laps too soon.
Yeah, he gets 2 green, and he's come out right neck and neck.
Now, Steve, how much later could he have left that? Because you have to think, oh, he's been bundled aside by Pacholski.
That was a bit naughty. That I just saw out the corner of my eye.
Fairly robust. We'll see what the organisers say.
I would have thought, to be fair, I think Johnny did that right. You know, he could have stayed out for another lap or so, but you know, the gap was 9 seconds. He wasn't going to gain another second over the next lap, so he's come out probably where he was. He's dropped down to 3rd place now. Whether the steward will have a look and see if that was a bit of a naughty move or not, we'll have to wait and see.
James, can I just come in quickly?
Hang on a second, Steve. We're going to go to Anthony in the pit.
Yeah, just quickly. The 18 is now under investigation. Kuba Pacholski for that incident, but then also Jonathan Wilson. There is a new regulation coming into this year. There is a white light that flashes saying pit's closing. If drivers see that one, they have to pit that lap. Jonathan Wilson did not. He waited after it, and I think he's just been given an invalid stop. That is not a good stop.
Oh dear. So in other words, there's absolutely no point, because I mean that's him busted from the race, right?
I'm pretty sure. I will confirm that. But I've got words in my ear saying that, yeah, he pitted too late. Well,
we're on the last lap. Just while we're doing that last lap, I mean, gosh, we can't take this away from the incredible performance by Sven Hendrickson. He's going to win this thing now. He's leading from the front. He's got Ivan Sharner behind, Kuba Pacholski, and Jonathan Wilson, who we don't know about. But here they come for the last corner. It is the incredible Sven Hendrickson. Sven Hendrickson takes the win from Ivan Sharner, Kuba Pacholski into 3rd, and what a result there. Anthony, we're going to go over to you now, because I think you've got a lot of work down there now to ascertain everything, as well as the interviews you've got to do.
Yes, there's quite a bit I've got to do, but it's okay. I've got my trusty notes, I've got a pen, I've got a microphone, and what more could you ask for? Maybe some hand warmers. That's what I could ask for.
Some answers is what we're asking for.
Yeah, okay, all right, I'll get to that bit. I've got to wait for the drivers to come in. You've thrown to me so early. Hello, everyone. But yeah, we've got the next drivers about to get ready to go for that one. I just want to confirm the one thing, just quickly, before you... No, he's going to ignore me. There you go. Well, that happens quite often. We'll deal with that. But, well, we'll give it to this man here, Sven Hendrickson. What a drive. I mean, I couldn't really put a finger on who was going to take the win on that one, but for Sven, certainly a very good one. I definitely want to have a chat with him. I also want to have a chat with Jamie Sherman Chase as well, only because obviously I'm sure he's a little bit deflated after that one. Sven, let's have a quick chat with you. I know you've not been weighed in yet, but we'll have a quick chat now. What a drive on that one. Were you expecting a race win there?
Yeah, I didn't expect it at all. Yeah, it's just the person in front who got a penalty in the pits. That actually gave me the win. So yeah, I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, superb performance. We'll let you get yourself weighed in, but congratulations on that one. Make sure he's all legit on that one. I want to head down very quickly speaking to Jamie Sherman Chase, because Jamie had an absolutely superb race. I can see him just here. Jamie, come here. Come to this side for me. Come to this side for me. Camera's just here. Mate, well, you were leading that one for all of it. It was looking absolutely superb. We were talking, God, is he going to know the strat? Does he know this? Because it's a new position for you to be in. You did absolutely perfectly, but that pit stop, yeah. What happened?
Really good. So I normally try and stop with my front of the car at my line. I stopped him halfway over the line, and that's completely messed up all my timing. So obviously I just went too early than what I normally would. For a new position for me, I didn't really know what to do. I didn't know if I was going to come up behind them, in front of them, so I just have to push as much as I can. Really strong performance of a pit stop. I'm happy with it, but really not much chance of getting to the semis now. But I got the second heat on this track. looking forward to do well on that one as well, yeah.
Well, we'll wish you all the best for that one, but that was a solid performance, so keep your head up.
Yeah, it was really good, I'm happy, thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Jamie, good stuff there for the rest of our drivers. Another one coming up very soon. Drivers looking pretty strong, looking pretty quick. Here's some of the marshals here at Formula Fast, if you want to pan around. Don't look at me, look at the marshals. There we go, good stuff, there you go. You think the cameraman would get the cue at that point, but he doesn't. There you go, hard-working marshals here at Formula Fast. There we go, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. There we go. James, back up to you.
Absolutely. Well, after quite an outstanding heat race, there are some surprise results, and that was, that was going from surprise to surprise, that one. But an incredible run there for Sven Hendrickson. Unexpected to a degree, just simply from a point of view of a new name to us here at Formula Fast. Now, up next, we've got Frederick Navarro against Christopher Ball, Henry Barrington, Bobby McGeer, Bradley Shepherd, Harley Smith, James Miller, Aaron Bell, Felipe Vieira and Ryan Taylor. Now, Anthony, if I can just join you and bring you in this one. We, of course, were feeling desperately sorry for Bobby McGeer earlier on, weren't we? With the unfortunate pit stops, etc. And so Bobby McGeer is out in this one, and hopefully he can show us what his real potential is.
I hope so indeed. Yeah, we obviously saw that drama with the double stacking and just mistimed it, and yeah, you just got to feel for him on that one. But like you say, he'll have learned from that. I'm sure he'll probably watched it back on the live stream as well, and just thought, yeah, okay, that was probably a my bad on that one, and let's see what he can do this time.
Yeah, he was the champion down at Brentwood last year, so he certainly knows how to race. Obviously, they clearly don't do pit stops there at Brentwood. That was where he fell down a bit, but that's in the bank of experience now, so we'll see what Bobby McGeer can do this time around. Now the checker's coming out. We're going to see the lap times coming down. The first one through, it is Harley Smith. Now Harley Smith's on pole, but he's been beaten by Ryan Taylor, and Bobby McGeer's gone through into second place. Bobby McGeer, fourth Aaron Bell, and a new top one, that's Christopher Ball. Christopher Ball has won the Bradley Shepherd race, been beaten by Felipe Vieira. Felipe Vieira has gone to first, and Felipe Vieira is going to be on pole position as they come around to take the start. Now, obviously, Lewis, we've got Lewis Manley here, who's you saw racing and winning earlier on. 2 wins in the bag, Lewis, so it's looking good for you at the moment. However, what do you think of this race?
As Vieira's got the pole position, so that's a good effort. I expected Shepherd was going to get in that car 11, but only P3 for him, so he will be a little bit disappointed with that. But of course, we know how aggressive his racecraft is, but he's got Chris Ball ahead of him. I don't know if their team know they're not, because I think Chris Ball's a little bit lower down than the team, but they definitely got the same suits on, so it depends what they do from the start.
Absolutely, the BSR Bradley Shepherd Racing team boss is Bradley Shepherd, and there he is on the right of your screen with the orange and black, the one waving around a little bit. So Felipe Vieira, the Portuguese driver, is going to take the pole position there. He's there starting first. Christopher Ball, a BSR driver, running in second place, and another BSR driver, the boss himself, is Bradley Shepherd running in third. One thing I would say though is Bradley Shepherd does kind of run a pretty open team. He's not going to expect any sort of gimmies from Christopher Ball ahead. Now, Felipe Vieira is going to take the start. Is he going to go early? When are the greens coming on? The greens are on now. Felipe Vieira is going for it. He's across the line, and there is Chris Ball behind him. They're line astern going through into the new section. It's the first time under race conditions for these guys into this new section here as they feed their way through. It's always difficult. None of them have driven this track yet, apart from the qualifying lap that you just saw. So it's not like they've been out of practice, unlike the other layout where they've been practicing for days. So around, down the back stretch there, this is a really important part of the track, Lewis Manley.
Absolutely, Vieira's got a bit of a gap on Chris Ball already, so it was a really good start on the start. So he's got a little bit of a gap, so within probably nearly a second or so. Shepherd's not that close enough at the minute to Chris Ball, but they need to get settled down for this new layout, as it's brand new to these 10 guys, and of course the 100 that's doing this. So it's as the left-right left-handers are really tight and twisty, so it looks like they're pretty good through there.
Absolutely, they're pretty clean and kind of matching each other as they go around. Some gaps appearing, it has to be said, but we've seen that in all the other races. Meantime, though, we are looking at Chris Ball being chased down by the team boss, Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd the boss of Bradley Shepherd Racing. He has a number of teams here. So he's got a lot of work to do as Bradley Shepherd. He's just keeping tabs on his drivers as well as his own, but nearly down the inside of ball in the pits.
James Miller in the pits. It's a good one on light number 1, and it's a good one on light number 2. He's back out on track.
James Miller, a finalist in the last 2 editions of the BRKC. Obviously that's a different sort of event to this. Keep referring to that one because there are a lot of competitors who do both. The British Rental Car Championship does differ because it's on the European style of things rather than multiple rounds. However, that is relevant for James Miller because he was a finalist there, so he's no slouch at all. He's, as he's the only one who's been in the pits, he's currently running last in 10th place. We'll see if he can move forward. Meantime, though, it's still Vieira who's now got an even bigger lead, Lewis. He's building up the kind of lead that could lead to a pit stop without ever losing it.
Exactly, he's already over a second ahead of Chris Ball, and Shepherd saw closing on Ball, but I know Chris Ball's never going to let Bradley Shepherd through. It might be teammates in other tournaments, but Chris came second in his first race behind me and Shepherd third, so therefore Chris is never going to give up the place because he wants to try as best as he can and make the semi-finals.
Absolutely right. Now, all things being equal, you would need, as a rule, to be top 3 all day long to make the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon. And so obviously that Christopher Bull is on that kind of trajectory right now. He was second in the previous race this morning. He's now running second. If he can complete that, that will be a good load of points. Obviously, it's vital, Lewis, to get into those semi-finals, to be able to keep scoring and maybe get a place in the final.
Exactly, because that's why, as you say, you've got to finish at least in the top 3. Some maybe 4th at worst. So there's normally 29 points is the target to get into the semi-final, but as of course if you get into the final you've got to be at least to 41 to 43 points, but it depends how much points you get for 30th and 10th when the semi-finals and the heats are done.
Absolutely. Vieira now, we're going to see what the gap is as they cross the line. Last lap through he was 1.1 seconds ahead. Can he extend that lead? The answer is yes he can. It's just a 10th, but all these little bits will add up as they go lap after lap after lap. We've got 16, just under 16 and a half minutes to go, which is an awful lot of laps around here. I mean, that's like way over 30 laps remaining in this race. And if he can keep pulling out those 10ths, that could be what wins the race. And a bit of a wave, yeah.
Looks like, yeah, we've
it's Aaron Bell.
Yeah, it's broken on the circuit, or a spin. Looks like the kart's okay. Marshall's quickly on the scene to get that one moving again. And, yeah, just a spin, gets going again.
Yeah, he was...
no, he doesn't get going again.
He's still nose in the barrier.
Well, yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, these karts haven't got the best turning circle in the world. Marshall's quickly on the scene again to reverse, and yeah, obviously, driver not best pleased about that.
No, I think he's kind of surprised about why it wasn't red or why he wasn't dealt with better, and he's made contact now with Christopher Bull. While he was waving, Bull was trying to pass, so he's moved out of the way there to let the others through. So Aaron Bell doing a good job there. Obviously, that seriously hurts his race performance in this race. He's very unhappy by the looks of things. Just got to fight another day. He's just got to continue on. There's a contact warning, but we think that's, it's just academic, really. I think that's probably to do with Christopher Bull and Aaron Bell. There's Bradley Shepherd, the boss of the BSR team. He's currently 3rd place in the bright orange there. He's got a number of teams, we keep saying, referring to his BSR teams he has out in this. There's a contact warning on Christopher Bull. That will be to do with Aaron Bell, but, you know, there was a lot going on at the time, so hey-ho. Meantime, there's the 3rd place, Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, Lewis, has to be said, he's one of the most popular guys in the paddock, here and everywhere.
Absolutely. He a couple of years ago, because he tried to go for the pass on Ruben, fair enough to go for it, but of course being in the wall does hurt your race, so he'll put that behind him completely. Obviously it's a new year this year, so he obviously want to try the best as he can. He's dropped a little bit from Chris Boyes. Of course they got past the back marker, Aaron Bell, so it's about a second gap I think between them, so maybe just under a second, but it's a long way to go yet.
And a massive season ahead for BSR with various championships in different disciplines of karting, whether it's outdoor, indoor, whatever, they're in it. And you know, with Bradley Shepherd there at the helm, he's currently running in 3rd place here. Now we're looking at the leader. It's the Portuguese driver Felipe Vieira. Vieira, of course, tends to get his results in the longer distance races, so clearly very fit and able to go the distance. There's going to be no questions about his ability to maintain speed, maintain composure. Pit stops won't be a problem for him, and he's extended his lead out. He's actually 3 seconds ahead, nearly 3.5. Lewis, Vieira could easily take this to a point where he's not even pitted, but he's got the time of a pit stop ahead of second place.
Well, exactly. You can just take it nice and cautiously in the pit lane. He's now over 3.5 seconds ahead of Chris Ball. So, as I say, no need to take risks in the pits, but as long as it's not yellow, because that's going to destroy your chances of winning the race. So he's in a commanding position right now.
Absolutely. And Anthony, we're going to go down to you in the pit lane just for a moment there. We're talking about Vieira. Vieira is now 3.5 seconds in the lead. He's an endurance racing expert. Really, we could expect him to pull out the kind of lead that means he can come into you without losing that lead. If he does, that's going to be the most conservative pit stop of the weekend, I'm sure.
I mean, with being an endurance driver, yeah, I would say he would go right to the end of this one. Obviously, this is a tiny sprint race for him. And, yeah, I think he would wait to see if he gets that 10-second gap. The only downside is that if he doesn't get that 10-second gap, he's left it too late and he'll have no chance to defend it.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for him really is going to be to build up a kind of gap that allows an easy pit stop. We've seen so many. I mean, how many calls have you made when you've been talking about yellow lights today on those pit stops and then drivers coming in doing it again? It's nearly every race, hasn't it?
Nearly every race. We have had some races where it's been completely clean, but yes, you are right. We've had many penalties so far this year, and one penalty in one race, honestly, that could spell disaster for your whole weekend.
Absolutely. Lewis, if you put yourself into a position of penalties, you cannot possibly hope to make the final in this calibre of competition.
Well, no, certainly not, because if you get penalties, then of course you can't make the finals if you're that far off. So, but of course you can at the same time, because remember Dennis Holler had 2 yellows a couple of years ago and still made the final when he finished the first race in 7th, and he only dropped a point since then because he had 3 yellow stops that weekend and still made the finals. So it's still possible, but it's very unlikely that you're going to win the tournament.
Absolutely. Dennis Holler, of course, he's a regular here at Formula Fast in the BRKC, a regular in many championships, including the World one. He's not in it this weekend. He was going to be, but he had to relinquish his position. He's staying back in Germany. And then through on the inside there goes Vieira. Vieira putting somebody a lap down. That must be, is it James Miller? I think it's James Miller there who's gone a lap down to race leader Felipe Vieira. There's 15 laps in. There's just about 11, just over 11 minutes to go. So round goes Felipe Vieira. His lead has increased just slightly to 3.8 seconds, nearly 4 seconds there really in the lead. By definition, to a pit stop, we're working on the idea, would you agree with this, Lewis, of about 10 seconds?
Yeah, it's pretty much about that, just under 10 seconds. If you now your stop, you can do a 9.5 second stop, but as he's got a lovely lead of nearly 4 seconds, he could take probably 11 or 11.5 seconds, so he can take it nice and cautiously. He's looking comfortable right now as Chris Ball's pulled away from Shepherd by over a second, so maybe Shepherd's consolidated 3rd place, but let's see what happens in the second half of the race with 10.5 to go.
Absolutely, great shot there with James Miller following Vieira down the backstretch there, and there is Vieira, the Portuguese endurance racer. Obviously he's had great success. He's won the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps kart event, and also he's been a podium finisher a couple of times in the Le Mans 24-hour kart. So really one of the best in the world when it comes to endurance racing, often competing against the Blue Star team, which involves the likes of Ruben Boutons and Vika Schletz and others. So this is a very fast driver. We saw him struggle in the earlier heat race for whatever reason. He had to take a kart that hadn't been used. He got a couple of laps to warm it up, but it didn't quite work out for him, but off the pace in the qualifying. But he's got it all together in this one, and he's leading by potentially the biggest margin. Not quite out to 4 seconds yet, Vieira, but he's working on it. He's generally, every lap, he's extending it. It's just sometimes it's 2/10, sometimes 1. But Lewis, with so many laps in each race, if you just extend it by 1/10 of a second, you end up with quite a big lead at the end.
Well, exactly, because it's 3.9, still 3.9 as Chris has just crossed the line, just a fraction slower that lap. As Vieira took that pole position in the second, and of course, first race he was at the back as he had a spare kart to go with, which is a bit of a shame because that's always a disadvantage in qualifying because that's when the kart is so cold. So he's got the kart 20 now, which looks pretty good on this layout, so he's definitely looking comfortable at the moment.
And the smooth, silky style there of Felipe Vieira, you can see minimal use of the steering wheel. He's really, gently coaxing that kart round the racetrack at record speed. He's the fastest in the race, but it's relatively little effort, and that, of course, economy of effort tends to equal speed. There is Christopher Ball. Now he's running in second place. He's having to work a little bit harder. The gap's gone up to 4 seconds now. Now Ball is the one who that gap ends at. So Vieira, where Ball is now, Vieira was 4 seconds ago. Now Ball is about to catch James Miller, who we saw Vieira pass. As there it is, and Ball in the pits. In with you, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Let's see how he does. Nice and aggressive on the brakes there at gate number 1. Gets that green light. Now, crucially, he's the driver who sits up in the seat. It feels like that gives him a benefit when he leaves. I don't think it does, but it's 2 green lights, and it's a good stop nonetheless.
Absolutely, and he's come out further down the order. He's cycled out in 6th place, which actually isn't bad, considering I think he's only the 3rd visitor you've had this race, Anthony.
I think it's only the 2nd visitor.
Second,
unless I have not marked anyone down.
No, I think we'll go with your judgment, because you're there. So Christopher Ball, then, he relinquishes the place. He's down to 6th place. That elevates his boss, Bradley Shepherd, up into 2nd place, and that means the lead has extended by definition.
I've got another one in the pits now. It's the 17. It's Harley Smith that's entered the pit lane. Green light on gate number 1. No drama there whatsoever. Pulls in a little bit early for gate 2, but gets the green light, heads out on circuit, and heads out in front of the number 12.
Harley Smith, another finalist in the BRKC, some of the best in the business here. These are the top British entries that you would expect that compete more indoor. And, I have to say that Felipe Vieira has pulled that lead out to 5.3 seconds. Now, looking at Christopher Ball, how far back off the lead is Christopher Ball? He is 14 seconds. So, Felipe Vieira could come into the pits and he would have that comfortable lead ahead of Ball. He actually
into the pit lane.
Oh yeah, go.
It's Aaron Bell who's in the pit lane now. Green light on gate number 1. He's a hopper off the line, is Mr. Bell, but it works out well for him. There it again, and he's out the pit lane, all fine.
Yeah, we saw Aaron Bell lose out a bit earlier there in the dramas, so that's not really going to be the result he was looking for. Lewis, coming back to you, we've got Bobby McGeer, who we saw earlier on have a bit of a problem in the pits. He just came in too close behind Johnny Elliott, and that affected him effectively in stopping. Instead of stopping twice in that one pit stop, he ended up having to effectively stop 3 times. It hurts if you follow someone in too closely, doesn't it?
It certainly does hurt, because as I was saying this morning and this afternoon, if you pick behind someone, it's never a good idea. So it's going to completely lose time, and it could lose a second or 2, and that could make the difference. So therefore, he could have maybe been 4th or 5th as he crossed the line. I think 6th or 7th it was. So as Johnny Elliott came 3rd, and I think Bobby was 7th in his first race. So every positions count.
Absolutely, we'll see what he does here. He's currently running 3rd, so it's Vieira who we're looking at now on screen. Felipe Vieira, the Portuguese driver, making his way across the line, starts another lap with just under 6 minutes to go. He continues to lead the way from Bradley Shepherd, the Team BSR boss. Bobby McGeer is up into 3rd place. We've just been talking about him. Ryan Taylor is 4th. Frederick Navarro is holding position there in 5th. And then you get to Christopher Ball, who's made a pit stop. Henry Barrington, Harley Smith, James Miller and Aaron Bell at the back. Now Vieira there working his way through that new section. Have we one in the pits, Anthony? Yes, we do.
It's the number 20. This is Felipe Vieira in the pit lane, our race leader. Green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate number 2. Waits that green. He gets it. Comes back out on track just ahead of the number 16 of James Miller.
That's right. He's... gosh. Yeah, that's worked out well for him, really, hasn't it? Oh, another one in the pits.
Yeah, we do. It's the number 21 in the pit lane. This is Frederick Navarro that's in there now. 2 green lights. He's back out on track.
So... Navarro back out on the track. He's resumed in 7th place, but Vieira is now in 2nd place overall, having made that pit stop. There's only Brad Shepherd in front of him, and Bradley Shepherd is, of course, having to make a pit stop yet. So it's looking very, very good for Vieira. One of the most convincing victories we've had all weekend. On the pass position down the bottom there, or is it someone? Yeah, someone getting out of the way. So Bradley Shepherd continues to lead. Now, Anthony, have you any idea how many people have been in the pits so far?
I have got an idea. I've got another one that's come in now. Actually, it's the number 15. It's Henry Barrington, and he gets a green light on gate number 1. He gets a green light on gate number 2. He's all fine. He heads out on track. That now brings us to 3 drivers who are yet to pit, and that is Bobby McGeer, Bradley Shepherd, and Ryan Taylor, who have not pitted yet.
Okay, now, yes, I was about to say, because where Henry Barrington came out was right in front of the current leader, Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd had to do some swift moves. Barrington was aware of the situation and played the sportsman, so there is Bradley Shepherd. Now, Lewis, obviously Bradley Shepherd is running well. He's the fastest on the track at the moment, but will he have enough to take those 4 seconds back from Vieira?
No chance. I think he's looking good to overcut Chris.
Into the pit lane.
1.6 ahead as a pitter.
Yeah, in the pits.
Bobby McGeer, who's in, green light on gate number 1, all good. Gate number 2 gets the green light, heads out to a clear piece of track.
Yeah, that's the polar opposite of what happened in his previous race, isn't it? And we'll see where that cycles out. I believe he's going to be in 5th place. We'll see what happens as they move through, as we're looking at Bradley Shepherd on screen. But Lewis, going back to Bradley Shepherd there, Bradley Shepherd is laying down some serious times now. He is the current fastest out there on the track. Can he make the difference and take the fight to Vieira when he's been in the pits?
I don't think so, because it's a bit too much.
Into the pits.
Another pitter.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, it's the number 18 that's in. This is Ryan Taylor who's into the pits. It's a green light on gate number 1, green light gate number 2. He heads out on track.
Yeah, Ryan Taylor comes out from 4th place. He only drops 1 place, though. Bobby McGeer is the beneficiary there. He's gone into 4th place, pushing Ryan Taylor back to 5th. As there's only about a second or so in it, though, between those two. Now, a signal there. Bradley Shepherd. Will we see the race leader in the pits this time?
Well, he has to. He has to pit. He has to pit. If he does not pit at the end of this lap, it won't count. So he has to pit now.
Yeah, and Bradley Shepherd's no idiot. He's going to come straight in the pits on this one. Here he is. We've got him on screen. He's already waving. He's acknowledging several signals he's receiving as he comes down. It's got to be in with you this time, Anthony. He's down the back straight. He's coming back around. He'll come into your view now. Here he is. He's waving. They know he's coming in. In he comes.
Yep, he's in the pit lane. Let's see how it goes. That's an absolutely lightning entry into the pit lane. Brilliant stuff there. Green light on gate number 1. Race either goes through, but green light on gate number 2 comes out side by side here.
Yeah, and he's come out way ahead of teammate Christopher Bull. As remember, when they were running normally without any pits before anyone had stopped, it was Vieira from Bull, from Shepherd, but Shepherd was right in the tail of Christopher Bull. But now positions are reversed, and with a bit of a big gap there, as you can see, Bradley Shepherd, and interview there is Christopher Bull. He's the one we're talking about, and it's that gap that we're dealing with here. So Bradley Shepherd has managed to leapfrog his teammate in the pits. A series of fast laps when he was released on his own, Lewis. That's exactly how it's done, isn't it?
Indeed, as I was saying, he's going to overcut Chris Paul here, and he's exactly done that. So that's a net P2 he's done. Way too much to catch Vieira, 5.6 seconds with a minute to go, but he's got second comfortably as an overcut worked for him, and that was a really comfortable gap when he came out the pits and ahead of Paul.
So even though he's lost a place, this is still good with Chris Bull. As you can see there, he comes into view there. Christopher Bull, he has, if he finishes in this position now with about 3/4 of a minute on the clock, plus obviously the extra lap, with Chris Bull, if he cannot catch and pass Bradley Shepherd, he still will have a good point score, the sort of point score that gets you into the semi-final. He's had a third in this race, but a second in his earlier race. This is a good score.
It is a good score, because 17 normally is a decent score after 2 heats, when your heats are pretty tough, but of course you've got to really score consistently to make the semi-final, so you've got to keep finishing in the top 3, as you rightly said, and of course even in the top 2 at times to make the finals.
Absolutely, because in 2 races there are effectively 2 times 10 points, so that's 20 points. So Christopher Bull has scored 70. If he finishes in this 3rd place now, he will have scored 17 of the available 20 points. So that'll be a great score. He'll actually be outpointed Felipe Vieira, who's about to win this thing. We've got 2 laps remaining, and Vieira's near the end of the first of those laps. So Vieira's about to start his final lap now. Here he goes across the line onto the final lap. There he is, Felipe Vieira, the Portuguese endurance race driver. He's an expert at long distance and now an expert at relative short distance as well. The style is very smooth, he's very precise, unhurried. There's absolutely no rush to his driving there, Lewis. He's making it look easy.
He is indeed, absolutely. He's really got this in the bag, and it's a very good drive for Felipe Vieira. He likes to flag victory. He's just coming around the last few corners to take the checkered flag.
Indeed, and here he comes. He's heading for the flag now. There he is across the line. It's Felipe Vieira who takes the win from Bradley Shepherd. Where's Bradley Shepherd? He's not through yet. Here he comes now. There he is on screen. And where's Chris Ball? There he is to confirm third place. Bobby McGear is going to be fourth, surely. That looked like it was James Miller coming through there. We're still waiting for Bobby McGear. Here he comes now, is he? Yes, that was him. And Ryan Taylor and the rest. So we can confirm that race result. Felipe Vieira, Bradley Shepherd and Chris Ball were the top three. Bobby McGear came through in fourth place. Ryan Taylor fifth. Frederick Navarro into sixth. Seventh was Harley Smith. Eighth, Henry Barrington. Ninth was James Miller and Aaron Bell. Bit unlucky in that one. He's come out in 10th place. So Lewis Manley, just before we go down to Anthony, that was a heck of a run by Felipe Vieira, but massive points, Christopher Ball.
Yeah, exactly. A perfect race for Vieira. Likes to flag victory, kart 20, and he led from the start, so he's going to be really happy with that, and that certainly makes up for his first race. So as Chris Ball's had 17 points, and Shepherd's also on 17 because he had third earlier, so they're equal on points. So I think Vieira's definitely going to be really happy with this win.
Absolutely, and down in the pits to you, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, let's have a quick chat with our man, Felipe. What a drive that was for him. Endurance racer, now sprint racer here at BRKC. He gets himself weighed up to make sure he's all good. Let's have a quick chat with him now as he comes towards us. Felipe, let's have a quick chat when you're ready. Obviously, pop all that weight down. No one wants to hold it. Congratulations. What a driver that was. You're a usual in the endurance scene. Now you come to some indoor sprint racing and you come away with a solid result there. Talk us about that. You were gapping the whole field like you weren't even racing.
I don't understand everything, but yeah, it's more simple to win a race with a good kart. And I'm happy. I'm not sure it's very good for the championship, but I'm happy to the result because I'm training too hard. And I'm not sure for my line on the track. And no, I know with the good carts, I'm battle for the championship.
Yeah. Okay.
So need the chance.
Still good result for you, and yeah, we'll see you out there later on. So obrigado, Felipe. Let's move over to Bradley. Well, Bradley, that was a nice race for you. A little bit of work that you had to deal with, and a very late pit stop as well. You left it to the last moment on there. You even got the flag and the lights on the board there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one because I was battling with my teammate Chris, and you know, I was just listening to the guys on the sideline and said, keep going. So yeah, just kept pushing. And then, yeah, luckily came out in second. But yeah, Felipe was too fast for that one. I couldn't keep up.
Still, it's been a good first half of the day. We've got the next rounds coming up later on. Is that you done for the day, or have you got more?
Yeah, I'm done for the day. I've had a second and a third. So yeah, good points going into tomorrow. Obviously, there's still a long way to go. And yeah, hopefully, you know, around 4 o'clock tomorrow, we'll see where we are and hopefully try and make the grand final this year.
That's what we need. Best of luck for that one, and congratulations for today.
Cheers. Thanks, man.
Excellent stuff there for our drivers. Plenty more action to come, so please make sure you do not go anywhere. Next races, or round 2 of the alternate layouts, coming out about 5 o'clock, so it's around 40 minutes or so from now. But James, in that one, late pit stops, early pit stops, endurance drivers now becoming sprint drivers. Previous winners struggling. How do you think that went?
Well, I think it went very well indeed. To wrap up that first half of the revised layout, round 2, of course, is now halfway through. As Anthony was saying, we're looking at quite a wide range of results there from different drivers. Maybe some results from people we don't expect. Now, the key thing is the points. The points are going to be added up. It must be, I haven't seen the results yet. They don't really matter until everybody has driven the same number of rounds. So we have 5 more rounds of round 2 because they're fueling up the karts now. As Anthony said, we're going to have a little bit of a break now. I hope you've been enjoying the BRKC 2024 here in Formula Fast in Milton Keynes, and we'll be back as soon as they've got everything fueled up on with the second half of this round of heats. Thank you.
set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. set, go.
So.
Bubba, the battering for Giles has commentated.
They all have to kind of dual app to start that, so don't pay too much attention to the times you're seeing on your screen. But there you are, looking at the start line there, as each driver passing that point I'll shout when the driver comes through about now. That starts the qualifying lap. They're almost all on it. There's the final driver going through there. I think that was Gabriel Kinter. So, who is first out? Well, it was the 20. The 20, of course, was Christian Lloydel, the American. So he's going to cross the line, surely going to set the initial base lap time. Now, can he stay on pole? Yes, he can. Ostick into second place. And Wilshire Peters, they're all chopping and changing, but it's still the American, Tristan Lloydel. Rob Johnson's up there now into second place. Lloydel looks like he's done it. He was first one out. Can he keep that position? There are about 3 or 4 drivers to come through. Yes, Gabriel Kinter has beaten it. It's Tristan Lloydell pushed to second place. Rob Johnson as they complete now. So Gabriel Kinter takes his first pole position of the British Rental Kart Championship, and he's heading Tristan Lloydell, the American. Rob Johnson will be delighted to be up there in third. Joe Peters is there fourth. Thomas Wilshire is fifth. John Ostick is sixth. George Braund is seventh. Owen Clark is going to be eighth. Michael Rayner ninth. Freddie Farrell will be 10th. And Anthony very quickly down there in the pit lane. An incredible pole position lap there for Gabriel Kinter.
That is a superb lap, yeah, 52.5, very good time there. I think he'll be certainly very delighted with that one. A lot of work ahead of him though. It's a busy old race, so you know, you can't put it all down to just that first lap and that quick lap. You've got the pit stops to get through, you've got to get it both right as well, and you've got 20 minutes of racing to go as well, so still a long way to go, but certainly for him, I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted.
Absolutely, and Gabriel Kinter, who's going to see starting on that pole position, he's twice a winner in the Southern Rental Championship. That's an outdoor series during the summer. He was here last year. He was 50th, and he was also out in the Portuguese Championship. So he's been gaining a lot of experience, and it's come together in this pole position now. Can he hang on to that and convert that to a race win? He's bringing around. He's bringing around very slowly. He's got Tristan Lloydell behind him, and they're going green, and it's going to be Gabriel Kinter who takes them away on the opening lap in the lead there into the new section. Now, none of these drivers have raced this new section, the alternate layout. It's always sprung as a bit of a surprise every BRKC for rounds 2 and 3 of the heat races, and this is round 2, so these guys are hitting it for the first time. They tried it in the qualifying, just as you've seen, but apart from that, they're driving that part of the course blind. This is back in the familiar layout as they come down the backstretch and through around the final corners back to the start line. So they've got this hairpin and then a left-hand sweep across the line, and it's still Gabriel Kinter in the lead. He's actually trying to edge out a gap over the American Tristan Lloydell, with Rob Johnson continuing in third place. So Rob Johnson doing very well there in third place, better than he expected. Joe Peters is hanging on in fourth, with Thomas Wilshire rounding out those top 5. So round they go onto the max stretch now. It is Gabriel Kinter. Gabriel Kinter leading BRKC race for the first time. As he comes round these corners here, he's looking very composed, very cool, and very fast indeed. He's trying to extend his lead over the American Lloydell. And Lloydell is coming through now into second place with Rob Johnson, and there's about an even gap between each of those top 4 drivers, but it starts to get a bit tighter behind Joe Peters, with Wilshire, Ostick, Braun, Clark, Rayner and Farrell behind there, making a bit of a queue behind, it has to be said, Joe Peters. So Joe Peters has got about the same gap ahead of him as Rob Johnson has ahead of him, and so they head down the backstretch again, and it's still Gabriel Kinter. Gabriel Kinter putting 3 laps down now in the lead of a British Rental Kart race for the first time, as he enters that new section there. No pits yet, Anthony, obviously a bit early for that, but Gabriel Kinter is looking pretty convincing, but Lloydell's starting to come back at him now. Lloydell seems to have closed in on the new bit. Anthony, no pits yet, but surely we'll have someone coming in soon.
Well, I hope so, because again, it's getting quite lonely in here. But yeah, again, no, right now, they're all just doing what they need to do. There are some gaps opening up at the front, the top 3 breaking away quite well. If I was anyone, if I was in that second group, I'd probably think about pitting. Are we going to get anyone this lap? No, everyone's going to go around again. So they all seem comfortable at this moment in time.
Yeah, it tends to be this early in the race, like a reflection of intent. You know, if somebody feels like they're being held up in a pack of karts, that's when they would pit out. That's what the strategy is there for. It allows the driver to move away from a bunch of karts that they feel are holding them up. They can pit out of the problem, set some clear laps, set some lap times which move them ahead of where they otherwise would have been stranded. So, meantime, it's Gabriel Kinter who's opened up his lead again. He's got a bigger lead than he had last time. It looks as though Lloydell was closing in, but it's not happening now. Kinter has got the bit between his teeth. Gabriel Kinter continues in the lead. This is an amazing performance by Gabriel Kinter, who I believe is one of the Bradley Shepherd racing drivers. Again, there's so many of them that, you know, if in doubt, he's probably right. So there we are looking there at Joe Peters. Joe Peters in fourth place. He's got the attention of Thomas Wilshire behind him as they go down the long backstretch. That's the longest and fastest part of the track. Across the line again, it's still Kinter. Now Kinter's lead is getting open. Let's have a look at that gap. It's nearly up to a second. Gabriel Kinter has got almost a second over the American Tristan Lloydell, with another second back to Rob Johnson. So the top 3 are also pulling away en masse because when you consider Joe Peters in 4th place is now 3.5 seconds behind the race leader, Gabriel Kinter. So strategy-wise, Anthony, I'm thinking that they're getting a bit strung out now, so there really is no need for anyone to come in now unless, they just wanted to shake it up a little, do something random.
Exactly that, yeah. They all, like I say, I said it earlier, I'll say it again now, they all look pretty fine out there. They're just doing exactly what they need to do. Fastest lap on that last lap going out to your race leader at the moment, Gabriel Quinta, so he's looking pretty good, and he's just continuing to open up that gap now 1.3 seconds, I think that is, or 1.0 seconds, so yeah, still a very good little gap that he's got, but like I say, still a long way to go. Anyone in this lap, anyone going to give me some company down here in the pit lane? No, they're all going to ignore me and carry on. That's fair enough.
Yeah, it's getting lonely and it's getting cold, I take it, Anthony. That'd be about right?
Yeah, it's about right.
Yeah. Well, certainly getting heated up on the track, though, is Gabriel Kinter. He's maintained that 1 second lap he's built up over Tristan Loydal. He is still the fastest on the track, just literally by 100th of a second from his pursuer, which is Loydal. As Kinter now comes around to put another lap in. Has he extended that? We'll double check. It's gone up to 1.1. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, this 1/10 of a second, but with every passing lap, there's going to be nearly 40 laps in this race. With every passing lap, if he can just keep extending that, it's going to make it more safe from a pit stop point of view. It's not just Loydal he's going to be concerned about. He's going to be concerned about coming out of the pits and being in the middle of a pack or being out of order. So what Kinter needs to do is to try and build up a gap big enough that he can pit without falling into the hands of any squabbling group. So Kinter has his lead there. We've got Loydal in second. Across the line you can see it's a bit more close near the tail as the last three come through there. And that is Clark, Rayner and Farrell bringing up the rear. Gabriel Kinter, with 10 laps in the books now, continues to increase that lead. He's up to 1.2 seconds now, Gabriel Kinter. There's Kinter. You can see clearly the smooth style that gets him the lead. There's Loydal, the American with the grey helmet there. That's Tristan Loydal. And he's doing his best to close in on Gabriel Kinter. Now, even if he can't close in, if he can just keep the distance to the one behind, second place points aren't going to be locked because it's literally a 1 point gap. 10 for a win, 9 for second and so on down the line. So it is going to be worth it to Loydal to get a second place even if it's not a race win. Can be disappointing in the heat of the moment, but you're still scoring a lot of points. Now, the way the format works, 40 heats, each driver drives a forum. That's to score points. The maximum points available is 40, and the top 30 of the 100 entered drivers will make it through to the semi-final. There are 3 semi-finals, so the top 30 out of the 100 initially entered, the top 30 point scorers go through those semi-finals. Now, of those, when they've completed their semi-final, it's the right to continue scoring. After that, those top 10 go through to the grand final itself, and that's where it counts, because that's where the prizes are, that's where the money is. There's £1,000 first prize in cash for the winner of the British Rental Car Championship, paid on the day. And even more so, there are entries, 3 entries for the World Championships, the KWC, the Kart World Championship, which are in Brazil this year. Most of the national championships do involve that kind of prize, so many of the drivers who are racing in many of the other national championships, which we'll come on to a little bit later, they obviously, they might win a prize in one country, but they might also win another one another. They might then be able to sell it on, so that's another bit of value there. So there's a lot to be gained by doing well in indoor karting. In terms of British racing, in the UK at least, this is probably the biggest profit you will make in the whole of motorsport in the UK. People might say, oh yeah, you will more if you win a British touring car race. Yes, or even the British Touring Car Championship. You might well do so. However, you'll definitely spend more, and there's a very good chance that you'll spend more than you actually gain back. In this case, the drivers are paying around £200 for the entry, and that's it. So it is a literal 5 times profit if you can win this thing. And we'll know who that person is on Sunday evening.
I've got action in the pit lane.
Yeah, over to you, Anthony.
Finally, someone's given me some company, and it's Josh Ostrick who's given me some company, and it's got a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2, and he's left me already. He's all good.
Absolutely. Now, Josh Ostick, we've not seen much of him here in the BRKC, but he was the 4th place British driver who was in the French Championships last year. That was in Metz, And while we're on the subject of that, I'm just going to talk a little bit while things are a bit calmer out on the track. Gabriel Kinter continues his lead. The lead has been pegged in a bit by Tristan Lloydell. It's down to about 0.6 of a second. There's Gabriel Kinter on screen. But here, obviously, we've got the British Championships this weekend. We've then got over to Spain in March. The German Championships are in April, Belgian in May, the Czech in June. The World Championships is in Brazil late in June. The Danish Championship is in August. The Polish Championship will probably be in September. It usually is. I was commentating there last year. Remy Drazga and the other organisers there, they'll be on top of that situation.
More action in the pits.
Oh yeah.
Yep, 17's in. This is George Braund who's in the pit lane now, and it's a green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate 2. Late on the brakes, but gets an early stop. Now it's green on exit, and he heads out on track right at the back.
Now George Braund has dropped behind Josh Ostick on that pit stop. Both of them are the only two who have actually come into the pits. We've not yet seen any action at the front in terms of pit stops, but it's livening up a bit because we have the leader, Gabriel Kinter, being worn down and caught now by Tristan Lloydell. So Gabriel Kinter was certainly the first one to really get a grip on the track, and that's why he qualified on pole. But now he's got the increased attentions of Tristan Lloydell, the American. And we can see Lloydell has closed right up on Kinter. Now it's vital that Lloydell gets a run down this backstretch. This is his best chance to overtake. There are other spots, but that's a good one. However, Kinter's got that covered. Kinter gets around those final corners before the long backstretch and gets a good run down there, and that allows him to create enough of a gap that Lloydell can't attack him. So maybe Lloydell might even start thinking about pit stop mid-race. We've got about 9 minutes left on the timer, which is probably good for about 18 laps, plus a lap or two after that. So probably looking around 20 laps to go. A good look over the shoulder there by Gabriel Kinter. He's now seen that Lloydell has got ever closer. So the Team BSR driver, the Bradley Shepherd Racing driver of Gabriel Kinter, maintains his lead, but it's not a safe one now because it's gone from about 1.2 seconds to 0.3 of a second. So Lloydell has clawed it all back. Lloydell's clearly getting a much better handle on the track, the revised layout that we're using on the second and third rounds, and he has now got the measure of the race leader, Gabriel Kinter. There they are down the backstretch. Kinter gets turned in. Lloydell is not making any attacking moves yet, but certainly that patience may run out at some point. Question for Lloydell. Anthony, going to bring you in on this one because it's relevant to you. Lloydell, now he's closed back in on Kinter. He's clearly got the measure of the track. Wondering whether he'll go for the pit stop to pass or whether he'll try and do it on the track in an attacking move.
Well, I'll do my level best to run beside him and ask him that question, but I'm not too sure I'll be able to do that. But certainly so, that's a good idea. I mean, if he pits now, he's in trouble of putting himself in with a bit of, other backmarkers or other people that he could be racing with for position, and that would be the last thing he wants because he just wants to gain time on this one. I reckon if he stays there, sits behind him, waits for Gabriel to pit himself, give it another lap, then pit. As long as he doesn't leave it to the last lap, then yeah, I think that'll be the strategy to go for.
Yeah, it kind of closes and opens between those two now. Gabriel Kinter seems to have found some extra pace on the track. Lloydell is still the fastest out there, but literally by 100th. In other words, nothing at all. So those two are first and second, but not being left is Rob Johnson. Rob Johnson, he was way down the order compared to this last year, but now he's really found some speed from somewhere, and Rob Johnson is running third. We saw him running well in the earlier heat race, and now he's running third in this one. If he can maintain this sort of performance, then he too will put himself in contention for a possible spot in the semi-finals, which he will be absolutely delighted about. He was running right down the order, maybe in the just outside the 80s last year. Somehow he's found some extra turn of speed. Obviously a lot of practice has gone into this. He's been working hard. On screen there, it looks like we've got Joe Peters. Now Joe Peters is the one in fourth place behind Rob Johnson, but that's a bit of a gap. Not so much of a gap behind Peters is Thomas Wiltshire, and that's the battle we're looking at there. So there was Johnson. Now here is Peters and Wiltshire. So they are working through the new section now. This is the revised area. Now they're back to the more traditional one. with the big, long, sweeping bend. Look at the leaning out style of the drivers there to raise that inside rear wheel to take the weight off it so it doesn't understeer the car. Solid rear axle on these, no differential. So they will try and drive straight on if you were to lean in. So there's Peters taking a quick look over his shoulder. Joe Peters has been running this kind of area of the track and sometimes slightly higher in terms of position this weekend. So Joe Peters is showing very well indeed. Now, Joe Peters, let's have a look for Joe. He was a BRKC finalist, so another indoor series, but one that runs to a much different format, but certainly requires speed indoors. And we're having a quick look there at that new area.
And into the pit lane.
Yeah, in the pits.
Yep, it's the number 19 in the pit lane now. This is Rob Johnson. Green light on light number 1. Comes into gate 2, and it's another green light comes out with a bit of traffic.
Yeah, Rob Johnson pitted out of third place, and he's come out behind what looks like Owen Clark. Now, can Owen Clark maintain that position? Ahead of Owen Clark is Peters and Wilshire, but Rob Johnson, I think, will have wanted to come out in front there. Owen Clark will certainly make him work for it. This is the battle for position. Clark is not a lap down, and he has every right to make Johnson race for it as they head down the back. There we are. There's Clark, and he's waving. Clark's waving. Will he be in the pits? Yes, he is. Over to you, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Down here, let's see what it can do in gate number 1. Oh, a little bit slow at the first gate. Gets the green light, though. He thinks it's good. From my angle, didn't look like the fastest. Gate 2, much better, though. He's happy with that one, and he heads out on track.
Yes, he is. He's come out. Obviously, he's probably going to lose a position to Johnson, but maybe not. We'll see what happens. No, Johnson's been in, so what am I saying? Yes, he will have lost that position. Now, behind Johnson is Rayner. Now, Anthony, I don't believe we've seen Rayner in the pits, but we did see Ostick, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The number 15 has pitted, but the number 11, Michael Rayner, has not pitted just yet.
So Johnson's going to be clear of Rayner whatever happens. Really, it's about the pit stops ahead now. Again, Anthony, just to clarify, we've not seen Kinter, Lloydell, Peters or Wiltshire, the top 4, into the pits at all, have we?
We have not. No, they've all stayed out on circuit.
Okay, so the question is, what will Rob Johnson do? Now, the thing is, he is 10 seconds behind Thomas Wilshire. So Thomas Wilshire's pit stop will become a very tight one coming out of the pits, reference Johnson, and that will be for position 4th and 5th. So we'll see what happens there. Now, carts are coming through there. That 18 now looks like Freddie Farrell. Freddie Farrell, he's there running in 8th place at the moment. Freddie Farrell.
Into the pit lanes, it's Lloydell.
Yep.
Lloydell's in the pit lane now. Gate number 1 is good. Felt like a little slow off the first gate. Gate number 2 looking much better. And a green light, and he heads out onto the circuit. Clear piece of track for him.
Tristan Lloydell's come out in completely clear air. Now, if he feels that Gabriel Kinter was holding him up, this is where he gets the chance to make that difference. He's out in clear air, no one's in front of him, no one's behind him. He can just sit there doing fast lap times. If he is truly faster than Gabriel Kinter, when Kinter comes in and goes out, we may find that he comes out behind Tristan Lloydell, and there's another one in the pits, it's Peters.
It is indeed into the pit lane, very quick on the entry, gets a green light on the first one, felt a little bit long there, comes into gate number 2, all good, leaves the pit lane, side by side with the number 19, Rob Johnson.
Yeah, and Johnson's trying to do him around the outside. Johnson's ahead, but Peters has the inside. Peters gets turned in and takes the position. So Johnson was looking to try and leapfrog Peters there in the pit lane. They came outside and said, you've had another pit stopper, is that right, Anthony? 2 more.
Yep, Freddie Farrell's just pitted, looked like he was good. Here's Gabriel Kinter, it's all good. Gate number 1 comes in towards gate number 2 now, gets early on the throttle. Here he comes, leave the pit lane. Look at the advantage he's got now.
A huge lead there by Gabriel Kinter. Despite being fastest on the track, Tristan Lloydell couldn't do enough to try and leapfrog Gabriel Kinter. Now he's going to have to pass him on track. Left out, yet to pit, is Thomas Wilshire. Thomas Wilshire is now the current race leader. So Thomas Wilshire leads, and there he is in front of Gabriel Kinter. You just see him out of view. There's Kinter, there's Lloydell. And Lloydell was hoping, not least of which, to come out in front, but not have such of a gap. Lloydell's now got to do this on merit. So it's in the pits now, Wilshire.
Wilshire in the pit lane, he's done it now. The pit light did come on. We've got our final pit stop coming in now. This is Michael Rayner, who's pitting for this first time as well. He left that right to the last second. He was very lucky there. Green light on the first, green light on the second. Both of them are fine.
And there is Gabriel Kinter. Gabriel Kinter pitted and came out still in the lead. He was under a lot of threat there from Tristan Lloydell, but he managed to cover that with some fast laps once Lloydell had gone in the pits. It's a bit close behind with Rob Johnson, Thomas Wiltshire, Joe Peters and John Ostick, and it does look as though the net gain there has been by Thomas Wiltshire, because I'm sure he was behind those two earlier on. So with Rob Johnson maintaining third place, a nominal podium. You don't really have a podium in the heat races, but certainly if we give it a nominal podium there, you've got Rob Johnson third. That is a lot of points. If you want to make the semi-final, it's got to be a whole bunch of top three finishes, and Johnson's doing enough there with a third place to put himself in with a shout of a place in the semi-final. As we've got less than a minute to go now. Anthony, all the pit stops have been completed, and it is Gabriel Kinter who's now opened up the biggest lead he's had all race long.
Yeah, exactly that. Now 1.2 seconds. What can Tristan Lloydell do, though? Because he had that clear air. Can he close it down? But yeah, 1.2 at the moment. We'll have to see when he next crosses the line if it does come down anymore. But with the time running out, we're less than 20 seconds now on the board. This looks like a superb race here from Gabriel Kinter.
Yeah, and but Lloydell's closing in. Lloydell's the fastest on the track as a fastest lap, but he's also taking chunks out of Gabriel Kinter. That was 2/10 on that last lap alone, and that has brought that lead down to 0.9 of a second. There may not be time, he's only got 2 laps, but he's certainly put the pressure on. It's more of a visual gap now, as we can see on the screen. There is Kinter, there is Lloydell. They're the two cars you're looking at. Onto the backstretch, Kinter leads, and here comes Tristan Lloydell. There he is, following him down the backstretch now. He's got about a lap and a half to do something. The gap on a lap has definitely come down. Here comes Gabriel Kinter. Can he hold that lead? Here comes Tristan Lloydell. Can he close in? The gap has come down again slightly as they cross the line there, and they're on their last lap. Surely Kinter's done enough now. 37 laps in, but Lloydell is keeping him honest. All it takes is one touch on the barrier there, and Lloydell will be alongside and past Gabriel Kinter. Here comes Kinter. This could be an emphatic victory. It could be the best race of his life if he can hang on. And Gabriel Kinter, just a couple of corners now, but no mistakes. There's Gabriel Kinter, the BSR team driver. He's got just a couple of corners now. One more turn across the line. It's Gabriel Kinter! Takes the win from Tristan Lloydell. Rob Johnson in third. Thomas Wiltshire, here they come now. Johnson's hanging on. And a battle across the line for third place. Peters holds on to fifth place. Josh Ostick is in sixth. George Braun seventh. Owen Clark eighth. Michael Rayner ninth. And Freddie Farrell will round him out in the 10th place there. And Gabriel Kinter, probably the race of his life. It's going to be a heck of an interview down there, Anthony. He's going to be delighted. I expect he'll have Chris Ball and a variety of others greeting him in the pits. But here he comes, the race winner. It's Gabriel Kinter.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with that one. We shall definitely have a chat with him. Well, he's so excited. He's already at the cut. There you go. That's how eager he is to make sure he's all above board here, and we'll let him do that as well. He's got to get through a sea of drivers here, and that's a lot of lead he's carrying. I was thinking, how many pieces has he just pulled out of his seat there? Count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pieces of lead and a weighted seating set as well. Well, there you go. That says everything, really, doesn't it? But he'll head over to the scales now to make sure he's all good.
Aren't you going to help him carry those weights, Anthony?
No, I'm not that helpful. There we go. He gets on the scales. He's all fine. He's 0.7 over what he needed to be, so nice and thin. Gabriel, let's have a quick chat. I'll let you take your helmet off. Well, Gabriel, what's a drive from you there after the pit stop? That was a huge gap that you gained. What happened?
I don't know. The first part of the race, I knew I was pulling away from Tristan. Started gaining back at me, and then it just sort of stayed equal, and I found out it'd be tricks. And after the pit stop from there, I just managed to maintain the gap. So it's just a case of just figuring out the track, I guess.
You came 50th in this event last year. This year, you come away with a heat win. You're betting on beating that this year, I guess.
The goals for this year were to be in the semi-finals. Last year, I got a false pit stop in my first heat. Repeated that in this year, which wasn't ideal. So this has sort of given me the road to recovery, if you want to say it. So it's a good boost and a step in the right direction.
Exactly that. Is that all your races done for today? We'll see you out again tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here again tomorrow. Hopefully win another heat. You never know.
Excellent. Best of luck with that one tomorrow, and congratulations on that one. Good stuff. This is usually the part I talk to other drivers, but they've run away from me. Again, understandable. Next race is getting lined up, ready to go. As you can see, drivers looking seated and comfortable. Last few drivers at the back of the grid, now just getting yourself ready. And you've got to think at this point here, strategy comes into play, probably with where the drivers want to put their weight in the car. Of course, a lot of drivers running weight in their seats, a lot of drivers running the weight in the side of the seats as well. They've got the big weights here that they've got to make sure they're all above board, that are provided by Formula Fast themselves, and then plus they're heavily weighted. In fact, that's really heavy. I'm not even going to attempt to pick that up. I'll be embarrassed if I do that on TV. Yeah, James, again, all is well, some good racing and some nice change of results that we're seeing.
Yeah, we're getting some incredible results, and it could be said we've had some amazing wins, but Gabriel Kinter there is not going to be someone we'd have had down as a race win. So an incredible victory. There's something about Saturday night at the BRKC which really, there's like an exciting feel to it, you know, and this is where these incredible results come into play. Gabriel Kinter's win there has to go down as one of the most spectacular moments in the BRKC. He was in the top. He was 50th last year, so he was halfway up, but nothing like this performance. An amazing race there by him. So hopefully we'll see more of the same. Now, who we got in this next race? Well, it's a whole bunch of heavy hitters again. We've got Ian Wilson, James Solis, Charles Decline, Johnny Elliott is in this. Vika Schlitz, the reigning BRKC champion, is in this heat race. We got Sam Shaw, we got Richie Clark, we got Alex Ford, we got James Wilshire and Aaron Mitchell-Begley in this one. So there's Johnny Elliott, and Johnny Elliott's going to be first out to qualify. He's been a BRKC favourite for years, and the one thing with Johnny Elliott is we never know quite what's going to happen. Will we get a great result? When it's good, it's amazing. When it's bad, gosh, it could be multiple penalties and all sorts. Johnny Elliott, of course, is first out to qualify. He's facing this revised layout for the first time in this championship, and he has to be one of the favourites going in. But what can we say? We've also got Vika Schlitz out there. So here's Johnny Elliott. Now, very fast on his warm-up lap. And they're coming through now to start the qualifier. So there's Johnny Elliott. He's on his qualifier now. He's been followed by Wilson. Aaron Mitchell-Begley's out there as well. He started his lap. Charles Declean's on his as more karts are coming through. And Sam Shaw's starting his qualifying now. That'll be fast, surely. And Alex Ford, he's out there too. These guys are all on their qualifiers as we speak. And in fact, everybody's now out. Everybody is on that first lap. Now, Johnny Elliott is going to be the first one to set a time. He's going to set the benchmark. Here he comes across the line now. What's it going to be? It's a 32.6. Johnny Elliott on the provisional pole behind. Can they pass him? Ian Wilson, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, no. But Charles Declean's gone quickest. Charles Declean. And Charles Declean set provisional pole, but Sam Shaw's faster. Sam Shaw is faster. As provisional pole for Sam Shaw. Can he be beaten? Yes, he can. It's the reigning champion. It's Vika Schlitz. Surely Schlitz is going to set the time. There's only Richie Clark. James Wilshire, no, he's qualified. So Vika Schlitz will start from the pole position there. It's the reigning BRKC champion. He won last year. It was an emphatic victory against his team boss, and Ruben Bouton's there, who he had to defeat. But Vika Schlitz has taken pole position. He's already got a win in the bag. He needs to win again if he's going to keep adding those points that secure a place in the final. Drivers of the calibre of Vika Schlitz, it's not just about getting into the semi-final. He actually is already going to be thinking about a place in the final. In fact, Vika Schlitz, he came second, didn't he? Because Eliana Vos won earlier on. So Vika Schlitz does need the winner's points, because already a driver of that calibre, world-level driver, will be thinking not about the points for the semi-final, but about guaranteeing a place in the final as early as possible. Only the top 10 scorers go through. So it's going to be Schlitz starting on pole. Sam Shaw, an incredible run there by Sam Shaw. He was 15th overall in the BRKC last year with Sam Shaw, so we know he's got the credentials. We know he can put on a good performance. He was a semi-finalist in the French Championship, both in 2022 and 23. So Sam Shaw, an outstanding performer there. He's starting second, and then of course in third is Charles Decline. Okay, so Vika Schlitz brings him round. Vika Schlitz takes the start and races off into the lead. He's got Sam Shaw going with him as they enter the new section. It's Vika Schlitz from Shaw. There's Schlitz in the lead. the blue and yellow. There's Sam Shaw in the red with a white helmet. So Schlitz working his way through, all caught the end of the barrier there. Now everyone's catching it. They're all seeing where the other's gone, and everyone's gone into the barrier. They all hit it. And, well, what can you say? The barrier getting well and truly pushed around there. So Vika Schlitz, he's coming through to complete that opening lap. Schlitz comes through now across the line to complete the first lap. It's Vika Schlitz from Sam Shaw and Charles de Klein. Now Charles de Klein is not someone we've spoken too much about in this year, but he's a Dutchman, and he was in the semi-final of the Belgian National Championship. So think this event but in Belgium, and Charles de Klein made the semi-final and he's currently in third place. Those are the sort of points you need. Now we're looking there, the Tony Kart outfit there of Johnny Elliott. Now Johnny Elliott is fourth. He's a perennial BRKC competitor and certainly a fan favourite, one of the most popular in the paddock.
Early
Johnny
pit
Elliott.
stop.
And we've got one in the pits.
Yep, Richie Clark early in the pits, and it's a green light on gate number 1. Gate 2 looks good, and he heads back out on track.
And Richie Clark opens up the pit stoppers, and we'll see where that gains him. He certainly wasn't running last, but he's chosen to come in the pits. Bit of a group there. Maybe he wants to just roll the dice and see what happens. Now, Sam Shaw was side by side with reigning champion Vika Schlitz. Now, Vika Schlitz, after he'd won the BRKC this time last year, he went on to win the French Championship and the Belgian Championship of 2023. He also actually was driving in a number of other international championships like this, and he was on the podium in all of them except the Polish one, where he ended up fourth. So Vika Schlitz, an absolutely stellar 2023 season. Now, he was second in his first heat race against teammate Eliana de Vos. Schlitz, no pits for him, and no one else. Is Johnny Elliott runs through there in fourth place. There's a bit of a, is it a group? Are they close enough to be called a group? But anyway, the top four, Vika Schlitz, Sam Shaw, Charles de Klein and Johnny Elliott there, rounding out that four. There's a bit of a gap to James Wiltshire, Alex Ford, James Solis, and the rest with Ian Wilson, Mitchell Begley in there, and Richie Clark obviously a little bit further back. He was the only pitter. Once again, Anthony, not too many early pitters at the moment. Track temperature out there is probably pretty chilly, I get that. Any moisture?
No moisture from what I can see. Chilliness, yes, it's brisk out here. I can feel my fingertips. They are slowly starting to fall off though. Yeah, only Richie Clark coming in for a pit stop. I've got to say, I was looking at his driver notes here, and he's put nothing worth mentioning. That's very harsh on himself. I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna put Richie Clark, BRKC pit stop legend. He's only had green lights so far.
Absolutely, he's well, and that's a lot better than some, isn't it? We've seen an awful lot of errors on pit stops, the pressure being that high, but Richie Clark now has something to put next to his name. Just simply calling himself a BRKC competitor is a greater achievement than a lot of people manage in their karting careers. So Richie Clark there looking good. Yes, he's running 10th place, but he is the only one to pit stop. And when Aaron Mitchell Begley comes into the pits, there's a chance he'll fall behind Richie Clark. So will Ian Wilson. James Solis might even fall behind Richie Clark. In fact, Richie Clark could end up halfway up the order if all those in front of him pitted now.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Again, it's a bold strategy. You've got to think what these drivers are thinking. And right now, if I was out there racing, I'd probably be thinking about blue cheese or something like that. Nothing about racing and just wanting to get to the end.
Well, that's fair. I mean, you can think about the blue cheese and then go and eat some afterwards, can't you?
Exactly.
Yeah. Talking about cheese, though, we're not having any cheese from this Dutchman here. No Edam or anything like that. Vika Schlitz, he's certainly making it look good at the front there. He's slightly opening his gap now to Sam Shaw. He's pulled out 0.6 of a second to Shaw. The pair of them, though, they're running some 2 seconds clear of Charles de Klein in third place. Now, Charles de Klein, of course, has been a semi-finalist in the Belgian Championship, so we know he has what it takes to reach the semi-final of one of these events, which fundamentally is a whole raft of third or better, a whole raft of top 3 positions. Anthony, on the face of it, when we think, okay, a lot of people are talking about making the semi-final, but if you think to really make that, you've got to be all day long with top 3 results. That's hard.
Exactly that. We've had shake-ups, you know, in the order. We've had a couple of up and downs, but remember, so many drivers are here, and if everyone has a good result, it kind of negates it. You just need that consistency. You need to be constantly either 1, 2, 3 to even think about doing it. If you're finishing 4th in all of them, you think, yeah, that's good, I might make it, but the chances are you probably won't.
Absolutely. Vika Schlets will be thinking beyond that already. He was, of course, the champion last year. We're seeing him on the new section now. He's going to come into view in a second. There he is. That's the reigning British rental kart championship. He's a Dutchman, but drivers like Schlets tend to do all the various national championships. As a Dutchman, he also not only is the British champion, he's the French champion and the Belgian champion currently. So, he has a number of national championships to his name, and that's a case of winning the final. Does that again this weekend. He'll add to the 1,000 he won last year with another 1,000, and seriously in profit there, Vika Schlets, if he can get the job done again this year. Somebody who also we've seen in the semi-finals before is Johnny Elliott, currently running 4th. Now Johnny Elliott is keeping Charles Leclerc really honest there. We've seen them on screen now. There's Charles Leclerc with the dark helmet. So there's Schlets, there is Sam Shaw. Now Sam Shaw is the only one, it seems, who can run with Schlets in this race, because there's a bit of a gap now to Charles Leclerc and Johnny Elliott behind. But Johnny Elliott and Klein are running very close indeed, and of course with this nominal idea of needing top 3s all day long to be in the semi-final, Johnny Elliott is just one place out of that, and it's still worth fighting for him.
There is very much so. We've only had 2 pit stops right now at the moment as well, so we're still waiting on 8 of them. Alex Ford came in while you were going through some of the results of some of our drivers, but still there's a lot to play for in this one here. There are still lots of points up for grabs, and if you can just nail those pit stops, you've got it under control. It's just a case, do not get that yellow light. That's all you need to do.
Absolutely, it's about that perfection in the pits. Just not mucking it up seems to be the answer. Alex Ford coming in the pits, as you say, Anthony, that is to the benefit of Richie Clark. Richie Clark moves up from 10th to 9th. Obviously the next one ahead of him, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, is only about 3 seconds ahead. So when Mitchell-Begley comes in, that could be to Richie Clark's gain again. In fact, I think Ian Wilson might fall to Richie Clark. We were talking earlier, about how high up the order he might be. It could be deceptively high when this race finishes, especially if he can keep putting in those lap times. Right, no more pit stops at the moment. We've got 12 minutes to go and still about 8 karts to make their stops. In 12 minutes, we're probably looking at somewhere in the region of about 25 laps remaining in this race for, first of all, Vika Schlets and secondly, Sam Shaw to complete as they come around to put another lap in the books. It's Vika Schlets. He's got no interest in coming in yet. He's got about a healthy lead over Shaw as he can reasonably expect. Schlets is the fastest out on the track. He's fastest on that lap and fastest in terms of best
action
lap
in the
so
pit
far.
lane.
Yeah.
Number 11's in. It's James Solis from the United Kingdom. He gets a green light on gate 1, comes into gate 2. Early acceleration. Oh, and he misjudged it. He didn't get a yellow light. He got a green light. But when it went green, he panicked. He hit the brakes again and he stopped the kart. That really cost him a lot of time.
Absolutely. Well, it's obviously going to be deemed clean, and so he won't have to come in. That's the only saving grace there. As you say, Anthony, the fact that he'd have punched the brakes there has probably cost him, what would be the equivalent to maybe 10, 20 feet on the track.
Potentially so. It's only a small little braking that he did, but it really adds up when a kart going over the start-finish line is going full speed. It can really play havoc.
Yeah. As something to look at, though, he has come out, he's just ahead of Alex Ford. I think it was Alex Ford who he came out just in front of. So I'm sure the moment he realised he could go, he was absolutely whacked that throttle right open. And the 15 there is Sam Shaw. So now, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. I'm trying to work out who is around the James Solis area on the track. Just where he's coming through now by the looks of it. Yeah, it's the 70. Yeah, so Alex Ford, he's running just in front of Alex Ford there. So James Solis has come out in 9th place. Richie Clark, of course, the early pit stopper, has now moved up another place, and he is listed in 8th position now. He's 22 seconds behind the leader, but of course they have yet to stop. He's only 1 second behind now Aaron Mitchell-Begley, and only another second behind Ian Wilson. So this is really playing into his hands. James Wilshire, in fact, is only 6 or 7 seconds ahead. So actually, Richie Clark is looking quite good in this race.
certainly is. Again, plenty of action, just see what it does. It was an early pit stop. It usually pays off for a lot of drivers, and for him right now, yeah, he's gained 2 spots in this one, so certainly looking very good. I'm keeping a very close eye on these 2 drivers just going past me now, Charles Decline and Johnny Elliott. They are line astern, looking very, very quick and racy.
And in fact, I think Johnny Elliott's looking closer when I look out the window than he was before. And a bit of a bump there. That what's going on there? That's the 18. That is Richie Clark, of course. And that is that Aaron Mitchell-Begley who's battling with? I think it is. Yes, it's Aaron Mitchell-Begley who's in front. So Richie Clark has actually caught up to Aaron Mitchell-Begley now, and he's looking to take that place. But Aaron Mitchell-Begley's having none of it. And he's not going to give way. He doesn't have to. This is a fight for position as we speak, even though Richie Clark's been in the pits and Mitchell-Begley hasn't. Certainly it's all fair game on the track. It's not like there's one of them's going a lap down. So Anthony, we've now got just about 8.5 minutes left to go, and still relatively few pit visitors. You've still yet to see 7 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 7 people. It's been lonely. I've been so lonely, I've started talking to cameraman Matt in here. That's how desperate I am. But other than that, yeah, we're still waiting on 7 of them to pit.
Well, so long as Matt's quite comfortable with you talking to him, I mean, we haven't asked him really about that, have you?
I haven't. He's busy though with the camera, so I can't really talk to him much.
Yeah, he's getting some great shots. In fact, Scruffy Bear Media.
Speaking of great shots, we've got the number 16 in the pit lane now. This is James Wiltshire, and gate number 1 is good. Gate 2 is good. We've got a double stack in here as well. The 19's in. This is Aaron Mitchell-Begley, who's in now. 2 green lights. He heads out onto the circuit. All good.
So Aaron Mitchell-Begley comes back onto the track. He's resuming in 10th, but Richie Clark managed to just get ahead of James Wiltshire when Wiltshire came out on the track. It was just enough to do it, and I'm going to quickly check out the window. Yeah, it looks like he's been able to maintain that. So Richie Clark, having pitted and ended up last, is now working through the order as the pit stops cycle through. He's on an absolute mission, is Richie Clark, and we said he had nothing to say, but this race alone is something to talk about from his point of view. To be in a BRKC heat race and actually come through. And Johnny Elliott's in. Johnny Elliott from 4th.
Let's have a look at this pit stop then. Very late on the brakes. Huge lock up there, but it's green light on gate 1, gate 2, and it's 2 green lights. Clear track now.
A fantastic pit stop by the Manchester driver there, Johnny Elliott. We've seen all sorts of results from Johnny. We've seen spectacular wins and equally spectacular disappointments from him over the years, but this is looking like a good one. Johnny Elliott, very much the more mature driver now in terms of approach.
Into the pits.
He does. In the pits, yes.
In the pits, it is the number 10. Now this is Charles Decline after a huge bellowing shout from supporters in the pit lane. I'm amazed he heard it, but out of the pit lane he goes onto a clear piece of track and gets ahead and holds it in front of Johnny Elliott.
In fact, he's got a bigger lead than he went in with. Johnny Elliott managed to close in on momentum, but Johnny, he could not quite put the laps in. He probably didn't have time to really settle down some rapid laps. And in the pits now, Vika Schlitz.
Yep, Schlitz in the pit lane. Gate number 1 is green. All good for Vika Schlitz here in towards gate 2. Again, another green light comes out. Nice advantage.
And the reigning champion pits out of the lead and comes out in 2nd place. He's come out comfortably ahead of Charles Decline. Now it's all down to Sam Shaw. Now Vika Schlitz is going to have to be fast on these laps because Sam Shaw now knows it's make or break time. He has 5 minutes 6 minutes of a race left, which probably means about 5 minutes in which he can make a pit stop. He needs to make good, but he's caught up behind someone. He's got a driver in front of him. I think it may well be, surely it's not Richie Clark, but it might be. And yes, it is. It's Richie Clark. Now, Richie Clark is a lap down, but, he hasn't seen him. And he bundles Richie Clark aside. Richie Clark hadn't quite seen Sam Shaw there, but Sam Shaw needs no delays if he's going to try and leapfrog Vika Schlitz. He pitted from behind him. There is Vika Schlitz on camera now, the reigning BRKC champion. He won last year. One of the most spectacular finals we've seen him. It was Vika Schlitz who came out on top, and he's looking to do it again. No bumping 15, that's a message to Sam Shaw.
Well, I think that's a bit harsh for Sam Shaw. There should have been blue flags for him, really. He was lapping a back marker from the lead, and he had to force the option.
Probably one of those slightly academic things, we hope, but there's certainly 5 minutes. It almost feels like we're at the end of the race, but we've still got 5 minutes, still a quarter of the race to run, potentially another 10, 11 laps to go. So, Sam Shaw maintains the lead. Will he come in this time? No, he won't. He continues on. He's got a nice pace, but is there someone in the pits? Yes, there is.
There is indeed. It's the number 21 that's pulled into the pit lane. This is Ian Wilson. Green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2 now. Traffic going past him. Looks like he's going to exit to a clean piece of track. 2 green lights. Nice stop.
Absolutely beautiful red, white and blue suit and helmet there with Ian Wilson. Looking really good out there as he re-enters the race. He actually re-enters it in 10th place, so Aaron Mitchell-Begley has jumped up a position. Alex Ford has, James Wilshere has, and I think Ian Wilson came in somewhere behind James Solis, I believe. So we'll see what happens. Or maybe James has actually jumped there. I think he was definitely behind Richie Clark. But so the top 4 are in the same place they were, except for the 2 leaders. That is Vika Schlets and Sam Shaw. Vika Schlets has pitted, Sam Shaw has not. And Sam Shaw continues to go on. He's clearly going to go for the late pit stop as Sam Shaw is out there on the track. He's entering the back straight. There's Vika Schlets we're looking at now. He has made a pit stop, but he's in 2nd place. The question is, it's with 8.1 seconds between them. Has Vika Schlets got enough? Has he been able to maintain that gap, keep it down to under 10 seconds to prevent Sam Shaw from leapfrogging him in the pits? 30 laps in with 3.5 minutes to go. Well, to be honest, Andy,
I think Sam Shaw needs to pit.
Can Sam do it?
No, I think he needs to pit sooner rather than later. The gap's coming down even more now. It's less than 8 seconds. So the sooner he does it, the better. Schlets with that clear track. He's got no one in front of him. He's just driving away. He will approach back markers soon, but Sam Shaw's already got more traffic now in front of him. He just needs to pit.
Yeah, is this the time? Oh, Sam Shaw's got ahead of the traffic. But Sam Shaw now has a clear track in front of him. He's probably with just under 3 minutes to go. He's probably got an honest 2 or 3 sensible laps of fast driving before he must commit to a pit stop. There's Sam Shaw on screen. Sam Shaw, he is making his way down the back straight there. 15th overall in this competition last year, so he was halfway up the semi-finals, missed out on a final slot by about 5 places. And he's going to be looking to make amends for that. He's going to be first or second, surely.
Well, the white lights come on now, James, so the pit close light has come on. He has to pit now.
So he will be in this lap, we're sure of that. We're seeing Sam Shaw. This is his final lap before coming into the pits. He must commit to the pit lane on this lap. He must come in. So they're on the back straight now. This is Sam Shaw. He'll be thinking about that pit stop. He knows he's got to get those lights correct. He's coming into your view now, and he's had his race. He's in.
Yep, he's in. Let's see how we can do. Vika Schlets has got traffic now. This could be vital. Green flag on the first one. Comes into the second one. Schlets still in the traffic. Green light on the second. It's going to be close, but Schlets has got it.
Schlets has got it, but Schlets has also got traffic. 2 cars in front of him in the form of James Wilshere and Alex Ford. And Schlets, well, you know, with the best will in the world, they can try and be helpful, but they can't always get out of the way easily. You've got to be somewhere. You can't be nowhere. You know, you can't disappear. But Schlets is still caught, and this is to Sam Shaw's benefit. Schlets is going to try and out-drag him down the backstretch. He's got past one of them. He's got Alex Ford, and he's now on the case of James Wilshere. Now, James Wilshere obviously won't have been aware that he's been breathed on by Vika Schlets. There won't have been any flags for him, that's for sure. As they cross the line again, it's still, well, there's one of the those drivers between them. It's Alex Ford between the 2 leaders. Schlets from Shaw. Schlets goes to the inside. Now Schlets has got past Wilshere. Schlets has a clear road in front with 1 minute remaining as Sam Shaw now has to match that. He's got ahead of Alex Ford, but he's still got James Wilshere to get past. So there is Schlets, there's Wilshere, there's Sam Shaw, and there is Alex Ford. Now, of course, Wilshere and Ford are a lap down. They have to run their race. You know, yeah, they might get blue flagged and they might be expected to get out of the way, but it's not, you know, they are still in their race. You know, they're still racing. So you can expect a certain amount of help, but it's not a case of pulling the bits and walk away. So here comes Schlets. Schlets comes round. There's Wilshere, and there is Sam Shaw. Now Sam Shaw must get closer. The trouble for Sam Shaw is that James Wilshere is not a slow driver. He's got the blue flags though. James Wilshere's got the blue flags. He's trying to let Sam Shaw through at the hairpin. It looks like he's done a great job. Yes, he has. James Wilshere moves right over. He put himself at risk from Alex Ford, but he did what he could to help Sam Shaw through. Now Sam Shaw with 2 seconds gap and just over 10 seconds now to get the job done. Well, we're going to go to the probably got about 2 laps to go now. So Sam Shaw has 2 seconds to make up on that driver there. Unfortunately for Sam Shaw, that driver happens to be reigning British rental car champion Vika Schlets. So Sam Shaw will have his work cut out. The fact he's even remotely staying with Schlets is saying something. Such is the form of the brilliant Dutchman now, who currently leads and is looking to make it race win. This is his first race win of this weekend. He came second earlier to teammate Eliana de Vos as they were battling hard, but Schlitz was the loser in that one, so he does need these extra points to guarantee a place in the final, guarantee a chance to win overall and the £1,000 first prize. So here comes Schlitz. He's on the last lap now. It's just a couple of corners. Here comes Schlitz. Surely he's going to take it. There's some back markers, but they're not in the way. They're not in the way. Here comes Schlitz. He takes the win. There's Sam Shaw right behind him. It's just 2 seconds. And through goes Wiltshire. There goes Alex Ford. And but we're waiting for Charles de Clean and Johnny Elliott. Can Johnny Elliott do? No, he couldn't. Johnny Elliott's definitely secure in fourth now as they all come through. Johnny Elliott's finished. Richie Clark, he has come right up to 5th place. So they're coming. They're going to be down with you in the second, Anthony. But Richie Clark there, pitted, ended up last, and has come right through to 5th place. Anthony, quite a good performance that.
Yeah, very good performance indeed, and yeah, you got to think it was all down to the wire there. Sam Shaw pushing as hard as he possibly could there, nearly got it on the pit stop. It just wasn't to be, and Vika Schlitz comes away with another good result. We'll have a good chat with probably Sam Shaw and Vika Schlitz on this one, because you got to think top performance there for Sam Shaw. And Vika, once you've got weighed up, join me over by the podium for me. We'll do the same with Sam as well. Sam, once you've all sorted out, join me over by the branding over there for us, yes? Good lad, good lad. Yeah, I've got to say, top stuff from these drivers, good stuff from the entire grid as well. Some nice, close, competitive racing we've seen all the way throughout the day. And as you can see, the hustle and bustle here in the pit lane as the next group gets themselves lined up, ready to go. Vika, come on over as we fight our way through the hordes of drivers. Here we go. Vika, great stuff out there. I'll let you get your helmet off, as I know it's a long old time. You're cold. You don't want to talk to me, I understand. Vika, coming over. Brilliant stuff from you. Solid drive on that one. It looked like it was going to get a little bit challenging because the gap was very open on those last pit stops. How did you feel?
Yeah, it was really difficult because the back markers were really struggling a little bit. They don't go out of the way, but it was the same for Sam, of course. So I was the whole ways looking where he was, because yeah, when I take my pit stop, I was behind them again, and he was driving alone. So it was for me really hoping the time was going fast, and I was luckily perfect timingly that he has to go into the pits, and I was on them back. So yeah.
Exactly. It's a solid result though still for you. Nice chunk of points and looking good for tomorrow as well. Bit of work to do though still, but it's going to be a tough one. It's been very competitive here.
Yeah, I have to tonight one race at 10 o'clock. That's my last one for today. So, but it's really a hard level this year. It's, last year it was also really high, but this year a lot of people who you don't expect it are really good. So it's really nice.
Excellent stuff though, well done Vika. We'll let you get on and rest up. Let's bring Sam Shaw in. Sam, brilliant race from you as well, very close on those pit stops there. You opened up the gap to I think 8.5 seconds. You needed a little bit more, but traffic played a part there, didn't it?
Yeah, a lot of traffic. The blue flags weren't coming early enough, and by the time we caught them down the straight, it was too late. So once Vika pitted, I kind of had no choice but to stay out and just see what we could do.
Still a fantastic result though, P2, some nice chunk of points going your way, and hoping that we make it into the semis?
Yeah, I hope so. We've got some more tough heats tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. That's what we need, isn't it? Well, congratulations on that one. Best of luck. We'll see you out there later on. Excellent stuff there for Sam Shaw and for Vika Schlitz taking the race win on that one. Very, very close indeed at the end of that. Hopefully some more close racing coming up. The next heat is ready to go out just behind the cameraman, Matt, there. James, looking forward to it. How about you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Vika Schlitz put it perfectly there, you know, about there being a lot of drivers you don't expect. And when he said about people getting results, I think I'll go along with that. There's been a lot of surprises, haven't there? You know, we're talking about people we don't normally mention that much. And we're not only talking about, but we're talking about them when they're running in the top half, maybe even top 3. Anyhow, looking ahead to the next one, there is Eliana de Vos. He's in that blue suit there. Now, we saw him win earlier on in the 19 kart. He's got to be a contender in this race. There's Robin Kassam. He's another likely contender as they start to go out for the qualifying. We'll just run through the entries here. We've got AJ McKee from the USA. And we've got Fabrizio Colucci, the Italian, Stepan Pudlik from Poland, Barry Lakes, the UK driver, Eliana de Vos, I've already mentioned, David Edwards is out there, Sebastian Miller, Seb Miller, we could see him make a win again. Joe Simcock is out, Robin Kassam we mentioned, and Tyler Mays. Of course, Tyler Mays is the first one out, or one of the early ones out to qualify. We've got Seb Miller across the line, AJ McKee. Here comes Tyler Mays to start his qualifying now. We saw him win earlier. Now, Tyler Mays has been around for so long. It's incredible to think, Anthony, that the race we saw earlier on was his first ever win in the British Rental Car Championship. But he must have raced in nearly every BRKC there's been. Certainly he's been around for at least 10 years. So, the times are coming through. We've got the checker flag out. De Vos, he's been beaten by Miller. De Vos has been beaten by Miller, and McKee comes through into 4th place. The checker flag is out. There we are, so let's have a look here. The times are looking strong. Here comes Robin Kassam by the looks of it. He's going to be across the line in a moment. Robin Kassam, what can he do? He was running up, he's up to 2nd place. There's Kassam in 2nd place. Where's Tyler Mays? They're all completing their laps. We're going to see some real big shift arounds in those times as well. It's Barry Lakes through into 6th place there as they've completed their laps. So let's run through this. It's Eliana de Vos who's on the pole position. He's the fastest. 0.3 of a second behind is Sebastian Miller, followed by Robin Kassam into 3rd place. Stepan Pudlik, the Polish driver, is in 4th. Joe Simcock is in 5th. Barry Lakes 6th. Tyler Mays has gone from winning to a 7th place start in this race. And Fabrizio Colucci is in 8th place, David Edwards 9th, and AJ McKee rounds him out in 10th. So an incredible qualifying there. To be honest, Anthony, I'm not surprised to see Eliana de Vos in 1st place or Seb Miller up into 2nd. Robin Kassam is pretty cool in 3rd, but Tyler Mays down in 7th, I am surprised about. I really thought he was going to be top 2 maybe.
Yeah, potentially. Well, again, it's interesting, isn't it? This layout, the temperature. Again, the track's not wet, the track's dry. It's one of those, but we are seeing a real shake-up in this second half of the day. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm loving it. You know, a real shake-up.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, in terms of shake-up, what you're looking at is the drivers are driving on a track they haven't seen, and the second time they're on it is the one qualifying lap. So it really is a bit of an ask, but here we are. Leading them round is going to be Eliana de Vos. Now, he is going to want nothing more than to check out in the lead and get this race won. He's got 10 points on his mind, and that is it. He does not want to race anyone. He just wants to get to that line and get those points in the bag to secure a place, not only in the semi-final, but he's already thinking final. If he can keep these top scores, he won earlier on, and he intends to win again. That's Eliana de Vos, who's coming around the new section there. He's out on the regular bit. There he is in the lead, in the blue and white. He's been chased down by Sebastian Miller. Seb Miller there is in 2nd place, but there's a gap opening a little bit. We have seen that in these races. It seems to be, it takes a few laps for him to get settled in on the new course, but it is de Vos who's going to complete that opening lap in the lead. He cracks it up in the lead there, and de Vos is being pursued by Seb Miller. Robin Kassam is still in that 3rd place. There he is with the white helmet with the green flash on the top. There he is in 3rd, just out back there as of your view. Here is Eliana de Vos through in the lead, followed by Seb Miller and Kassam. Robin Kassam and Stepan Pudlik has joined the Blue Star team for this race, or for this event, but it was such a last-minute deal that he's not even wearing one of their suits. He's actually wearing his own Polish national one, the red and white, and that is him there in 4th place. No early pit visitors for Anthony yet, as the field streams on through. They're being brought up at the tail there by AJ McKee. In front of AJ McKee is Fabrizio Colucci. Ahead of that is David Edwards, with Tyler Mays still running in 7th place. Now, Tyler Mays is on the back of that big group, which actually ends at Robin Kassam in 3rd place. So the hope is there for Tyler Mays if he can do something. Anthony, looking at this, could we see Tyler Mays as maybe the first pit visitor, because he will just see a big group of carts in front of him?
Well, that is a good shout. Right now, we're not seeing that. Yeah, I was listening, kind of.
No, I was saying not this lap, because he's carried on round. I was wondering if he was going to come straight in.
Yeah,
maybe he doesn't feel as though he's been held up, which would be the crucial deciding factor.
Well, that is the biggest thing. I'd love to see like a comparison of the lap times he was doing in his previous race where he won to what he's doing now. But right now he's got that traffic in front. He's got a bit of a breathing space as well. You never know, he might just be comfortable there. He really closed in on that lap though.
Yeah, unfortunately, of course, the previous race he won was on the original layout, and this layout being different, Anthony, so it would not be a comparison. The closest we can come to is really what is his lap time compared to the one in the lead at the moment in this race. To give an answer to that, Tyler May's last lap was 32.9, which actually isn't his best in this race. He's done a 32.5. And the leader, Eliana de Vos, is doing a 32.0, and he's getting faster with every lap. Is he going to be in the 31s? Not this lap, 32.1 de Vos, but de Vos is about half second quicker than Tyler Mays to give the clearest answer to your thought.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we're not seeing that just yet, but let's just see how the race goes on. He's sitting there, he looks comfortable. It's whether or not he just pulls the pin and says, right, I've had enough of being here, I'll pit now and see where I come out on top and see if I can get the jump. But with the race leaders starting to break away in these early stages, it's not looking good for him.
No, the driver we're talking about there, Tyler Mays, we're getting a good view of the back of him there. Tyler Mays, we saw win earlier on. It was his first win in the BRKC. There he is, Tyler Mays, and in the pits now.
Yeah, the driver just in front of him now. It's Barry Lakes who's pitted, who was just ahead of him. Green light on the first one. Comes into gate number 2. Looks good. Gets that green light. He'll head out onto the circuit in a clear piece of track.
Yeah, there's Barry Lakes. He's back on his way. He's just crossed the line there. Obviously listed in 10th. He's the only one who's been in the pits, so obviously that is why. But Barry Lakes there, pitted out of 6th place. That promotes Tyler Mays, who we're looking at now. Ahead of Tyler Mays, of course, is, where's Tyler Mays on the... Yeah, Joseph Simcock. And that's Simcock there, the black and white suit and the white helmet, and Tyler Mays is following. Across the line there goes Simcock. There's Tyler Mays. Now they are battling over 5th place, and they are about 7 and 8 seconds behind the race leader respectively. So round they go. It's Simcock there with Mays right in his tail. Mays is right all on him now as Simcock enters the back straight there. He's got a good enough exit that he can actually draw slightly clear of Mays. As they turn in at the end, he's not under attack by Tyler Mays. So Joe Simcock doing enough getting off the new section in order to be as comfortable as possible down the back stretch. Okay, so still Eliana de Vos in the lead. 15 minutes on the clock. Eliana de Vos, 8 laps. He's on his 9th lap as we speak. Seb Miller is 2.6 seconds behind. So Eliana de Vos is doing exactly what he intended to do, which was qualify first, lead all the way, and get this thing done without any fight with anybody. He, at this stage, is not interested in fighting. He's interested solely in points, and that's what he's looking at now. Seb Miller can probably barely see him through the new area now. He certainly doesn't have a direct line of sight on him. He's got to look across. So such is Eliana de Vos's pace. In fairness, Seb Miller's pace is huge too.
Sorry, David Edwards into the pit lane now. Green light on the first one, comes into gate number 2, looking good. Oh, he nearly did that without stopping, but he gets the green light, heads back out into the circuit.
And David Edwards heads out and assumes the 10th place, so Barry Lakes has now moved up a place. We saw the early pit stop of Barry Lakes. He has now moved up from 10th to 9th. Of course, in the previous race, we saw who was it? It was, oh gosh, Richie Clark, wasn't it? Came steaming through the early pit stop, right up the order. Maybe Barry Lakes can repeat that. If he does, it's going to involve getting ahead of the likes of Tyler Mays, who's on screen now. Tyler Mays, who won earlier today. He's trying to stay there with Joe Simcock, but Joe Simcock just seems to have a bit of an edge there. He's actually extended that gap a little bit. Simcock now able to put in laps as he wants. He doesn't have to be offline to defend anything. Tyler Mays will have to be a bit closer to actually offer a threat to Simcock. Simcock keeps looking over his shoulder though. Anthony, that's always a sign of a driver who's been a bit thoughtful.
Yeah, just a little bit, but you know, we'll keep an eye on it as the race goes on. But all the meanwhile, this has been probably the I think the nicest way of putting it is calmest. It's the calmest race we've seen for a while. There are big gaps out there. No one's really being stressed on a strategy. It's all just a case of, you know, I'm going to see what I can do, open this gap up, I'll pit where I pit, and that will be that. No one's really come in. We've only had those 2 stops. There's still 8 stops to go, and there's still a long time left in this race. You know, there's still plenty to happen. So right now, we've got some action in the pit lane. Let's deal with this one. It's the number 15 that's come in. This is AJ McKee, the American driver. Now stops at gate number 1, gets the green light on gate 1, pulls into gate number 2, gets gate number 2, green light, and heads out onto the circuit.
And AJ McKee has just been passed by David Edwards there, so those near the tail are sort of sorting themselves out. So AJ McKee, clean pit stop, and into the pits comes Tyler Mays.
Yep, Tyler Mays now, who won his first heat earlier on today, pits, gets a green light on gate number 1. That was a very good gate 1. Gets a green light on gate 2, heads out onto the circuit just ahead of Barry Lakes.
And he's going to have to stand on it because Barry Lakes is moving to the outside, trying to pass the previous race winner. Can Lakes do it? No, he can't. Tyler Mays gets turned in on that hairpin, and Barry Lakes has to take position behind him. It's very close. We can see there in the white is Mays, and in the black is Barry Lakes. So Barry Lakes there in the black suit following Tyler Mays here. There's Barry Lakes behind him, and they are racing down as fast as they can. It's probably Fabrizio Colucci they're looking at gaining on if they can. Yes, it is the number 18 in the blue, as Tyler Mays, he's looking over his shoulder again at Barry Lakes. Now into the revised area here, there is Colucci, the Italian, and here comes Mays and Lakes. So Barry Lakes chasing down Tyler Mays through the revised bit. Tyler Mays has gone from being the chaser to being the chased. This time it's Barry Lakes on his tail, and Barry Lakes clearly means business. He's not going to let Tyler Mays get away with it, even if he was a race winner earlier on. Anthony, Lakes is not done yet.
No, he certainly isn't, and looking there as we have action in the pit lane now as the number 18, Fabrizio Colucci, comes in, and it's good on gate 1, and it's good on gate 2. He's going to head out, have a bit of traffic, but it's a good stop.
And he's just been passed there. Was that the race leader, Eliana De Vos? I've got a feeling it was, which pushes Colucci. Yes, it was. Colucci, Edwards and AJ McKee have gone a lap down now to Eliana De Vos. Obviously, it has to be borne in mind that De Vos has not pitted. They have. Eliana De Vos with, there he is on screen now. He has a comfortable lead of some 5 seconds ahead of Seb Miller there. And Eliana De Vos 5 seconds ahead of Seb Miller. And look at De Vos there, calm, serene, making it look easy, putting those lap times in. He's fastest on the track by some margin. He's something 2/10 ahead of the next best, which is Seb Miller. Now Seb Miller, when you consider he's got nearly 5 seconds, well at least 4 seconds, maybe nearly 5 seconds lead over Robin Kassam, the pace that Seb Miller has to do that, it's incredible that Eliana De Vos can pull away at all, let alone to the tune of 5 seconds. There was someone in the pits though, Anthony, over to you.
Yeah, it was the number 21, Stefan Budlik, who's just come in. 2 green lights, nothing wrong with it, and he heads back out to the circuit.
And that is increasingly the key in this event. It's all about not getting those penalties. We've really got to avoid that if you're a driver who's fancy making
more action.
Yep.
It's the number 20 that's in now. This is Robin Kassam, and it's good on gate number 1. Very late on the brakes, early on the throttle for gate 2. 2 green lights. He heads out ahead of the number 21.
Yeah, that was crucial because Kassam was pitting out of third. He'd had Pudlik behind him before. Pudlik, the Polish driver, and he's still behind, which is what Kassam would have wanted. I think Kassam's best result in this that he can realistically hope for is a third place. He's on line for that. If we look at the actual results, if you're watching at home on the screen, you can see that in third place is Joe Simcock. Now, I don't believe Simcock's been in the pits yet. Is that correct?
Yes, he's not been in the pit lane yet. The same with Eliana De Vos.
Absolutely, and he's also not going to be in this lap because he's passed you and gone across the line. So it's going to be at least another lap. There are 9 minutes remaining, so they've got plenty of option really still, those who've yet to pit. You think it's only 2 more, is it?
No, Sebastian Miller also hasn't pitted. Yeah, he's yet to come in.
And that's Sebastian Miller working his way through traffic by the looks of things. De Vos we can see on screen, who's making his way through the new bit. And
into the pits. Into the pits comes the 17 now. This is Joseph Simcock, so green light on gate number 1. That's all good. Slows down. Oh, just brakes and stops a little bit too early for gate 2. He gets a green light, but that cost him some time.
Absolutely. We've seen... we saw that, was it in the previous race there, Anthony, where someone got going, thought better of it, braked, and then went again?
Yes, we did see that, but on this occasion, they actually stopped before the line and the red light didn't activate, so they had to accelerate again, then stop again to activate the red light.
Gosh, yes, that they must have been almost imagining that yellow when that was going. We're looking now at Seb Miller, and Seb Miller is coming around. He's another of the Bradley Shepherd Racing team drivers. I think he's racing in the Team Orange designation. Obviously, I know they're all in orange, but there is a Team Black, Team Orange, and another colour. And but Seb Miller there is one of the front runners indeed. He's got the potential to make the final here of the British Rental Kart Championship. This time he in this race he is running second, but it's Eliana de Vos who is almost a shoo-in for a final position. He won his earlier heat race, and that was defeating the reigning champion Vika Schlitz. Meantime, we are looking at Robin Kassam, who is now under increasing pressure from Stefan Public, and Stefan Public is all over the back of Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam would have been hoping for a third place out of this, but he's got his work cut out. There is Public in the Polish national suit there, the red and white, as there's Kassam from the southeast, and Robin Kassam getting turned in. He's managed to keep ahead of Public. Just because I might be going crazy, Anthony, you've seen Kassam and Public in the pits so far, haven't you?
I have seen it, yes. Yeah. There's only two drivers who haven't, Sebastian Miller and Eliano de Vos, the two drivers who are first and second at the moment. Fantastic.
So obviously we'll be looking to see the first one of those in, but between you and me, Anthony, I really don't think we're going to see any change of position now up at the sharp end. De Vos looks as though he's got this in the bag. Yes, there's 6.5 minutes. So it may be a bit early to say that, but this is Eliana de Vos we're talking about, and he definitely has the ability to maintain a 8-second gap with only 6 minutes remaining. Seb Miller equally has the measure of Robin Kassam behind him, who's actually got his hands full of Stefan Public. Stefan Public is chasing Robin Kassam onto the backstretch. There they are now. They've got no hope of catching Seb Miller in the remaining 6 minutes because they are some 20 seconds behind him.
Yeah, exactly that. But I'll stress that the phrase between you and me right now isn't going to work, seeing as we have millions of viewers watching online around the world, and also we're in the PA system here in the venue at Formula Fast. Everyone heard us.
Okay, well, between you, me, and a few thousand, I think Eliana de Vos is going to cement this thing, and there he is on screen now, actually, Eliana de Vos. You can see it's almost minimum effort. He's kind of really manhandling that car around now. Interesting, not desperately worrying from his point of view, because time is on his side. He is wearing one of Ruben Bouton's suits, so if you are particularly eagle-eyed and you really know your karting, Ruben Bouton says lend him a suit. He's in the pit.
Yep.
The race leader's coming in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shaky entrance to the pit lane. He absolutely clouted the barrier coming in, lost a lot of time, but it's a green light on the first one. Comes in, gate number 2, green light on the second one. He leaves the pit lane, clear track in front and behind.
Yeah, he really seemed to come steaming in there, Anthony. That must have been a rapid entry to the pit lane.
It was rapid, but he hit the barrier, so he will have lost time on that.
Right, yeah. So a bit of a rattling entry there. That puts Seb Miller into the lead. We're looking now at Colucci, the Italian. There is Eliana de Vos, the race leader, with Ruben Bouton's suit on. He's had to borrow a suit. He's worn his others out. Luckily, it is a Blue Star suit, and that's why he's able to wear that and kind of blend in with it. Obviously, Ruben Bouton's he's very fit and very slender. It's surprising anyone can fit into one of his suits, but clearly Eliana de Vos is one of those people who can. I'm not sure I would be able to, Anthony.
I'd see it. Do you know what? I have a race suit at home. I bought it when I was 16, and guess what? I still have it, and it definitely doesn't fit me anymore.
It doesn't fit you anymore. And don't tell me you bought it large when you were 16 as well, did you? You thought I'll grow into that one, and now you've outgrown it, yeah?
No comment.
Oh, we're all there. Anyway, Seb Miller continues in the lead. He's got 4 minutes on the clock. Obviously, he's the last one to come in. He's just got to bang those up. Now, there's Tyler Mays. He's got a comfortable gap on screen there in front of Barry Lakes. So Tyler Mays, Barry Lakes, when I say comfortable, I'm talking about 1 kart length. That simply means that Lakes is not able to jump him for the least little mistake. But if Tyler Mays was to relax at all, you can bet he would have his hands full of Barry Lakes trying to pass him. With the least little muck-up, and it comes through this awkward section here on the revised area, but position is maintained. Barry Lake's looking particularly good out of there, but Tyler Mays has control of the situation. Another lap in. Just about 3 and a bit minutes remaining. Seb Miller has 30 laps in the books. They're really close. They're coming past you now, Anthony. Barry Lakes is not being left by Tyler Mays at all.
No, not at all. They've been stuck to each other very nicely. Into the pit lane now. This is our last pit stop. Sebastian Miller gets a green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2, gets the green light. Where is Eliana de Vos? And I think he's got past already, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. De Vos, I think, was almost straight on it there. While we were looking at Miller coming into the pits, that's when DeVos was going past. Such is DeVos's advantage. DeVos already has nearly a 9-second lead over the new second place, which of course is Seb Miller, who's just in the pits there. Here's DeVos coming past you now, Anthony, and to give some perspective, it's going to be nearly, there's Colucci, and we still haven't seen Seb Miller yet. There's Seb Miller coming into your view, so that gives an idea of the physical lead we're dealing with. Meantime, on screen, we're looking again at Tyler Mays and Barry Lakes. This is probably, arguably, the battle, although the one further up as well, with Kassam versus Stepan Pudlik, is also pretty tight. 2 minutes to go for that man, though, Eliana DeVos, as we're back on the infield. There is the battle for third place with Robert Kassam and Stepan Pudlik. DeVos comes through now. There he is in the blue and white to complete another lap into the new area, the revised format. We're going to be using that one for the rest of this evening and across the morning as we are entering the, when we run the third round of races as well. So we're around, we're across the line. It's all looking good now for Eliana DeVos. He's got a nearly 10-second lead. We're looking at Tyler Mays, though. There's Tyler Mays. Now he's coming under increasing pressure from Barry Lakes. Barry Lakes sort of closing a bit, then he drops back. Now this is the closest we've seen him. Now can Barry Lakes get a good run out of here? Can he make a move down the backstretch? It could be on for Barry Lakes. Tyler Mays has to cover the centre line there to be ready to block him on either side, but Barry Lakes is certainly looking increasingly aggressive here. Will he try the inside? No, he can't. What about across the line? He can't get alongside through the right or the left, but they're coming into the new part here. Is Barry Lakes close enough? Well, the answer is no for that early bit, but if he can close in through this new part, he may have another run down the backstretch. This is important here for the second of these two drivers, Barry Lakes. Can he make it work? Well, he's come out a little bit further back than last time, so Tyler Mays, is he rattled? Is he going to go for the centre? He's looking over his shoulder to see what's going on, to the left, to the right, and he knows he's got a secure run down into that hairpin there at the end of the straight. Tyler Mays, the British driver who won for the first time in some 10 years of trying in the BRKC, he's been a front runner. I'm genuinely surprised that was his first ever win on the last race. I really am. But Barry Lakes is working him hard on this one, and these people must be true racers because they're battling this hard over fifth place. Now, we're coming to the end of the timing, so we're going to look and see what the organisers do. There's probably about 2 laps to go from the end. Where is Eliana DeVos? That's going to be the big question. We need DeVos to cross the line, and Barry Lakes having another look at Tyler Mays. There's Lakes, the dark-coloured one, versus Tyler Mays, the white-coloured one, and we've got 2 laps to go. There's DeVos now. DeVos is on his final lap. Eliana DeVos is going to be taking his last lap. The Dutchman is going on to another victory. This is all he'll have been interested in for this race. He will have been interested in solely pole position, checking out and clearing off, and that's exactly how it's worked out. Eliana DeVos, one of the best indoor kart racers in the world at the moment. He's not won the World Championship, but you can bet he'll be competing for it. And he's competing today and tomorrow for the British Rental Kart Championship, and he's going to come through to cross the line and take win number 2. Eliana DeVos takes it, and Eliana DeVos, a perfect point score so far, and the available points, he's had 20 up for grabs, and he has scored 20. 10 points for each race win that he's had. Seb Miller comes through to a fantastic second place. What about Robin Kassam? What about Stepan Pudlik? They're crossing the line imminently, and it looks like Kassam has got the biggest gap over Pudlik that he's had so far. There's Kassam third, there's Pudlik fourth, and there is, that's one of the lower order ones. I think that might be AJ McKee. As we're looking, Eliana DeVos comes in, and that's Simcock through. So just to confirm, we've got a win for Eliana DeVos, second for Seb Miller, third for Robin Kassam, and so on. They're with you now, Anthony, and what a performance there by Eliana DeVos. That is how to win a motor race.
Oh, certainly so, definitely. And correct me if I'm wrong on this one, James, that makes it now 3 different drivers who have got maximum points going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe so, but probably the most important one is that Vika Schlitz has not. Vika Schlitz has not, so that could be the kind of interest there.
Yeah, definitely. So that could mean the difference of making it to a semi-final and not. So, yeah, very interesting there. Next group of drivers is getting ready to go, but let's chat to some of our drivers in this one. We will chat to Eliana DeVos, who is tucked away in there at the moment. We'll get him in a brief moment's time. I'd like to chat to Sebastian Miller. I'd also like to chat to Robin Kassam as well. because Kasam's had a brilliant race. In fact, let's chat to Robin Kasam right now. Robin, just join us over here for a second. Just want to have a quick chat with you while you're here. Jump on this side of me. P3 for you. Good result.
Yeah, very good result. I was really surprised by that.
Yeah.
Like, I saw like the people in this one, and they're very tough people. So I was expecting like 7th or 8th qualifying, but to qualify P3, I was really surprised by that. I obviously thrilled for that, but I knew that the people behind me were going to be very, very tough. So I just needed to keep defending and just keep pushing, and I just need to get a gap and just.
Brilliant result though for you, and like you say, you can enjoy that one. We were saying all the way throughout this one that you're going to need top 3s to get into the semi-finals. Do you reckon you can do it?
Maybe. I'm really surprised to even have 2 3s already. The last time I raced properly was April, so I'm putting on a few kilos.
Let's see what happens. Well done, mate. Enjoy that one. Well, as we were talking to Robert there, we've got Eliano de Vos who's just here. Eliano, let's come on over. Another race win on that one, 2 for 2, maximum points. You join 2 other drivers now with maximum points, so competition's very fierce out there.
It's I think it's going to be equal and very tight at the end of the race and of the championship, I think.
It really puts it down to one bad race could cost you getting into the semi-finals.
I hope not.
Well, it's another day tomorrow, but it's 2 for 2 now. Primed and ready. Is it going to be relaxed now and get focused for tomorrow?
No, I have tonight another race, so I have to be focused for tonight also.
Okay, well, we'll let you rest up, get yourself prepared for that one, but so far, maximum points. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for our races. More races to go. As you can see, next group is getting themselves lined up and sorted out. Looking forward to this one. Temperature is dropping. It's getting chilly out there now. It's dark outside. Not that everyone noticed, because it's all lovely and lit up in here. James, over to you to take us through qualifying.
Well, interesting with Eliano de Vos there. He knows his status, he knows what he can do, but he's also aware that it is so easy to lose what you've gained, in one of these championships. And as you say, there are a couple of drivers who have got to perfect scores, and they will be in Eliano's position of being very pleased with that, but also being aware that things can still go wrong. This is really when it gets tasty at the BRKC. The Saturday night is arguably the most exciting point in the whole competition. There are drivers who are now clearly looking at a shot at the final even, but we're looking now, we've got Anton Schoppler ahead. He's in the purple there with the black helmet, one of the American drivers, and Zach Venn is behind him. So these two are, good bets for high place starts, maybe pole position, but certainly in the top half, and they will be setting that initial pace. Now bear in mind, this is the first time that these two have been on this revised layout, so they are going to be seeing this revised layout for the first time now. They've got one warm-up lap, then their qualifier. So literally the second lap they do of the revised layout, which they haven't really been able to, well, they certainly haven't been able to drive, they've barely been able to see, is one lap that really counts for everything. So as they head on out, let's have a look at the lineup in this one. We've got Bartosz Babic, we've got Colin Marshall, we've got Josh Green, Nadia Balnega, Matt Clark, Zach Venn, Anton Schoppler, Ben Frankham, Steve Gray is out in this, and Oliver Dankovic is also out there, the Polish driver. Now, Anton Schoppler is capable of sticking it on pole and winning this. Arguably, so is Zach Venn, maybe even Steve Gray, because Steve Gray, when he's on form, has the capability of winning at BRKC level. It is definitely not out the equation or out the question. We were hearing him talk earlier on. He was saying about his teammate being injured just through the stress. He picked something up earlier and it's injured his arm, but he's having to race on with that. That would be Adam Davis. This time we've got Steve Gray out there from the Unthinkables, and Steve Gray, of course, is the world's fastest tram driver. For a living, he drives trams in his hometown of Blackpool. So Steve Gray there, the checkered flag is out, the time's coming in. Steve Gray's fastest. He's been beaten by Anton Schoppler though. He's been beaten by Zach Venn. And let's see what happens as the checkered flag waves. It's still Schoppler in first, still Schoppler. Clark comes through to fourth. I think Steve Gray might be on his qualifier now. We'll see what he can bring in. Ben Frankham has come through to second place. No one saw that. By 0.003, look how close that is. Anthony, it's ridiculously close at the top. We've got Anton Schoppler on the pole position from Ben Frankham by just 0.003 of a second.
That's pretty close, isn't it? You wouldn't want to be a driver in between that, I can tell you right now. There wouldn't be a lot of breathing space.
You couldn't be a driver in between that, could you?
Well,
it's possible, but
it is
not
possible.
easy.
Not easy at all. Yeah, no, very close. This should be a very interesting race. I'm looking forward to it.
Now, Ben Frankham, obviously he's fairly recent with karting. He's another one based in the southwest more. He raced in the Southern Championships, Southern Rental Kart Championships during the summer and outdoor category. He was the champion of Castle Combe in the juniors in 2020 and the junior champion for the whole Southern region in 22. And he's moved up to the seniors. He was third in the Castle Combe Championship last year. So Ben Frankham certainly a name to keep an eye on, especially now that he's qualified second to the American Anton Schoppler. So here they come. They're coming around to start. It's going to be the American. Anton Schoppler will take the start from pole position. He's going to dictate the pace. He's pulled the pin already. He's on it. Anton Schoppler is going for it. Across the line now. He has kind of left Frankham behind a little bit. Frankham a little bit late in trying to follow Schoppler there. But they've got the new section there. Can Frankham close in? As in third place, of course, is Bartosz Babic, the Polish driver. As the field's seen through, we've got Steve Gray to keep an eye on. He's in sixth place. As the field files through, there we go. All these drivers, we've got Matt Clark still in the top half of the grid there, and Matt Clark has been getting better every year. When he first came, he was right at the back. Now he's a comfortable midfield runner. We think nothing of talking about Matt Clark knocking on the door of those top three. So, in the lead at the moment, it is Anton Schoppler. They're on lap 2 now, the first time. Of course, they've now doubled their experience of this revised layout just on these 2 laps here. So it is quite something when you consider that Anton Schoppler and Ben Frankham were able to be separated by just 0.003 of a second. They're coming down the backstretch for the second time. And here comes Anton Schoppler. He's still got the lead in the pits early.
Yep, early pit stop straight away. No time wasted for Bartosz Babic there. Green light on the first one. Comes into gate number 2. Gets a second green light. Early pit stop. Clear piece of track. That might work out for him.
Yeah, Bartosz Babic. Now, that is quite something when you would pit this early, Anthony, because you thought those ahead of you were holding you up or going a bit slower. So Bartosz Babic, we will definitely keep an eye on him. Now, you remember Richie Clark, he came right through the field, and so in fact did, who was it? Sheargold, wasn't it, earlier on? And so we'll be looking to see if that can be the same by Babic. But meantime, that has created a gap between Ben Frankham and now Zach Venn, who was 4th, now 3rd. Obviously with Babic rejoining in that 10th place, everybody from 4th place backwards has now gained a place in just that one single lap. Down the back stretch, Ben Frankham there, those again eagle-eyed will notice that BSR branding. He's one of Bradley Shepard's team, and he's keeping the American Schoppler very honest indeed. In fact, this
another early pit stop.
Yeah, in the pits.
Yeah, 21's come into the pit lane very fast there. It's Oliver Dankovic who's just pitted. Green light on the first gate. Wait for the green light on 2, gets it, and crucially falls to the back.
Yeah, Dankovic has rejoined behind his compatriots. The 2 Poles now, they're the only 2 who've made the pit stops, and therefore they're the ones running in 9th and 10th as we speak. Now, very early for pit stops, Anthony. Maybe this is the race that breaks the norm so far. We've seen no one pitting for ages, and then everyone in pretty much last minute. What do you think will happen here?
Well, again, yeah, this is an interesting factor. We're seeing that big group still at the front. They all feel like they've got the pace. Now that those 2 have left that pack, there's left some openings in between it, which means now people have that clear air, which will give them the incentive not to pit until later on in the race. Now that these 2 in the back now are focusing on each other, they could possibly even work together now to try and push up to the back. But right now, what I'm seeing from the timing screens is that both of them are green and both of them are gaining time.
Absolutely, and great analysis there, Anthony, in the fact that by creating gaps, you lessen the requirement for those others to make pit stops. So it's sort of the fact that people from certain key points in that race have pitted means there's less pressure on those remaining to actually do so. One person who might have an idea on that could be Matt Clark, and there's a couple further back. I think it might be Colin Marshall, maybe Josh Crane, who may also have a similar idea. But I think the gaps are sufficient now that it'll be pretty pointless to come in the pits.
Oh yeah, definitely so right now. I think they're all pretty happy where they are at this moment. Everyone's focusing on what they need to do. And yeah, this could be a long haul race now until the end. We might see a huge a gaggle of karts coming in at the very last moment, but only time will tell. Lap times are still looking pretty good. Your race leader still the fastest driver out there. We are seeing some personal bests in Sector 1, and crucially, those personal bests are coming from you two drivers who have already pitted. So again, it's looking like the strategy is working for the drivers in 9th and 10th.
That's absolutely right, and they are among the fastest because Bartosz Babic is the only one who's able to really, well, they've just crossed the line and improved that, but up until that point, Babic was second only to Anton Schopler, the leader. Yes, pit stop.
Yeah, it's the number 16 that's into the pit lane now. This is Joshua Green, and he gets a green on gate number 1, green on gate 2, comes out at the back, and look at the time that he's not been able to close.
Yeah, Josh Green now drops back to 10th place there. He's now got to try and close down Oliver Dankovic and Bartosz Babic. Now, those two are both running very quickly indeed, particularly Babic. So if he can do that, that'll be quite something for Josh Green. It'll be a superlative performance if he can pull that one off. Talking about superlative performances, 10 laps in now, we've got Anton Schopler on his 10th lap. There he is, and there is Ben Franken. Now, Ben Franken is starting to fall away a little bit from Anton Schopler, but I don't think it's Franken losing pace. I think Schopler is just getting faster all the time. But the fastest one out there at the moment, just now, is the incredible Bartosz Babic. So that first pit stop seems to have paid off, Anthony. This will be an absolute shocker if he comes steaming through to actually win this thing.
Yeah, I think this is going to be good. I think the most crucial bit that he's yet to battle with is that mid-section area. Remember, if someone in second or third now starts to pit, he's going to have traffic and he's going to have to deal with that. That could cause him to slow down. So he's now relying on how the leaders decide to pit in what order. If they pit in an order that doesn't work for him, it's not going to work. If they pit in an order where it does, it's game on.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely laughing if just about when he's catching people, they pit in front of him. That will be the perfect outcome as far as he's concerned. But of course, it's the outcome that hardly ever happens. Now, there he is coming past you, so there is quite a gap between him and the kart ahead. It's far enough that they're not going to impede him, but it's equally close enough that he will definitely leapfrog them when they come in the pits.
Yeah, exactly that. So again, this strategy, I reckon this could pay off. But with Anton Schopler in the lead of this one and consistently putting in some good times as well, that gap ever increasing, it's just slowly eking away a chance of leapfrogging the entire grid. But anything can happen. We've still got pit stops to do for a lot of these drivers.
Absolutely. Ben Franken is now just over 2 seconds behind Schopler. Schopler seems to be checking out. He's doing it the Eliana de Vos way. As we've just seen with de Vos, he took the lead at the start. He raced away in the distance. He pitted, came out, retook the lead through the cycling of pit stops. So Schopler is going to be looking to do the same. Now, Ben Franken does have what could be considered the comfortablest lead he could get away with over Zach Venn. Now, can Zach Venn close in? If he can't, Ben Franken's looking good for second place, but Zach Venn, if we can see a turn of speed, he's comfortably ahead of Matt Clark, although he does have some time to make up on Ben Franken. If Zach Venn can do it, then Zach Venn is on for an absolute ton of points. There's a lot of people, really, Anthony, who have come of form. You know, they've been doing the BRKC for the last few years. They're just getting better all the time, and it's the drivers like Zach Venn that we used to talk about in 8th, 9th place. Now we're talking about in 3rd and 4th place.
No, exactly that. That's just skill and pressure that they get all the way throughout this one. It's the 19 that's in the pit lane, very rapid on the entrance. It's Steve Gray. It's a green light on the first one, gets a green light on the second one, and he leaves the pit lane. I'm going to double check that was a green light on the first one because his body language wasn't suggesting that it was. I've had nothing come up on the board, so I think he's good.
Well, Blackpool's finest gets on the gas and gets back out onto the track, and he's crucially ahead of Olivier Dankovic. Now, Dankovic did pit early, so Steve Gray has resumed in 8th place. He couldn't quite stay on terms of Bartosz Babic, but he's certainly ahead of the two who are now behind him in the form of Oliver Dankovic and Josh Green. So, Steve Gray, I think we had him for a moment on screen there as Steve Gray, he's in the black suit and the black helmet. There he is. There is Steve Gray, a tram driver by trade from Blackpool. But look at him. He's working through those corners there. He's actually holding the centre of the wheel, holding the spoke of the wheel in that case there. He's working his way through, clips the barrier, but so does everyone else. Now, that is the danger from Steve's point of view. That is the Polish driver, Oliver Dankovic, who's chasing him down with the red helmet there. So both of them in black suit, but a black helmet for Steve Gray and a bright orangey helmet for Dankovic. There he is on screen. Now, Steve Gray is up ahead. Now, can he pull a bit of a gap? They're running down there in 8th and 9th, but they have been in the pits where many others haven't. So Steve Gray, there he is through that new section there. He was talking about it earlier, and now he's having to drive it. You heard him earlier on in this second round when they first started this round of heats. He was up there helping with the commentary. Now, Steve Gray, can he hang on to that position, and can he then use that extra speed he has to find to stay ahead of Dankovic, to maybe even close in on Babic, who is 5 seconds ahead, and maybe even leapfrog some more in front of him. We'll see. Anthony, there's that little bit of a standard gap in pit stops we seem to be getting now. Some people are pitting early, some pitting late, and no one seems to be pitting on the 10-minute mark, which is where we're at now in this race.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I've just been keeping an eye on the gaps now between 1st and 10th place, or first and 7th place, which is Bartosz Babic there. The gap is 11 seconds. It's now opened up to a little bit more. Colin Marshall also now within that danger zone of not being able to go. Schoppler's just coming to some traffic. He's managed to get past it at the hairpin. That would have cost him some time. So right now, there could be some pit stops coming soon.
Now,
and on my mark,
now.
There is right now. Yeah, into the pit lane comes Nadia Balnega, and it's a green light on the first one. Good stop. Gets into gate number 2. Oh, a little bit cautious on the stopping there into gate 2. It's good though, and heads out behind Oliver Dankovic.
That's right. Nadia Balnega has cycled out of that pit slot into 9th place, behind Dankovic, behind Steve Gray, and Bartosz Babic continues his rise through the field. Now, if everyone in front of him pitted right now on this lap, Babic could come out of this in 2nd place. I don't think he could do Schoppler, but it's not far off because he's only 10.8 seconds.
Yep, number 10's in the pit lane. This is Colin Marshall after just being overtaken by Bartosz Babic, and it's 2 green lights, and he's all good. Very slow getaway off the second gate.
Yeah, so Colin Marshall comes out to the pits now. He rejoins the race. Making up more spaces, though, are Steve Gray and Oliver Dankovic. They have now moved up into 6th and 7th, respectively. Remember, they were a few spaces back now. They are making gains as well. This could be a race for them. There they are, Steve Gray ahead of Oliver Dankovic. Now, they are really pushing on, the pair of them. They're not in actual fight in a real sense because Dankovic isn't close enough, but they're certainly able to push on. And coming out of the pits, that looked like Matt Stark. Was that Stark? Clark, sorry.
Yeah, Matthew Clark, who's just pitted. 2 green lights. He's all good, but yeah, he's come out into some traffic.
So Matt Clark has come out, and he's again behind Steve Gray and Oliver Dankovic. So Steve Gray and Dankovic up into 5th and 6th place. They are really racing forward, but so is Bartosz Babic. He is keeping that gap of 10 seconds. He's going to be right alongside Anton Schoppler when Schoppler comes out of the pits at this rate. What we need to see is maybe either Schoppler from his benefit gaining some time, or maybe from Babic's benefit, Schoppler losing some time, and what would then happen is Babic could well win this race if that occurred. That would be a last to first with that early pit. Oh, and down the inside there, Nadia Balnega on Matt Clark, and makes the position in the revised area. So Nadia Balnega making good use of that revised area to gain a place over Matt Clark. Matt Clark probably coming back into though. We'll see what happens there. Meantime, Anton Schoppler has 23 laps in the books with 7 minutes to go. Ben Frankham is 5.3 seconds behind. Zach Venn is quite close. He's only 6 seconds behind the leader, which means he's within a second of 2nd place. Then Bartosz Babic is 10.9 seconds behind. That is so close, Anthony. If he can just gain some tenths there, he may yet win this race.
Yeah, it's definitely so. I mean, Schoppler has to nail this pit stop if he wants to secure that win. He really does need to secure it. This is where it gets interesting. Nadia Balnega now under investigation out onto the circuit. Not sure what that's for, but
it'll be the move on Matt Clark. They're coming past you just now. There's Matt Clark. Now, if Nadia Balnega did end up having to cede that position back, she's pulled a bit of a gain on Matt Clark, so she'd actually have to be sort of off the gas for some time. She's trying to haul in those in front, which are Steve Gray and Oliver Dankovic. She came out just behind them, if you remember, so she's trying to now make gains. Oh, and in the pits.
Yeah, it's Zach Venn who's in the pit lane. Looked like a green light on gate 1. Gate 2 gets the green light, comes out ahead of the drivers behind.
Absolutely. Now he's only just ahead. Steve Gray's got the run, he's got the momentum, he's got the speed, but Venn turns in. Venn has enough of a lead over Steve Gray. It's about a car to two's length now as we're on the new section. And there is Zach Venn on screen. There is Steve Gray, and there is Oliver Dankovic. Venn comes through. He's onto the long left-hander leading down the backstretch. There is Venn on the backstretch now. Steve Gray's chasing him down, and Oliver Dankovic is on the pair of them. There's Nadia Balnegger. This could yet be a four-way fight, and it's going to be Zach Venn at the head of it. In the pit, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, Ben Frankham in the pit lane. He's all good. He's come out ahead of Zach Venn.
Yeah, but guess who's gone to second?
That's good. Oh, it's Batic. Yes, he has. He's into second now, so he's gained time. He's got what he needs to. What's the gap, though? It's 11.1. It's going to be close, but remember, Shopler's got to do a perfect pit stop. Batic doesn't have to worry about that. He's done it. He just needs to get this to the end.
Absolutely. Shopler's pit stop is going to have to be absolutely on it. Also on it, Ben Frankham. He came out right in front of Zach Venn, so we now got a five-way fight across the line now. It's Frankham, Venn, Gray, Dankovic and Balnegger, and they are 5 carts in contention there for that third place. There we are looking at the...
here comes Shopler. Shopler's in. Right, this has to be good. Slow getaway on the first one, but gets a green light. Stops fully for gate number 2. Gets away well. Here comes Batic. He's not got it, but he's got the momentum.
No, the one behind is actually...
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's right. And but out of your view there, Shopler was able to get ahead of the back marker, and that is probably the bit that's crucial that you're referring to, because they were side by side, weren't they? And that is probably what's made the difference there for Shopler. Anthony, this is a golden example of having to time it right. If Shopler had left it any longer, this may not have been the result.
No, exactly that. And right now they're first and second on track, nothing between them. With just the dying few minutes of this race, it is going to be a case of who's faster right now.
Absolutely, and here comes that battle past you now, and we're looking on screen at Shopler. That's the race leader. He has just about resumed the lead, having gone in with a much bigger lead than that. The flying Bartosz Babic is behind, and then comes this enormous battle. Ben Frankham, Zach Venn, Steve Gray, Oliver Dankovic, Nadia Balnegger. There they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that succession, battling over third place with Ben Frankham at the helm there. And they're absolutely nose to tail down the backstretch. There's Nadia Balnegger in the fifth of those 5, as we're looking Steve Gray there in the black suit, the black helmet, and Dankovic behind him. Now these were the original 2 in this battle, and they've ended up catching those 2 in front and being caught in turn by Nadia Balnegger. So that is how this is built up with 3 minutes left to go. We've got a 1.2 second lead, and Steve Gray up the inside. Steve Gray up the inside. Can he make it work? Yes, he can. Steve Gray, the tram driver, has gone into the position ahead of Zach Venn. It's not listed on your time screen across the line yet, but Steve Gray has gone up to 4th place. He's trying to close down in Frankham for 3rd. Could this be a 3rd place finish for Steve Gray? He's got the bit between his teeth. They're coming past you now, Anthony. Look at this.
Very, very close indeed. Nice scrap. This is what we like to see in BRKC. Pure action all the way to the checkered flag.
Absolutely amazing. There he is, Steve Gray from Blackpool. He's gone through to 4th place. An amazing showing by him. It looked like he was pretty much out for the count when he was down in 8th or 9th place, but the unthinkable has happened again, and he is coming through the field. Can he grab that 3rd place? Can he get a medal? That is the big question. He's battling behind with Venn, and Venn's got Dankovic on his case now, and Oliver Dankovic really wanted to go with Steve Gray there, and it shows. Nadia Balnegger working on the pair of them as well. This is no place to hide in this battle. So 2 minutes to go. I think we've got the last lap light out, but everyone's been in, Anthony, correct?
Correct, everyone has pitted, so no one needs to pay attention to the pit closing light.
Indeed, that's what we like to see. No penalties on missing the pit stop completely. But Anton Shopler crosses the line, completes another lap. He's got what could be described as comfortable as possible a lead. He can't make any mistakes, but he's not under attack. Here comes the battle. Well, it's opened up. Ben Frankham has been able to pull forward slightly. Steve Gray's going with him, and they're definitely dropping Zach Venn, Dankovic and Balnegger. Now this is the battle we're looking at now. It's Zach Venn, Oliver Dankovic and Nadia Balnegger. They're fighting over 5th place, the 3 of them. It may seem a pointless struggle that far down, but it's not, because these points that they're going to get are going to be worth it. It's 6 points, 5 points, 4 points, respectively, for those positions they're in. So, you know, these 1 points make big differences in your overall position at the end of the competition. This is one of 4 races of the heat races that these are going to be driving in. Whether they make the semi-final or not is another matter, but they will be battling for those positions out of the semi-final, which is basically 30th and lower. Now, Nadia Balnega having a look there, but we're into the final minute now. Zach Venn is holding off Oliver Dankovic with Nadia Balnega just up ahead of them. We've got Steve Gray closing in on Ben Frankham. It does seem as though he's pulled it down a bit. It's within a second now. Steve Gray on Ben Frankham up ahead, but here is the battle. Anthony, they're coming past you. This is epically close.
Very, very close indeed. You couldn't even fit a kitten's whisker between the bumpers out there between these drivers. Absolutely line astern. Beautiful to see. But again, they've just got to try and find that extra bit, find any mistake that anyone does to try and get that nose down the inside to secure those extra points, because like we say all the way throughout this, every single year is a point. 1 point could mean the difference of making it into the semi-finals and not.
Absolutely, your analogy of that kitten's whisker, it's so close here, looking out the window and looking on screen there, that it's kind of like a newborn kitten who hasn't even got any whiskers yet. You couldn't fit those non-existent whiskers between them. Look at Nadia Balnega, she's trying the outside and then cutting back as she's trying to get the run there on Dankovic, who's equally trying to get a run on Zach Venn. And they're being joined by Matt Clark. Matt Clark has joined this battle. It's going to be a four-way fight as they come round onto they're on the last lap now. Where is Anton Schoppler? He's about to take the win. Anton Schoppler, is that him going across the line? No, not yet.
No, they've just crossed the line. They'll be onto the back straight very soon.
That's right, they're on the last lap. All these carts are now entering the last lap. You're right there, Anthony, as this massive battle, which is now a four-way fight, enters the last lap on the backstretch. There is Anton Schoppler. We've got him on screen now. There's Anton Schoppler, the race leader. He's been followed by Bartosz Babic, and what an incredible performance by Bartosz Babic, coming right the way through from an early pit stop in 10th place, right the way through to second. But it's Schoppler. There's no denying the American for Babic. An incredible performance. Ben Frankham is going to come through to third. Incredible run by Ben Frankham. And Steve Gray, are fighting fourth. Incredible. But what about Zach Venn? He's going to be fifth. Dankovic sixth. Yes, it is. And the trainer for maintain station, there's Zach Venn. And behind them, so that was Venn, Dankovic, Balnega, Clark. Behind that in ninth was Colin Marshall, with Josh Green rounding him up. It always gets pretty heated at this time of night, and even though it's cold down there, the racing's hot.
Exactly that, yeah. Very exciting stuff. It was all of a case of pure pace out on track once that early pit stop had been done, and that's just a case of, like you said earlier, just timing it right. And for Anton Schoppler, he timed that perfectly and comes away with another race win on this one. So we'll have a quick chat with Anton Schoppler when he comes in. Anton, when you're ready, just join me over by the podium for us. Thank you. As the final group gets themselves sorted out, ready to go. Everyone is a bit eager not to get out of their carts just yet. I think they can see that I've got a microphone and I'm poised in a interviewing position, and I think none of them want to get out the carts again. Completely understandable. Let's get Anton Schoppler again. Very excited. I can hear him celebrating in there. It's all very animated out there, but again, it means a lot. Like you say, that's 10 points to his name. And let's have a chat with him. Anton, what a race that was. Timed to perfection, I think, with the pit stop there. And like you say, very animated with your teammates there. I think you're excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, I needed that win for sure. I missed out on it a couple times last year, and I came in this year, practice felt good, and I felt I had it in me. So I felt this was the race to prove it. Bartosz, I saw him pit early, and I saw him start to gain some ground on me, so I had to pick up the pace, and he got real close to me there at the end. He had me scared.
Yeah, we were watching it all the way throughout. We were keeping an eye on the gap. It was like 10.5, 10.2. Then it went up to 11, and you pitted when it went to 11. So that was perfect timing, I think, from yourself, and you just managed to hold that lead. But very, very close, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was actually watching the timing board, watching the gap, making sure it was over 10 seconds before I went in, because I just wanted to make sure that I had that spot when I came out of pits, and it worked. So I'm all happy.
That's what you need, isn't it? A nice chunk of points for you, and yeah, another busy day tomorrow. Have you got another race today?
Yeah, I have one more on the last race of the night.
There you go. Well, you're going to have a long night tonight then, aren't you? But congratulations on that one, and we'll see you out there later.
All right, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Anton Schoppler. Like you say, very excited with that one. The points means prizes here in BRKC, and for him, that is a good result that he needed.
Absolutely right, and a stellar performance there by Anton Schoppler. really gaining in stature among the international drivers. Talking of international drivers, this one is rammed full of talent. As we look down the lineup there on screen, we got Mark O'Grady at the back there. Mark O'Grady is going to be the last one out to qualify, but ahead of him is double world champion and 6 times BRKC champion Ruben Boutons. Ahead of that looks like Matt Barsh, and then in front of him you've got the driver who we saw winning a race earlier on in the form of Harrison Kirkham. It looks like we've got that will probably be Adrian Hull ahead perhaps. And but also in this race we've got Kieran Eve, we've got Victor Moscal, Mateusz Matus, Carl Stevens, who we saw earlier, and Gary Jones. So absolutely rammed full of talent and potential winners here. This is going to be a very, very tough one indeed, Anthony. Really, it's hard to look beyond Ruben Boutons whenever he's in any kind of kart race, particularly one of serious calibre like this. But he's up against some strong competition.
Yep, Matt Barsh, Kieran Eve. Eve is a driver who we know is a driver who was very quick earlier on, but of course he struggled with that pit stop, and of course he struggled with the battle that was happening with him out on track as well. So, you know, he's got to get a good result this time around, but we'll see.
Yeah, so we've got the heat number 10 coming up as this is the final race before the fuel stop, and the karts are out now doing their qualifying as we are about to get this qualifying result, and we have a new guest. Introduce yourself, sir. BRKC competitor from years back, but not recently. Introduce yourself to the people.
Yeah, this is Greg Smith here from Club 100, who used to compete in BRKC back in 2019 and 2020.
Greg, we obviously know you got your results in BRKC. What was your finest race?
The only finest race that I've had was, well, probably in 2019 or 2020 or so. I got like P7 in one of my heats, and that's as far as I got really.
Didn't you spend some time? I seem to remember you and Ruben Boutons were together on track for a while one of the races. I seem to remember that.
Yes, I know what it feels like to go against a multi-time world champion like Ruben Boutons, who I've had the pleasure of sharing the track with, and the one race where I've made my debut against Ruben Boutons, but oddly enough he put 2 laps on me, so that was a funny story. But no, the landscape has changed very, very much now. So Vika Scheltz, the newbie on the ball, and Ruben Boutons, well, he's still in with a chance here, but he's got to really put in the hard work and effort to really make the final.
Yeah, you were racing against him then, and now you're going to be talking about him. Now, Ruben Boutons, he is in this race. Let's have a look at the results. It is, of course, Ruben Boutons in the pole position from Matt Barsh. Mateusz Matus is 3rd. Gary Jones, an incredible 4th. That is slightly unthinkable. He races for the unthinkable team. Harrison Kirkham, who won earlier on, is in 5th place. Carl Stevens, we did see qualify 2nd earlier on, but it's only 6th place for him this time. What can he do from there? Victor Moscal, Kieran Eve, Mark O'Grady and Adrian Hull round out the qualifiers on this one. As well, let's have a look. We're going to be getting this one underway very soon. They're just making sure things are organised. Are they getting things underway? No, there's a bit of a swap around going on. Somebody looks like they might be switching carts. Anthony, over to the pit lane, and we may have a kart switch.
Yes, intelligence work reporting. That's what I do, isn't it? Right, it's the number 16 that's come into the pit lane. Right, well, firstly, that is Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve, who had drama and turmoils earlier on, is going for a kart swap. Now, he'll have to press the magic red button. Hopefully that's the only red button he's pressed in his life. He gets the kart number 8, but he's now going to head into that one. Of course, now he's got to get that one all warmed up. It's been sat there for hours on end, and it's cold in here, so he's got to warm those tyres up. But right now, yeah, not happy with the number 16, and he swaps out for that one. He's just going to sort himself out, swap his sled over, and he'll head out onto the track. He was very busy there. I couldn't really chat to him, but he seems all fine and well now.
Now, Kieran Eve, he qualified in 8th place there. He's decided to go for a switch of kart. He clearly wasn't pleased with the one he's got. He does have that option, but it will mean rolling the dice, taking the gamble, and he's going to be starting from 10th place, irrespective. But obviously, it's not as if he's pulling out of 3rd or 4th place. He was 8th, so he's only lost the place to Mark O'Grady and Adrian Hull. Now they will be pleased, and of course, it is. They're taking up the rear now, Kieran Eve, and we're going to get this race underway in a second. Gary Jones, we can see he's ready. There's Kirkham, and the others pull forward now. Ruben Bartons is going to be taking the start here. He's going to judge the pace. Now we can expect near perfection on this start. He gets the chance to go for it when they're green, and he does pull the pin early. And it's Ruben Bartons ahead of Matt Barsh. Mateusz Matus maintains that 3rd place now. Fast though Ruben Bartons is, we may not see those gaps opening up like we have before, simply because we're talking about following him is Matt Barsh, following him is Mateusz Matus. Gary Jones, we know, can do the business there. Harrison Kirkham has won earlier on. This is not going to be an easy race. What do you think? This is not going to be an easy race for these guys.
No, not an easy race at all for the Brits. Gary Jones leading the charge then with Harrison Kirkham and Carl Stevens just behind there. So 3 of our lads in this race going at it to try and get in the top 3 positions.
Yeah, those 3 are actually very close together. They're 4th, 5th and 6th. That, of course, is Gary Jones, Harrison Kirkham and Carl Stevens. Anthony, down there in the pit lane, obviously we had the kart switch by Kieran Eve. We're going to be keeping an eye on him. I'm not sure he's actually been able to make up any places yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Like you say, it's always a risk of changing kart. He has done that, but again, cold engine, cold tyres. You know, it's just a lot you've got to deal with, and right now, yeah, he'll just do what he can do, but right now he sits there at the back. Early pit stop, it's the number 18 that's come in and has joined me in these early stages. This is Adrian Hull. He gets a yellow light on the first one, sorry, green light on the first one. I'm teasing you again, and then a green light on the second one. He's all good.
Yeah, and Adrian Hull makes it good. He comes out, he's resumed in 10th place. That's 1 spot up for Kieran Eve. Can we see Kieran Eve coming through the pack here, or is this going to be a bit too much of an ask?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see what Kieran Eve does. Obviously, with that kart change he's had to do, hopefully he'll get these tyres warmed up. He is closing on one of the Team 22 guys, which is possibly Mark O'Grady, if I'm not mistaken. So if you can just keep the pressure on Mark and then try and get in front of him, then he'll make up 1 position.
That's right, and obviously if he makes the pass there, he's got a little bit of ground to cover before he gets to Victor Moscow, but then in quick succession you're dealing with Carl Stevens, Harrison Kirkham and Gary Jones. So Kieran Eve, yes, he may have a lot of work on his hands, but also he's going to be helped by the pit stops, a crucial element of the British Rental Kart Championship. In the pits.
Yep, into the pit lane comes the number 21, and it's a good stop from the first light there for Harrison Kirkham. Comes to gate number 2, and it's another good stop, and he heads out onto the track.
Yeah, that was a great stop by Harrison Kirkham, but Andy, I want to come back to you on this one. Do we think that's a little early? I mean, we know Harrison Kirkham won earlier on, but, you know, to suggest that he's that much faster than those in front, that's a lot of confidence.
That is a lot of confidence. We'll keep an eye on the sector times and see how he does comparing from these first sessions. Can he go faster now with that clean track in front? It's a possibility, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Absolutely. So Harrison Kirkham, he's got a lot of work, but we think he can do it. Harrison Kirkham, this could be an inspired move.
Yeah, very inspired move by Harrison Kirkham. So now he's done his pit stop, and all he has to do now is really put these laps in, and hopefully we'll get a chance of reaching either the top 3 or top 4 positions.
And based on experience, do you think he can do it?
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Well, absolutely. That's arguably why we're racing, isn't it? To answer that question, there's another one in the pits. Quite a few early stoppers with you, Anthony.
There is a few early stoppers. This is a nice change of pace once again. This is the number 19. This is Vishko Moskal, who's in. Green light on gate number 1, green light on gate number 2, and comes out behind Kirkham.
Yeah, Moskal, the Polish driver, crucially from Kirkham's point of view, he's got Moskal behind him, not in front of him. That's going to be a factor.
Yeah, 1 down and 7 to go for Harrison Kirkham, so he's got a bit of a mountain to climb now. So his next targets will be Kieran Eve and Mark O'Grady.
Now, Greg, you're going to look at a moment at the times. The fastest person on the track is the 3rd place driver, Mateusz Matus. So we would always look at Ruben Bartons, but it is Matus who's fastest at the moment. So Mateusz Matus, he's been a regular here in the BRKC over the years, and definitely a regular in the Polish Championship. He's very competitive over there, and he's very competitive over in the BRKC here, despite the fact that he's got compatriot Mark Barsh in front of him, and the double world champion Ruben Bouten's in front of him. As even him, it is Mateusz Matus who continues to be the fastest. Ruben Bouten's has lowered his best time, but it's not enough to match the flying Mateusz Matus, who is in third place. So Matus really has got the bit between his teeth, which of course is making life even harder for Harrison Kirkham. Harrison Kirkham does need to increase his speed if possible. Now they're going across the line now. There's Matus all over the back of Matt Barsh as they cross the line. Greg, Matus, well, he could do something in this race.
Well, Matus is putting the pressure on Matt Barsh. I think Matt Barsh Matus is trying to make Matt Barsh pit first, and then he can try and pull in a gap on Bouten's and push him along to actually get away from him.
That's right there, Greg. So I think Matus has definitely got something. He's still the fastest. Matus is still the fastest. He's only one of 2 drivers in 31 seconds in this race. Ruben Bouten's continues to lead. He's got a bit of a holding gap there over, and in fact, Ruben Bouten's set another personal best. But the fastest now is Matt Barsh. These top 3 are trading times. All of them in 31 seconds. They're the only one in 31 seconds. And they're starting to trade a little bit. So clearly things are getting a bit intense down there, Greg.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Barsh not that far off of Ruben's pace at the moment. He's still keeping within reach of him. But I think Bouten's will probably still run away with this one. If he gets his pit stop right, he will win. Hopefully he might win this race.
There is Ruben Bouten's on the main screen, and Ruben Bouten's is on the main screen there. This is what everyone's seeing at home, the main screen. Ruben Bouten's double world champion, 6 times BRKC winner, as in champion of this event. He's won many heat races since then, but he has not won the title, despite winning it 6 times since 2019. He's going to want to do something about that at this event, and winning this race will be the start of that. Mateusz Matus is the one battling with Barsh behind. This is to the benefit of Ruben Bouten, surely, but Barsh and Matus have both proven themselves very fast over the years. Obviously, Greg, you've raced against all 3 of these guys in the past. Tough competitors, every one of them.
Yeah, extremely tough competitors. I mean, Ruben Bouten's being the top of that list, you know. As I said again, I've had the pleasure of sharing the track with him, but I just couldn't quite find any of that sort of pace to really match him back in my day. But no, he's still one of the red-hot favourites to make the final and possibly to win the BRKC title.
Indeed, it's still only the top 3 who are inside 32 seconds. 4th is Gary Jones. Gary Jones from the Unthinkables team is really hanging on there in 4th place. There's a bit of a gap now between Matus in 3rd and Gary Jones in 4th, but Jones and Stevens are definitely together on the track, and catching the barrier there, I think that was Matt Barsh.
Didn't quite see what was going on there, but Matt Barsh still keeping a clear head. He's not letting it get to him. He knows that Matus is right up his trumpet, so if you just keep his cool head and keep in touch with Ruben Bouten's, then you could be on course to finish 2nd place.
And looking further down the order, we've got Gary Jones and Carl Stevens now. There they are crossing the line. That's Gary Jones in the red and Carl Stevens in the black. As they cross the line, it is Gary Jones in 4th, Carl Stevens 5th. They are in the top half of this race. Ideally, to get into the semi-finals, it's going to have to be a top 3 result all day long. They're just knocking on the door of that, but they are dealing with the 3 fastest. It's still the top 3 who are the only ones, as they cross the line again, to be on a 31-second lap time. Everyone else is 32, and well, everyone else is actually on 32. It is so close behind. Gary Jones crossed the line. Carl Stevens crossed the line, and Kieran Eve has come through. Anthony, if we can come to you on this one. Kieran Eve has managed to move up into 6th place. That can't change, is paying off.
It is certainly paying off, but how is he doing in terms of gaps from the rest of the field? I mean, he's 20, no, he's a little further up now, isn't he? Yes, he's there in P6 now. So yeah, he's there 15 seconds behind everyone else. A lot of people still yet to do a pit stop though, so well, still a long way to go.
If I can cut in, he's 15 seconds behind Ruben Bouten's, which, with that big gap 3rd to 4th, I go with you, Anthony. He's not in contest for a top 3, but maybe he could jump Jones and Stevens, who are in front of him, and now they're the only ones in front of him. Now there's a wave there from further down the order. The car stopped. We're surely going to get a red flag.
Yeah,
Yes,
we are indeed. So we are getting a red flag, and there's a big moment there where Boutons comes to a complete stop and drives behind, just not seeing it. Now, who has come to a stop?
It's Harrison Kirkham, Anthony, the race winner from earlier.
Yeah, so the number 21, I can see there the track staff dealing with it, but gesticulating there. But yeah, engine's clearly kaput, and yeah, he's not going anywhere. And yeah, I can only can imagine the conversation that's being happening there.
And once again, it has to be said, you know, people took the time to stop on those reds, didn't they?
Yeah, no, exactly that. There was a lot of drivers who still crossed the actual start-finish line when the light went red. So, yeah, that's going to make it a little bit difficult for, I think, race control to get this one restarted.
Yeah, they've got the sort of raw data, but as you say, because everything occurred around the start-finish line, and, you know, if you look, most of the karts are literally within, you know, 50 feet of that start line, so having been the other side of it, so a little bit of arithmetic needed, Anthony.
Yeah, at this point, I'm glad I'm not the race director. Maths is not my strong point, and yeah.
Obviously, Anthony, we need to, there's you, we've got Greg up here as well. Of the three of us, who attended school?
Oh, I did. I did attend school. It didn't mean I did any good at it.
Yeah, did you actually go in the classroom, or were you just loafing in the corridor in the cloakroom?
No, I went in the classroom, but I sat at the back and I didn't do anything.
You didn't get kicked out, did you?
No.
Greg, did you go to school?
Yeah, of course I did.
Excellent. Do some maths then. What do we think the positions might actually be? We've got this on the screen here. In fact, to be honest, I think that's pretty much where it is. The question is, what's the true gap?
Well, at the moment, it will be between the top three of Boutons, Barsh and Matus at the moment. So at the moment, the battle for the win is between those top three. But I'm just hopeful if one of our lads can get in on the act and actually steal a surprise from these Europeans, that'll be a big miracle for all of us up here.
It'll be a huge miracle. Now, the person best placed to do that would be Gary Jones, and topically, he is part of the Unthinkables team. It would indeed be unthinkable if he could get in the top three. I think if we look at this, Greg, we can see the time there. That gap, Mateusz Matus to Gary Jones, is probably the real gap, and I think they're sending him out on that basis. What on earth was happening with Harrison Kirkham? Anthony, down in the pit lane, we don't...
Yeah. Sorry to butt in there. I think Matus has got a pass on Matt Barsh there, and Harrison Kirkham right up behind Matt Barsh, but is considered probably a lap behind. So, yeah, Matt Barsh caught off guard a little bit there. So Matus has got the jump on him.
Absolutely. So Matus took a couple of corners off the restart for that. Anthony, down in the pit lane, did you get to see what was actually done with Kirkham's kart and whether he might be going for any kind of pit stop soon?
Well, nothing happened to his kart. They walked around it. I didn't see if they restarted it, if it had stalled or anything like that, but yeah, and they've just sent him on his way. So I'm actually trying to figure out what happened right now.
Yeah, rather strange one. Of course, we were looking from sort of a right angle to him. You were looking from directly behind him, and none of us were able to sort of figure anything out. There's Kirkham on screen now. That is the kart that caused the race stoppage. We'll just double check and make sure there's nothing untoward happening. Greg, it's a bit of a mystery, this one, right?
Yeah, it is a bit of a slight mystery. Certainly at the end of this race, Harrison Kirkham will not be a happy bunny when he comes at the end. Look at him now, all the way down in P10. Shocking.
Yeah, he's about to go P9 though, because there's Adrian Hull alongside him.
Yeah, back up to 9th now, so he's getting back on the, getting the ship turned around and getting it back on the road. So mustn't give up, just keep his head in the game, and then he'll hopefully make up more positions as he goes along.
That's right, and now he's listed ahead of Adrian Hull. So Adrian Hull has been passed by Harrison Kirkham. Next on Kirkham's hit list is going to be the Polish driver, Victor Moscow. And then, of course, it will be Mark Grady. But there's quite a jump there, if we look at it, of 7 seconds. So Harrison Kirkham will need to do some serious pedaling here. He's got just under 6.5 minutes to do something, then the added lap. So there's Kirkham. We're going to keep a real eye on him. He is the sort of focal point of this race, but focal point of the winning is, as ever, Ruben Boutons in the lead. As Anthony, there's been quite a gap since the last pit visitor was down there. How many do we believe has been in?
I've only had 3 pit stops at the moment, one being Adrian Hull, one being Victor Moscow, and one being, of course, Harrison Kirkham, the reason we had the red flag earlier on. Now, speaking to some of the team here, they weren't able to ascertain what had happened to the kart. Now, he'd just come to a stop, the engine was running, There was no reason for him to stop. The kart was fine, but he'd just come to a stop. Now, obviously, that's their side of things. I'd like to hear from Kirkham as well to just ascertain what they think, or he thinks was the problem there. But yeah, maybe strategy at play here. Not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like the only person with an answer for it is Harrison Kirkham himself. Meantime, we're looking at Ruben Boutons on screen. Now, that's Matus and Barsh. They have switched positions. There's Ruben Boutons, the double world champion of 2017 and 2018, 6 times BRKC winner and multiple winner in so many
into the pit lane.
championships. Yes.
It's Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh in the pit lane, gets a green light on gate number 1, pulls into gate 2. Doesn't even stop for gate 2, but he gets the green light and he keeps it going.
Yeah, an established ace is Matt Barsh, particularly when it comes to pit stops. Matus has now been released to attack Ruben Boutons. The question is, can he make some lap times that will bridge that gap? At the moment, it is Ruben Boutons who's just set the fastest lap of the race. So the answer to that is going to be a tough one at best. So
Boutons in the pit lane, and he has got a green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2 gets the green light. That's a good stop.
Now, no one knows more about what they're doing than Ruben Boutons, but by heck, that's a roll of the dice, isn't it? Because he's come out behind Adrian Hull. Luckily, he was able to stay ahead of Gary Jones from his point of view. And Ruben Boutons continues in second place. He's only got Matus, who's yet to pit behind him. Ahead of him. Gary Jones, Carl Stevens have yet to be in, but Matt Barsh is now listed in 5th place, the highest of the rest of the pit visitors. One in the pits now.
Yes, indeed. Now this is Matthias Matters in the pit lane, and he gets 1 green light on gate 1. Gate 2 is green as well. Boutons goes past, and he will drop behind Gary Jones.
Yeah, another one in the pits.
Yeah, it's the number 20 that's come in. Green lights on gate 1 for Carl Stevens, and a green light on gate 2. He's all good.
Yeah, they're coming in thick and fast now, so Anthony, it's going to be pretty much wait till we see where all of them come out. We've got Ruben Boutons in the lead. He's waving at Adrian Hull. He's got Gary Jones technically behind him, who's just behind Adrian Hull now. Matheus Matus is there in 3rd, but Jones is yet to pit. Will he be in this time? No, he won't. Surely he's cutting it fine now. He's on right on the tail of Adrian Hull. Surely then was the time to come in for Jones, but Jones knows what he's doing. He's another very experienced competitor. Greg, we can trust Gary Jones to be doing the right thing, even though it seemed an odd time not to pit then.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit too late for Gary Jones, and he's got to be careful of when the pits will close, so he's got to make his pit stop sooner rather than later.
Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock now. We're looking for Gary Jones to pit stop. What about Kieran? Oh, yeah, another one in the pit. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's Marco Grady. Good pit stop. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Marco Grady comes out. He's behind Harrison Kirkham now, so Kirkham has moved up to 8th place there. There's Ruben Boutons, the double world champion and 6 times BRKC champion. Now, he did not win earlier on. He's looking to win now. He's kind of in a Vika Schlett's position. He's waving thank you to O'Grady there, and Ruben Boutons takes time just to say thanks. You know, he's that kind of competitor, isn't he? Very formidable, but a really good guy on the top of it as well, Greg.
Yeah, he's certainly checking out into the semi-finals, so obviously no surprise there as he sets another fastest lap of the race. So it's an all first-class ticket all the way to the semi-finals for Ruben Boutons.
Yeah, Ruben Boutons not only thinking of the semi-final, but at this stage he'll be thinking, I must have enough points as early as possible to guarantee a final slot. A final slot then gives you a chance to take a punt at the £1,000 first prize, which of course he'll won. He has won that 6 times in the past, and he wants to make it 7 this weekend. Ruben Boutons with less than 2 minutes to go.
We've got Gary Jones in the pit lane now, and it's a good stop on gate number 1. We'll see what it is in gate number 2. The last lap pit thing came out on the gantry, so they've had to double stack. And crucially, coming into the pit lane now comes Kieran Eve. He gets a green light on the first gate, comes into gate number 2 now, and it's a green light there. He's all good, and that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and Kieran Eve, he has now actually managed to make his way up to 6th place, which is quite something considering the way this race started. A great show there, Greg, by Kieran Eve. He's moved way up the order.
Yeah, Kieran Eve, of course, with that car change is really paying off for him, so he's obviously got some power in that car. So yeah, Kieran Eve doing a solid job up in there in P6, so that looks to be on course for now.
And that's Kieran Eve we're looking at now. There he is in the number 8. He made the kart switch. It's paid off. He's trying to chase down Carl Stevens, who he's probably some way behind. Yeah, he's not really in sight, Stevens, but there is Kieran. You've seen how he's leaning out in the corner there. That's helped the kart to turn, take the weight off that inside tyre so it turns better. Ruben Boutons with less than a minute to go. Mateusz Mateusz just 3 seconds behind, but nowhere near enough. Matt Barsh looks pretty fixed now in that 4th place. Greg, we've got, it looks like a fairly set top 3 now as we go into just half a minute to go.
Yeah, I think at the end of this race, Harrison Kirkham will not be a very happy bunny after that red flag incident because he made his pit stop early, he rolled the dice, and it was all looking too good for him. But now, unfortunately, that red flag incident has unfortunately ruined his race. So, in a way, I do kind of feel very sorry for Harrison.
Yeah, Harrison Kirkham is going to get the points for 8th place. There he is, just coming through now. There is the race leader, Ruben Boutons. This, surely, we are about to start the last lap. We'll double check with the organisers, obviously. Yeah, we got 2 laps to go. So next time through across the finish line is going to be the beginning of the last lap. And Ruben Boutons is setting that much of a pace that he's almost on the tail of 8th place Harrison Kirkham now. Harrison Kirkham is going to stay ahead, surely, because Ruben Boutons won't be close enough, nor will he attempt to make a pass on Kirkham. So Kirkham still has another lap to do at the end of this one, surely. Greg, we've got Ruben Boutons winning yet again. Could this be the beginning of his move towards win title number 7?
Well, he's got Vika Schultz to deal with, his teammate, so don't forget him. He's in with the chance of winning it as well. He is the undisputed reigning BRKC champion, is Vika Schultz, so if he wants to get that title, he needs to beat Schultz.
And here comes Ruben Boutons. He's going to get the checker. Yes, he does. Ruben Boutons wins again. So many times we've said that at a BRKC event. But what about Mateusz Mateusz? He's coming through in second, surely. Yes, he has, from Matt Barsh 3rd. Gary Jones surely could get this 4th place. This is going to be an epic finish. Hull goes through, and here comes Gary Jones into 4th. Fantastic result there. We could see the support for Gary Jones as he left the pits from his team as they go around the exit there, Greg, and Gary Jones will be delighted with that 4th place, especially considering those in front. Carl Stevens, a solid job in 5th place, and that concludes that race. Anthony, we're down to you in the pit lane now, because here comes Ruben Boutons, the race winner.
Yeah, exactly that. Nice little drive there for Ruben Boutons. I think he'll be happy with that, of course. Best result of the weekend so far for him, so yeah, he'll definitely be delighted with that result, and certainly he'll want to be in a good spot going into tomorrow as like you say, a person who's won this event so many times but over the last couple of years has not been able to get it in the finals. For Ruben Boutons, this is going to be one that he certainly wants to shine on top of. He's just been weighed, he's all good, so let's have a quick chat with the multiple BRKC champion. Rubens, I'll let you take your helmet off. There's no camera looking at us. In fact, there is a camera looking at us. It's over there, so make sure you smile. Smile and wave. Well, Rubens, a lovely little result there for you. Certainly one you're looking for. Obviously, you're a very experienced driver in this one, but how's it been so far this weekend? It's been a challenge, I think.
Yeah, pretty good. This morning, 2nd place, of course, was a close battle with Sam. He just outperformed me on the qualifying, so credits to him there. And yeah, this was quite a good result, maximum score, so very happy with this last race.
There's been multiple drivers who have got maximum points going into tomorrow. That's obviously going to be a big factor. There's not a lot of points in it now for a lot of the drivers in those top spots, so good results are really key here. And do we feel still confident going into later today and tomorrow, of course?
Yeah, that was my last race for today, but yeah, it's good that I had a little bit of a gap this race, so I could try out some things for the next race. And yeah, tomorrow again 2 interesting races, so really looking forward to the most important day of the weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but congratulations on this one. We'll let you rest and enjoy your evening tonight.
Thanks a lot.
Excellent stuff there for Ruben Boutons. Well, that's the end of the next round of heats. We've got one more round to go today. So again, stay tuned. Karts are being fueled now. The Formula Fast team working very well. James, we'll head back up to you. What are we expecting then for the rest of the day?
Well, we've got this one fueling stop, and then we have 5 more races this evening. That will conclude today's racing. That will mean we've completed 2.5 of the 4 rounds of qualifying heats. The first 2 have been completed. We saw there Ruben Boutons, 6 times British champion, double world champion of indoor karting. He signs off with a win, and he made it sound easy, didn't he? And it's never going to be easy at this level. But Ruben Barton there signs off with a win. We have the karts being refueled now. We've got the first 5 heats of round 3, and that's going to be on this alternative layout again, so they're not going to switch the track until tomorrow morning. Next up, we've got quite an interesting result. We got Vieira coming back, who we saw win earlier on, and every one of these drivers are on their second time of racing on this alternate layout, so should be even closer than before. In the meantime, they're fueling karts, so if you're enjoying this at home on the live stream, please be back with us soon. It's probably going to be about maybe half an hour while they refuel everything, and then we'll be back on with the 5 remaining heats of this evening. Anthony and I will be back and talking you through all of that. Okay, thank you for being with us. Please join us again in about half an hour's time. Cheerio.
set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. set, go. set, go.
Back to the British Rental Car Championship of 2024. This is it. This is the final 5 races of tonight. It's the third round, round 3, heats 1 to 5 of 10. We'll conclude this round of heats tomorrow morning, beginning from 8 a.m. When we'll be going live on that. But it's still the alternate layout. This is round 3 commencing now. So each of the drivers we're seeing heading out to qualify now have now raced on this format of the alternate layout as we see it. First one through to start the qualifying. Well, that looks like it's Craig Tucker, and as well as Craig Tucker in this race, we've got Ian Wilson, we've got Fabrizio Colucci, we've got Joshua Green, we've got Carl Stevens, Ryan Curtin, Josh Selway, Jonathan Wilson, Felipe Vieira and Thomas Wilshire. We of course saw Felipe Vieira win not so long ago. We've seen great results by the likes of Ryan Curtin. It's fantastic qualifying by Carl Stevens early when he put it into second place in a previous heat race. Now, coming through to start to complete that qualifying run, it is Tucker, so he's going to set the benchmark. 33.7, he's on the pole, but he's been beaten by Felipe Vieira. Felipe Vieira currently fastest, Ryan Curtin second, and Ian Wilson into third. It's still Felipe Vieira, Thomas Wiltshire into second, Fabrizio Colucci up there, Josh Selway into third place. Carl Stevens up to second again, Carl Stevens crossing the line, Jonathan Wilson to seventh, and that concludes the qualifying. So an outstanding qualifying run there by Felipe Vieira to put himself on pole position. He will get things underway in this race. He's starting for he wants, and that is first place. But another exceptional qualifying performance from Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens, we saw him qualify second earlier on today, and he's done it again. So Carl Stevens runs in second place at the beginning of this race. Thomas Wiltshire has pulled it out the bag to start third place. Josh Wilson is fourth. Fabrizio Colucci is fifth. Ryan Curtin has been pushed down to sixth. He'll be a little disappointed with that, with his second place result earlier on. Jonathan Wilson probably will feel he's a bit out of place in seventh as well. Craig Tucker has been pushed all the way down to eighth. Ian Wilson ninth, and Joshua Green will be taking the 10th place start there. So an outstanding qualifying session puts Felipe Vieira on the pole position. Now he's going to be looking to make his second win of the day here. He struggled a bit in the first heat race, but since then he's had a win, and now he's on pole position, so setting himself up nicely. Anthony, down in the pit lane, we've got Felipe Vieira on the pole position again, and once more Carl Stevens is second, but an incredible run by Thomas Wiltshire third. Could be a good one, this.
It certainly could be a good one. It's a nice steady start at the beginning of this, so keeping the pack control. But yeah, like I say, another pole position, and he's gone early. Look at that bolt. Green lights go out. Here they go.
Yeah, he's on the run. He crossed the line to start, and this time Carl Stevens stays right with him. Carl Stevens is all over the back of Felipe Vieira. Stevens learning from his earlier run when he qualified second before, and he's managing to stay with the Portuguese champion as they come around and out towards the final part of the course, down the long back stretch, as the race round building up momentum here down that back straight. There he is, Vieira, the Portuguese ace, taking the hairpin at the bottom end there. Round he goes with Carl Stevens and Thomas Wiltshire in hot pursuit. Stevens and Wiltshire not being left behind by the Portuguese ace as they cross the line, and that completes the first lap. No pit stops obviously at this early stage, but Vieira is trying to check out, and he seems unable to do so because Carl Stevens has got the measurement, so has Thomas Wiltshire. If anything, there's a slight gap building between Wiltshire and Selway, with Colucci behind, but it's probably not going to amount to too much early on. I think these guys have all got the measure of each other at the moment. Very, very clean start. Turning into the hairpin at the bottom end, here he comes, Felipe Vieira, followed by Carl Stevens really closely. Carl Stevens is an attacking form, and so is Wiltshire. Thomas Wiltshire, and the three are making a bit of a breakaway. Anthony, we've got no pit stops at the moment, but we've got a very close race up at the front.
We certainly do, yeah. Looking at this, it's always nice when you see like a condensed train, just like this is what we're seeing. They make their way back onto the back straight now, and I'm just looking at this. Nice breakaway, though, for the top three. They're in a race of their own at the moment, but look how close it's getting there for P2. I'm looking at that, and Carl Stevens is he's sniffing that rear bumper of Felipe Vieira.
Carl Stevens really coming of age now.
Oh, Ryan Curtin.
Competitions into the pits.
Yeah, Ryan Curtin into the pit lane here. It's a green light on gate number 1, comes into gate number 2, waves at the camera, and then heads out onto the pit lane. Nice.
A very cheeky little wave there from Ryan Curtin. He's feeling confident. Clearly felt he qualified out of position in 7th place. Yes, he's dropped to 10th, but we've seen some incredible comebacks in earlier races, including Bartels, who came all the way from an early pit stop, 10th place, right the way into 2nd place, and a combative 2nd place at that. So, crossing the line again, it is Felipe Vieira with Carl Stevens in pursuit. Thomas Wiltshire is third, and not being left behind is Josh Selway. He's now sort of maintaining that gap, if not closing in on Thomas Wiltshire. And if anything, the gap's opening up behind him. That is to Fabrizio Colucci. But here is Vieira down the back stretch. There is the Portuguese driver. He's won already today, and he means to win again. He turns in at the end of the hairpin there. He's got Carl Stevens in there. Carl Stevens in the last 2 or 3 years has moved from being running at the back. He was 9th, 10th place all day long a few years ago, and now he's been putting in front-running performances. We can expect a result from him, and it's not out of the question to think that he may be in contention for the semi-final. Certainly with it, he's only, if he went out and did more races out in Europe, then surely this time next year we'd be considering him for wins. He would have that skill, he's got the skill, he just needs the experience, I think, to be able to convert it. Meanwhile, he's keeping Felipe Vieira very honest indeed. There's Carl Stevens, he's in the black suit and black helmet, followed by Thomas Wilshere. The speeds are insane here, the lap times are good, and fastest on the track now is Thomas Wilshere in third place. And Thomas Wilshere seems to have come of age just in the one event.
Like I say, yeah, I don't know what's happened here. They put something in the food, I think, here maybe for him. But yeah, he certainly found some waft in his wagon. And yeah, looking very, very strong there. Look at that, P3, and he's not dropping the top two. In fact, he's gaining on him. Yeah, Thomas Wilshere, well, they certainly are famous for their pizzas here at Formula Fast. Anyone visiting Formula Fast ends up having a pizza at some point. They're very famous for that. Thomas Wilshere has clearly had his, and he's now got some extra speed there. He's working on the back of Carl Stevens now. Carl Stevens is going to have his hands full with Thomas Wilshere. He was challenging Vieira for the lead, but now Stevens has got about a couple of cars between him and Vieira, and Thomas Wilshere breathing down his neck. Incredibly, Anthony, we haven't seen any pit stops beyond Ryan Curtin. 15 minutes to go. No, exactly that. But I have good news, is that we've swapped out cameraman Matt and we've put him for Darren. So I'm actually preferring Darren quite a lot on my roaming camera here. So good things have happened.
Indeed. Obviously, there was a question mark about Matt making it to his position. Did someone else make it there instead?
Well, can confirm that he's there. So that is good.
Excellent. Well, let's hope he's happy, because we've been getting some great pictures. Scruffy Bear Media has been doing the production for the BRKC ever since it was started from a professional point of view. And these incredible pictures we're getting, it makes it easy for us to commentate too, doesn't it, Anthony? They get all the right stuff and all the right cards.
They certainly do, and right now we're seeing some good stuff coming in here from our top three, and I've got to say, Thomas Wilshere, I reckon he's eyeing up an overtake here. He's just right on that rear bumper. While that's happening, I've got a pit stop happening. It's Joshua Green. And again, green light on the first gate, comes in towards gate number 2. And again, the jumping action there to try and get him off the line. And he exits into the pit lane cleanly.
He does. Josh Green gets back underway. He's taken over that 10 slot. That pushes Ryan Curtin up the place. The American moves into 9th. Is this the start of Curtin's comeback? He was 10th. He's now made one place up to 9th. Meanwhile, up at the front, it is still very tight. We know Felipe Vieira can win because he won the earlier heat race. What we don't know is whether Carl Stevens can win or Thomas Wilshere, but they are keeping Felipe Vieira very honest indeed. They're challenging him. Here they are now. It's Vieira in the lead, Stevens and Wilshere, and really they're showing that they're capable of running a winner's pace. Across the line once more. And
into the pit lane.
Yep.
It's the number 20, it's Fabrizio Colucci. This has happened really at a bad time. I've got a pizza in one hand and a microphone in the other. 2 green lights and he's out the pit lane. Good stuff.
Well, it's a good job it's Fabrizio doing the driving then, if you're otherwise indisposed. And guess what? Ryan Curtin has made up another place. He managed to go round the outside of Fabrizio Colucci as Colucci exited the pit lane, and Curtin was able to cut across and make it stick into the hairpin at the top end. Not many have been able to do that so far, but Curtin is one of them, and he's just done it now. He's up into 8th place. He's moved from 10th to 9th, from 9th to 8th. Next on his hit list is Ian Wilson, who is 2 seconds ahead and also yet to make a pit stop. So Ian Wilson there. In fact, has Ian Wilson been with you yet?
No, I've just had the 3 pit stops there. Just Ryan Curtin, Joshua Green and Fabrizio Colucci, who have pitted.
Right, so Ryan Curtin is now looking at closing in on Ian Wilson, who is 7th. So we'll keep a bit of an eye down there as they come through. Now here are the 3 leaders. They've got someone they're going to put a lap down. It must be Josh Green. Josh Green is going to go a lap down to Vieira. Vieira's moving to the inside. Now Carl Stevens goes with him. Does he? Yes. So does Wilshere. And a lot of that was down to the sporting nature of Joshua Green. He didn't make it difficult for anyone. He saw, first of all, Vieira come through, realised there was a group of 3 of them, let him through, and crucially, didn't lose a heck of a lot of time himself. Yes, he had to let him through, but he's been able to maintain his speed and momentum, and therefore it means that, you know, if anyone then comes out of the pits near him, he's got the possibility to make up the place himself. So their leaders cross the line again. It is still Felipe Vieira, it is still Carl Stevens in 2nd place, and it is still Thomas Wilshere in 3rd. Look at these 3 go. These are the race leaders through the revised section there. This is the last race they're tackling this, as they come around into the long backstretch there. It is Felipe Vieira. Has Carl Stevens got the momentum to make a pass at the end of the straight? Not by the looks of things, no, but he certainly seemed to be carrying some good speed and momentum. He's all over the back of the Portuguese champion, the long distance expert, with wins and success at the 24 Hours of Spa with the karting and 24 Hours of Le Mans kart. Felipe Vieira, so a very established driver is Vieira, and Vieira, in fact, I believe was he not second in the World Championship last year? But certainly Vieira absolutely on the move. He's looking very good indeed, but that says an awful lot about Carl Stevens and Thomas Wilshere. The BRKC makes stars, Anthony, and it looks like they may be making 2 new ones tonight.
Certainly so. It's looking very, very good here. In that time where you were talking, we have had one more pit stop as well. Josh Selway in the number 8, 2 green lights for him. He's back out on track after a nice pit stop. But yeah, certainly so. Nice, again, breakaway like we were talking about with our top 3. Again, seem to be super glued to each other. Not able to battle amongst themselves, but certainly it's all going to be down to the pit stop strategy.
And Ryan Curtin has moved up and 2 more spaces. So Ryan Curtin made the early pit stop. He was in 10th place. He moved up to 9th. He moved up to 8th. He moved up to 7th, and now he's up in 6th place. He's got about 6 seconds before he gets anywhere near Craig Tucker. There's a big gap there, but Craig Tucker has yet to come into the pits. Is that correct, Anthony? In which case, Ryan Curtin's going to get him too. As there comes Ryan Curtin past you, Anthony, and there's a massive space in front of him. But he's trying to work on that gap. Let's have a look at his lap time. Who's quickest? It's still Thomas Wilshere who's fastest. Ryan Curtin, though, is among the quickest of those others. So certainly Ryan Curtin on that last lap has put in the sort of lap times he needs to catch those in front on merit, notwithstanding pit stops. So let's have a look. We've got Felipe Vieira.
Oh, into the pit lane.
Yeah.
Into the pit lane, it's the number 16. So this is Jonathan Wilson. It is a green light on the first, green light on the second. He's going to come out with some traffic.
And Jonathan Wilson pitted out of 4th. He's cycled back into the race in 6th place. Guess what? Ryan Curtin moves up another place. There he is, the American. He's on his way. He's in 5th place now. He moved from 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, and now into 5th place at the expense of Jonathan Wilson. He passed him just as Wilson was coming out the pits. It's very tight here with every pit stop on the exit, which is why people are taking chances and getting penalties in the pit lane itself. But there's Ryan Curtin. He's the man on the move at the moment. We've got the 3 leaders who are running a cracking pace, and in fact Felipe Vieira is now the fastest on the track. He's the race leader, but Ryan Curtin is closing on everybody. He's a fraction slower on best lap than the race leader Felipe Vieira, but he's well in contention in terms of overall pace. There he is, Ryan Curtin, heading around the fast corners out onto the backstretch. He's drawing away from the following driver, which is Jonathan Wilson. Now there's the race leader. There's the race leader, Felipe Vieira. He's been followed by Stevens and Wilshere, as he has all race long. Here is Vieira. He's keeping a rapid pace. He's still fastest on the track in this race. But Carl Stevens and Thomas Wilshere, although it's spread a little bit, they are not being left behind. There's still a battling group over first place. Carl Stevens just over half a second behind. Now, Anthony, we've got nearly 8 minutes to go. Of the 3 leaders, what or why do you think would cause a pit stop from these guys?
Oh, that is a good question. Right, let's have a look then. Well, where are they right now on circuit? They're coming onto the back straight.
Yeah, they're coming towards the back stretch now. You'll see them coming in your view just down the back now.
Yeah, okay, so really, at this moment in time, nothing's causing them not to pit or not wanting to pit. I think the only thing that would...
Oh, in comes Stevens. He's
raised his hand. So he's pitted. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing this. He's not going to come out with traffic. He's got a green light on the first one. He comes into the second, gets a second green light. He's all good. He's got no one in front and he's got no one close behind him.
Yeah, looking very wide-eyed there. He was coming up. He knows how important this pit stop is. He had his eyes fully wide open on that one. He was really looking for that light. He knows a mistake now is going to be a disaster. Now, he's got the speed. We know that. He's done the intelligent thing there, really, Anthony. He's clearly getting the gist of it strategically over the years, of course. He's been doing this in the BRKC now. I believe this is his 3rd championship he's driven in. And getting better all the time is Carl Stevens. But Carl Stevens has read the strategy right. He went in and out into a clear space. That's the best thing he can hope for. Now, will we see any of the 2 other leaders flinch? It is now Felipe Vieira with 1.3 seconds advantage and some action behind, but no one's coming in the pit. 1.3 seconds advantage over Thomas Wilshere. So maybe Wilshere will be the next one in. Will he follow Stevens' example? Wilshere now has the chance to try and make inroads on Vieira, which would in turn move him ahead of Carl Stevens. He would hope to come out the pits ahead of Carl Stevens. Obviously Carl Stevens is out there banging in those lap times to try and make sure that's not what happens at all. And 24 laps in for Felipe Vieira, 6.5 minutes to go. Anthony, we're getting to perilously close to the close of the pit window. How many have you yet to come in?
Well, I've got one more that's about to come in now, and it's the number 12. So this is Felipe Vieira, the driver who was leading the way. Green light on the first, green light on the second. He's going to come out crucially ahead of the number 19 of Carl Stevens.
And that's exactly what he wanted. So race leader Felipe Vieira comes in and out in position ahead of Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens was the one challenging him before the cycle of pit stops, before Carl Stevens himself. When he pitted from behind Vieira. Now here's the race leader. It's Thomas Wilshere. Thomas Wilshere leads the way. Will he make the pit stop this lap? No, he won't. He continues on. There's 5.5 minutes, just over 5.5 minutes to go as Thomas Wilshere continues in the lead. He's yet to stop. Am I right in thinking he's the only one you're waiting for, Anthony?
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm just thinking, I'm looking at him now, and I think he should pit sooner rather than later. He was doing well earlier on. He's up in third place. It's the highest he's been this weekend. Earlier on, he was a lot further down, so I don't think he's got the... I don't want to say he's not got the experience to be there. Of course he does. He's got the talent to be there, no doubt about it. But he hasn't got anyone to battle with. And because he was struggling earlier on, now looking at his lap times, well, he set a purple sector on that last lap time. So he's still got some pace out there. But he's just got to be careful that he doesn't lose out to second place.
Yeah, now there's a 10.6 second gap between Wilshere in first place and Stevens, who's in third. Now Stevens has made his pit stop, so Stevens will be staying out on the track. Carl Stevens there. Thomas Wilshere, if he comes in the pits right now, he could come out conceivably either ahead or alongside Carl Stevens. Yes, Carl Stevens will have the momentum, but he will be forced to the outside line. Now being forced to the outside line is going to mean that he does not get to turn in first. So if Thomas Wilshere can get in and out of the pits and be ready to sort of roll his sleeves up and be pretty hefty with the elbows going through into that new section there, Thomas Wilshere could cycle out of the pits in second place at the expense of Carl Stevens.
Yeah,
Carl Stevens is closing that gap though, so I think you're right that the sooner rather than later for Wilshere.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head.
We've got a driver in, sorry, as well. We've got Ian Wilson into the pit lane. He's all good. And, to go off what you were saying there, I think he was holding out a little bit to see what Felipe Vieira was going to be doing, but he's now setting personal best after personal best, and he's closing that gap up. Wilshere needs to pit now, and then he'll only suffer not getting the win, but he could guarantee a second place if he pits now.
Yeah, he's probably still in position. Carl Stevens had lowered that gap to 10.2 seconds. So Wilshere, surely he's got to come in now. Every lap he stays out, he's losing ground to Carl Stevens. Really, he needs to come out the pits on the inside, which he will do, of course, but the longer he leaves it, the closer Carl Stevens gets him, the less likely he is and the less elbow room he's going to have to do anything about it. Really, Wilshere needs to come in right now, I believe. He should have come in 2 laps ago, but right now would be a great idea.
Oh yeah, 100%. The gap's down to now exactly 10 seconds to Carl Stevens. He needs to come in now.
He's got to come in. Is he going to come in?
No,
he's not. He's staying out.
He's going to lose third place like this.
Third place as well, you think? Gosh, he's definitely going to be down in third, but you could be right. Craig Tucker's there in third place with the flying Ryan Curtin in fifth. Craig Tucker's been in, correct?
Craig Tucker has not been in. Craig Tucker is still yet to come out, so no, not lose third. I mean, lose second. Yeah, he'll fall to third. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right there, Anthony. And in fact, the gap's opened up. Where's Carl Stevens? Is he in a group? I haven't been watching. We're looking at Thomas Wilshere on the screen. That is the current race leader, the one we're talking about.
The pit stop closed light has come on. He has to pit now.
So he's in this lap, but Carl Stevens, the gap's opened up. Carl Stevens somewhere has lost half a second. This could be good news for Thomas Wilshere. He's catching back markers. He will be in this time. We're going to have to keep an eye on Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens is going to have to keep that pace up. He was closing in. He'd almost done enough to leapfrog him, but suddenly the gap opened up by half a second. Carl Stevens running on his own, but maybe there was a back marker involved. Into the pits comes the leader.
Yep, let's see what's going to happen here. This is going to be close then. Light 1, it's a slow getaway on the first light, but it's crucially it's green. Light number 2, here comes Stevens. It's going to be a close one now. It's going to be side by side. The crowd cheer. Here it goes.
Stevens, he's got ahead. He's got ahead. Can he cut across? Yes, he can. Carl Stevens done enough. He turns in. He's got the place. Carl Stevens just about made it work as Thomas Wilshire couldn't quite hang on. There's another one in that's Tucker,
yeah,
isn't it?
that was Craig Tucker, and unfortunately yellow light on grid spot 2.
Yellow light when you haven't got any time to come back in. Oh
yeah,
no.
Exactly. Nightmare.
Well, Carl Stevens has done just enough to get in front. He had to make a race of it. He was to the outside, but he had the momentum with Thomas Wilshire coming out the pits there. And Thomas Wilshire will rue, surely. He left it just too late. The times that were coming down. Again, it has to be said, though, that Carl Stevens on one of those laps, he did lose half a second. But from his point of view, he's very fortunately been able to get enough momentum to cut across and sweep into the hairpin ahead of Thomas Wilshire. Whichever way we look at this, though, Anthony, this is an amazing showing by, you know, I don't really want to call them newcomers, but drivers we don't see running at the lead of races in the form of Carl Stevens and Thomas Wilshire. This is an outstanding performance for either of them, whether it's second or third.
No, exactly that. It is always nice to see a good shake up there. Craig Tucker did just come back into the pit lane to serve his penalty, but that's after the lights have gone out, so I don't even think that's going to be valid, so I'll have to check the regs on that one. But but like you say, it is absolutely superb seeing these new names at the top of the time screen. It would be great to have a chat with Thomas Wilshire after this one, because certainly superb drive.
Absolutely, and there they are, the second and the third. It's Carl Stevens, it's Thomas Wilshire following. They've been dropped a little bit by race leader Felipe Vieira. There he is, and he's on his penultimate lap now. So there he is, the Portuguese driver, known more for his endurance, but he has, we believe, he's been runner-up in the World Championship. So Felipe Vieira is a known ace on an indoor track, and here he comes to start his final lap across the line. He's on his last lap now. He's got a back marker in front of him, but not one that's going to cause concern. As we look at it, I think, is it Craig Tucker? Yeah, I believe it is. It's Craig Tucker who's down there in 8th place. But Felipe Vieira, there's no doubting he's got a clear lead. Even if he is held up a bit by Tucker, it's not going to make a difference. He's not going to lose enough time for Carl Stevens or Thomas Wilshire to catch or pass him on this, the final lap. We're into the final couple of turns, and here comes Felipe Vieira. Felipe Vieira is going to do it. He's out of the final couple of corners, and across the line it's Felipe Vieira. Second place is going to be Carl Stevens. Third place is going to be Thomas Wilshire. Ryan Curtin has come all the way through from 10th place to 4th. An amazing performance by the American. And there he is crossing the line now with Jonathan Wilson behind him. Crossing the line, I think, now. And yes, it was. Josh Selway's going to come through in 6th place. Here he comes. There he is further back, the number 8, and he's got Fabrizio Colucci all over the back of him, and it is Josh Selway into 6th place from Fabrizio Colucci. Craig Tucker, Ian Wilson and Josh Green round him out, and into the pits with you comes Felipe Vieira.
Exactly that. We'll have a good chat with him. We spoke with him earlier on, and I'm right in saying that's a double win for him, maximum points so far to his name.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He struggled in the first heat race, a bit down the order, maybe 6th, 7th, something like that. But since then, he's had 2 wins. This could be salvageable into the semi-finals.
Yep, exactly. Well, let's see how he's feeling then ahead of that tomorrow. Of course, we'll let him. We'll let you get yourself weighed up, ready to go, and then we'll have a chat with Felipe over by the branding. But certainly a very good run for Felipe there, like you say.
Yeah,
2
and Stevens and Wilshire, stars of the show.
Yes, exactly. I do want to have a good chat with them as well. If we have a quick chat as well by the podium there, Wilshire, thank you. Just stand yourself over there. In fact, we'll chat with him first, actually. Thomas, there we go. Camera's there, smile, wave to everyone at home. P3 for you. What a drive on that one.
Yeah, I felt like I could have done a lot better. The kart felt good. I felt good, but yeah, it just wasn't to be.
We'll spare you the grief later. We'll say it now. we were screaming at you in this pit lane saying, pit now, and it was just, yeah, one of those things. I think if it was a few laps sooner, you could have got away with second.
Yeah, I could have got it. All my team were shouting for me as well, but yeah, maybe next time.
There we go, but still nice to see you at the top there, and certainly maybe a salvageable result there to possibly get into the semi-finals.
Semi-finals a bit out of reach, I think, but I got one last heat tomorrow, and yeah, we'll give it my best shot.
Let's see how you get on, but well done with the result on that one there for Thomas Wiltshire. Right, let's bring in Felipe Vieira. Right, Felipe, this time I will say the question a little slower for you. Another win, good results, semi-final, it is possible. What do you think?
Yes, I think it's possible. When I think semi-final, I think is good. The final, I think I need to maybe win the next or top 3 the next race, and maybe the final is possible when the result of the other driver. But the semi-final, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Excellent. Well, still, it's going to be a busy one. You've got one more race to go. That'll be tomorrow, and then, yeah, semi-final, see what we can do. But rest tonight, no partying or anything like that, no drinking, nothing like that. We got relax and get yourself primed for tomorrow.
Yes, it's just eat so much chicken and protein and sleep very early. And we go early because it's driving tomorrow to the morning, so sleeping.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of sleep, that's what we need. Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much there to Felipe Vieira. Well, another race is coming up. James, talk us through. There are names in this next one.
Absolutely, and obviously for Felipe Vieira, caipirinha tonight, is it? Or is that just Brazilians that drink caipirinha?
There's lots of beverages you could have.
Indeed. Right, the next heat race. This is heat race 2 of the 3rd round. We've got Freddie Farrell, James Solis, Stepan Pudlik, Nadia Balnega, Marco Grady, Melanie Motz, Mason Brown, Ben Churchill, Kuba Pacholski and Ryan Taylor. That is a serious heat, Anthony, because we've seen sterling performances from Solis, particularly Pudlik, Nadia Balnega, Marco Grady we've mentioned lots of times, Melanie Motz we've already seen. She hasn't won yet this weekend, but she's had a 2nd place earlier on. Mason Brown, we saw him win. Ben Churchill, 3rd place for him. Kuba Pacholski was one of those great runners up through the pack, and then Ryan Taylor. And as we move on down the order there, and yeah, that does look, there's Stepan Pudlik. And then in the back there, that looks like Kuba Pacholski. So the 2 Polish drivers are going to be at the tail of that lineup as the carts are sent out, clearly waiting for someone, Anthony. There's a driver missing. One thing I do want to bring into mention, we saw in that earlier race, the heat race just passed, Craig Tucker, he left the pit stop really late till the last potential lap, and then he got a yellow light. So unfortunately for him, because he left it too late to make the pit stop, he then didn't have time to take the penalty pit stop, which means he's found himself in last place.
Right, I've got an update for you. It is the driver who was supposed to be in cart number 18 for this one, and that was Mason Brown. Now, Mason Brown not in his wagon. I'm not quite sure why, but he is here, and he's going to press the big threatening red button. Hopefully that only gives him a cart number and doesn't detonate us all to oblivion. But he's just chatting to the official here in the pit lane, and let's see what he can do. Presses his button, and it's lucky number 14. Oh, no, it's 21. There we go. What's that in bingo terms? But well, we'll have a quick chat with him.
Do we know why he's changed?
I'm figuring that one out. Let me do my journalistic skills. Mason, quickly, why the change?
Well, 18's been off the pace all weekend anyway, and after that race, it seems it's got a loose weight box that's going to be clanking around, so I don't want to deal with that noise.
Excellent. Well, you've got lucky number 21 on this one. Is that a good number for you?
I think it is, yeah. I liked it in practice. I'll take qualifying a cold cart over qualifying the 18, I think.
There we go. I'll let you get seated and ready for this one. There we go. That's why.
So Mason Brown quite literally rolling the dice. Now, Anthony, it's okay. It's normal you know, it's fairly, well, it's not that common, but it's reasonably regular that we see drivers take a kart switch after they've tried it in the qualifying. In this case, Mason Brown isn't even going to attempt a qualifying run. He's switching straight away. Now that's quite interesting. Can we get some clarification from Formula Fast about whether he'll have to start from the back anyway because he's making a kart switch? Or will this be a genuine fair dinkum qualifying run, and if he sticks on pole, he gets to start there?
I'm going to say off my own head that that's going to be a fair dinkum qualifying run for him because no one's qualified yet. But I will ask that question for you so you have peace of mind.
He has made a kart swap.
Yeah, he's made the kart swap. I will ask the question for you.
Is that someone from Formula Fast now going to do some quick laps just to get the thing warmed up? This number 21 there is going out on track. This is going to be Mason Brown's selected kart for this qualifying and heat race, his final heat race of the day, his third heat race of the tournament so far. Mason Brown, we saw him win earlier on. He's looking to win again, and he thinks that it's going to be the 21 kart that will make the difference for him. He didn't want the 18. He rejected that kart before he'd even sat in it, which is quite a turn up for the books. He's going to take his chances with the 21. So
I have an update.
Yeah.
Okay, so because it's actually a mechanical problem with the kart, the weight box is loose. It's actually a physical issue with the kart. It's not deemed as that he can do qualifying, basically. It's actually a problem.
So it's just a straight swap, no penalty, nothing.
Exactly that. He can qualify, he's got a new kart.
Yeah, well, that's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Because they're warming it up now. If Mason Brown can get a result with this kart, he'll be very thankful that he you know, kind of stuck his paw out on that one. There he is. He's waiting to get in. He must be getting some marvellous footage from that GoPro on the top of his head there, aren't he?
Sorry, were you talking to me there? Sorry, I'm chatting with Lee Marshall down here. We're talking about photos.
You keep chatting because Mason Brown's kart is continuing to be warmed up. Mason Brown's kart, the number 21, he made the switch from the 18 to the 21. A loose weight box was the given reason, a mechanical issue. So Mason Brown will be able to take part in the qualifying and start from the position that his speed will place him at. Ordinarily a kart switch would mean an automatic start from the back of the field. In this case, although Mason didn't particularly want the 18 anyway, he felt he might get a better result with a different kart. As it happens, there's no penalty involved because there is actually a weight box issue. So Mason Brown, that kart is now being warmed up. He's in the 21, his preferred machine, and he will start qualifying from the back, but his time will count. There is the American driver and previous race winner. So as they head out now, let's have a look at the entries. We've got Freddie Farrell, James Solis, Shepan Budlik, Nadia Balnega, Mark O'Grady, Melanie Motz, Mason Brown we've been talking about, Ben Churchill, Kuba Pacholski and Ryan Taylor in this race. So they're out qualifying now. Nearly all of them have left, and there's a big gap being... who is that? What's that number leaving just now?
That's the number 20 who was waiting for a sizable gap there before leaving, and now that's kind of hindered Mason Brown just a little bit.
Well, sort of not, because Pacholski is very fast. So the one really trying to create a big gap was Kuba Pacholski. Obviously, there have been some issues earlier on with how quickly someone can learn a brand new track. Of course, everyone's driven this track now. They know where they're going, whereas in the previous heat race, their warm-up lap for the qualifying was their first run on the track. They've not been able to practice it during the week as they have the normal layout. Now, they're bringing the flag out. This is going to conclude the qualifying. So Mason Brown and Pacholski have crossed the line. So the next one through is the completion of his qualifying lap. It looks like Churchill, is it there in the 12? Yes, it is. It's Ben Churchill. He's getting the flag. So Churchill will set the benchmark time. And there he is. He's on pole. He's been beaten by Melanie Motz. Melanie Motz is currently fastest in the 15. Solis comes through to third. So Melanie Motz leads the way in the provisional qualifying. Freddie Farrell's in there. Ryan Taylor's come through to second. Churchill down to third, but still Melanie Motz. Now, what about Pacholski? Pudlik is up to third, but here comes Pacholski. Here comes Mason Brown. And what is going to happen here? These are the key ones. It's still Motz. No, it's Pacholski and Brown into third. So Kuba Pacholski has benefited from giving himself that big gap. He hasn't been able to worry about anyone in front of him, and Kuba Pacholski has converted that into pole position. He will start this race from the front. He's going to be followed into second place by Melanie Motz, and in third place will be Mason Brown. Anthony, his kart switch seems to have worked out for the number 21, Mason Brown, the American.
Yep, it certainly has worked out for him, but we'll have to see what happens during the race, because like you say, it's slightly colder than the rest of them, but that's a P3. He's got some challenge out of them in the shape of Melanie Motz and, of course, Puchalski.
Yeah, if you look, there's a deal going on there, Melanie Motz and Mason Brown. I think Melanie Motz is kind of suggesting that they do work together a little bit. If they start fighting, especially early in the race, it could be that Kuba Puchalski will check out and leave them behind. So maybe Melanie Motz is kind of just making sure that they don't give this race away too early. It would be very easy to lose it. The old saying, Anthony, you can't win the race on the opening laps, but you can certainly lose it.
Oh, certainly so, but I'm sure they'll give it the old college try to go for it on the first lap.
Oh yes, I think Melanie Motz is just trying to engineer a bit of a clear run for herself on Puchalski. So Puchalski has now pulled the pin way before the green lights, but they've gone green and they cross the line. It is Puchalski from Melanie Motz. Mason Brown, if anything, has been left slightly behind. So Kuba Puchalski into the new section now, but he's driven it before, so has Melanie Motz. They know exactly where they're going. This time around, this was their third time through, as Kuba Puchalski down the back, onto the backstretch now, and down that backstretch, he's got Melanie Motz in tow. There they are. As Mason Brown assumes third place, he's kept that third. Bit of a gap, though, to Melanie Motz. He's got increasing attention from the fourth place, Ryan Taylor. So, across the line, it's Kuba Puchalski. He completes that opening lap in first place, followed by the Dutch girl, Melanie Motz, as she turns into the hairpin, following closely behind Kuba Puchalski. Mason Brown has made good on his kart switch. He's running in third place. Is he actually closing back in on Melanie Motz as he gets really back into the gist of this kart? Yes, he qualified in third place, but that's kind of just on what you can do in the space you've got. Now it's time to settle into the race, really find the pluses, the minuses of each kart. A driver needs to adapt very quickly to whatever's working. Oh, it's a hand up. Someone in the pits to you, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. It's the number 19 that has pitted very early here. Good at the first light, gets the green light. And Solis comes up to gate number 2, gets the green light again. He's back out on track.
It's British driver James Solis coming back out onto the track there. Anthony, another very early pit stop. It's worked so far for others. Can it work for Solis?
Well, it's all down to his pace really here. Can he match the pace? And if he can, yeah, I reckon it could work for him.
Yeah, if he finds that those in front are tripping over themselves, whether that's true or not, we'll find out. There's Churchill versus Nadia Balnega, and then a little gap for Marco Grady versus Freddie Farrell. And those battles are getting a little bit intense, and that may well be what Solis was keen to pit away from, giving himself some clear air, giving himself some clear track. He knows he's going to be faster, and when they come in and out of the pits, he might have leapfrogged a lot of them. That certainly will be his plan, Anthony, and he's out there putting in the lap times.
Certainly so. Just keep that momentum up, keep pushing as hard as you can, and just basically it's fingers crossed that something happens at the front here. Good little battling right to the back here. I'm seeing that the 16 and the 11 having a good scrap, so that's Freddie Farrell and the driver in the 16, Marco Grady. Bit of bumper-to-bumper action.
Yeah, it's. I think it's those two, and there's a pass, and Farrell goes through. Is he? No, O'Grady's got the inside, but they're tight. And O'Grady's been able to shut Farrell out, but that was very tight at the back there. It was side by side through the entire new section there by those two at the back, O'Grady and Farrell. Churchill and Balnego in combat in front of them, and that's exactly what Solis seems to have pitted away from. He didn't want to be part of that. He wanted to be able to set some quick laps.
Exactly that, but it's just not worked out for him on this one. The gap's opened back up, and well, they're back to the drawing board basically.
Yeah, meantime, running up to the front, 5 laps in the books. It is Kuba Puchalski from Melanie Motz. Melanie Motz is now running about 1.2 seconds behind the flying Polish driver. Melanie Motz is now coming under pressure from Mason Brown. Mason Brown's got the bit.
Oh, into the pit lane.
Yeah.
Into the pit lane. It is the number 8. This is Pudlik, who is in the pit lane, and he has got a green light on the first one. So Stefan Pudlik gets 2 green lights. He's back out onto track.
Yeah, Stefan Pudlik comes out into clear space there. He's going to be following Freddie Farrell and Marco Grady. That could be as much of a plus or minus as you choose to make it, because they are battling. He has got some time before he catches them, and as we've already ascertained, nobody in this race is slow. Even if you're 10th place, that just means you're 10th place. It doesn't mean you're rubbish. So it will take Pudlik some time to close in on them. Whether one or the other or both will pit out of his way is the question he will be asking, or whether or not he can actually fight his way through. because he's going to have to do it at some point. He's closing in on them. Szczepan Pudlik will have pitted, what, out of 4th place, I believe, something like that. And there he is on screen, Szczepan Pudlik, the Polish driver. And Pudlik, he's been, he's been a finalist in the Czech Rental Kart Championship. He's been runner-up in the Junior Polish Champions Cup and a finalist out there in Poland. So this man we're looking at now, it is Szczepan Pudlik, and he has got a lot of experience and you know, plenty to hang his hat on in terms of results.
Just quickly, I'd like to turn your attention back to Freddie Farrell and Mark O'Grady, the 11 and the 16. They've caught back up to each other again, and what we saw earlier on with the huge lunge, something tells me we might see it again.
Yeah, I think we're going to see plenty of huge lunges from those two. They were really at it. You're right, down the backstretch, they are nose to tail. In fact, O'Grady had to go to the centre of the track to block a move there as they come around. They're on screen now. So there's O'Grady, and he's coming in the pits. O'Grady in.
Yeah, he's coming to the pit lane, so there we go. I was hoping for a good battle, and we didn't see it, but there we go. He gets a green light anyway on the first gate, comes into gate number 2. Oh, stops a little short there, waits a long time for the green and gets out on track. It's an okay stop. It wasn't the fastest.
Now, Freddie Farrell will probably be quite pleased to see that, because if he's closed back up on Mark O'Grady, he will assume that he's going faster. Therefore, with the clear space he now has, maybe he can come in and go out to the pits at a later point in the race and be comfortably, from his point of view, ahead of Mark O'Grady. Mark O'Grady will be hoping the opposite, and we'll only find out when Freddie Farrell makes his pit stop at some point later in the race. With 14 minutes to go, he's under no pressure to take the pits now, is he, Anthony?
No, not really, but he does have to be careful though, because himself, Nadia, Melanie, Mason, Ben, Kuba and Ryan all need to pit.
Yeah, absolutely right. And also from Freddie Farrell's point of view, he's got Szczepan Pudlik closing in on him, and that could be as much of a problem as any battle he was going to have with Mark O'Grady. Coming past you now.
Yep, certainly so. I'm looking at the gap now, very, very close, and yeah, that certainly could be an interesting one.
Meantime, on the live stream, those at home, you're seeing Ben Churchill. Ben Churchill running in 5th place. He's being chased by Nadia Balnega, who has been a runner-up in the Women's World Championship before. And, you know, she's been a top runner in that, a podium finisher in the Ladies' World Championship. So Nadia Balnega there, closing on Ben Churchill. Ben Churchill is managing to maintain position and looks like the gap as well. But he's certainly got a lot of work to do to keep the Dutch lady behind him. And talking of Dutch ladies, we've got Melanie Motz up at the front. She has now actually lost a fair bit of ground to Kuba Puchalski. Kuba Puchalski is the fastest in the race so far, comfortably by around 0.2 of a second. Again, it never sounds like a lot, but when it comes to lap after lap after lap, in 5 laps with 0.2, you're going to make up a second. And therefore in 10 laps, that's 2 seconds. That's going to be a comfortable victory in anybody's book there, Anthony. Meantime, it's closer behind with the battle you were talking about. Freddie Farrell is being closed in on by Szczepan Pudlik. They're right nose tail. In fact, Pudlik's taking position. Pudlik has moved up a place at the expense of Freddie Farrell. He's now up into 7th place. Farrell pushed down to 8th. And there we are looking, the 15, that's Melanie Motz. Now she's in 2nd place, and she's been chased by Mason Brown. We saw Mason Brown take the kart swap. He moved from the 18 to the 21. He qualified 3rd. He's racing in 3rd, and he's forcing the situation with Melanie Motz. This creates pressure not only on Motz to be fast out on the track and take chances out on the track in order to set good lap times, but it's also, Anthony, crucially from your point of view, being down the pit lane, and Melanie Motz waved her hand. I think she's coming in.
Is she coming in? No, she's not.
She did wave her hand though. So Melanie Motz is going to be under pressure to make a good pit stop, because if Mason Brown really is sharp on the lights, he could well leapfrog her when the pit stop cycle through. Anthony, that pit stop creates such an important dynamic in this championship.
It really does, doesn't it? Without it, I think the races would be pretty stale, but they do make it very exciting. And then coming later on into the weekend, of course, it goes up to 2 pit stops in one race. So, you know, really does shake things up in the race. Now, we are seeing a hand up here from the number 20 of Kuba Puchalski. He is looking for a blue flag, and he's not seeing it.
He's gone through.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's made it through past the back marker. Although he was waving, I think we've got to the stage now where people are that concerned that as soon as they catch someone, the hand goes up. as if to draw attention. So because Kuba Kuchelski was right on it there, he's made the move. He's got the position over the back marker. Talking of position though, Melanie Motz is under a lot of pressure now from Mason Brown. Now Melanie, there she is on screen, a great shot there. There's Mason Brown who's chasing her. Neither of them are coming in. Now surely Mason Brown, you know, yes, we think if someone's following another driver then it's time to come in. But if Mason can keep that pressure on, there's a possibility that Melanie Motz may feel that heat in the pit lane and actually get a penalty.
Well, yeah, there is that one, but I'm looking at this battle here, and this is nothing against Melanie Motz whatsoever. But because the battle is so close, and because that he's piling on the pressure is Mason Brown here, I think there could be an undercut here on a pit stop.
Yeah, it could happen. We'll only see when it comes through. Now, we saw Mason Brown very good on the pit stops earlier. I may be mistaken, Anthony, but in the first race, was it Mason Brown that got the penalty? I can't quite remember.
I will have to come back to you on that one.
I'm sure one of the Browns got one, didn't he?
I think it was
Miles.
Miles Brown.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it might have been Miles. I've just got in my head that one of them got the penalty. Equally, though, Mason Brown now, he knows he's got, Melanie Motz thinking about his position. He knows she's going to be under pressure in the pit stop. Equally, he knows that she's capable of pulling off a good pit stop no matter what the pressure. That may in turn put his own pressure on himself. We'll just have to see what he can do. Now they're catching somebody. That looks a lot like, is that Mark O'Grady? I think it is. So Melanie Motz, we're looking at her on camera now. She's got, in terms of her point of view, a back marker in front, which is Mark O'Grady. He's running 10th and last. Now Mark O'Grady's kind of got the picture there. He's trying to get out of the way. Yes, he does. He moves aside so that Motz and Brown can get through. So Melanie Motz continues on. She'd have loved it if O'Grady could have got between them. That wasn't the case, unfortunately, from her point of view, because it would just relieve a little bit of that pressure. She's absorbing an awful lot of pressure, though, from Mason Brown. They've been no stale. We're still looking at this, and there's never anything less than about a foot in it. Anthony, the pictures we're seeing on screen are absolutely insane. The pressure on Melanie Motz is huge. Equally, though, the pressure is high on Mason Brown, because if he's going to put this pressure on, you kind of got to think from his point of view, it's got to be worth something, hasn't it? There's no point sitting there like that if you don't capitalise on it one way or another.
Yeah, definitely so. It's all going to come down to the pit stop here. Who's going to be quicker off the green? Do they get a green if they get a penalty? You know, it's all going to be down to that one. I'm getting slightly concerned here. We still only have 3 drivers who've pitted. There is 8 minutes to go. It's going to get busy.
Yeah, there's about a 6-minute window now, realistically, for drivers making pit stops, and there's a lot of them to do it. Maybe either Motz or Brown will be ending up pitting sooner rather than later, but no, they're not in this lap. They're continuing on, both of them.
Yep, exactly. This is going to be an interesting one, because if one of these drivers gets caught out double stacking with one of these drivers at the back of the field, it's going to be a disaster for them.
Yeah, now Motz and Brown, they're running about 2.5 seconds, well, 3 seconds really in the case of Motz, ahead of the 4th place Ryan Taylor. Now that's important because it means that the battle is just between the two of them. They're not going to be able to catch with the kind of 6.5 second gap between Motz and Kuba Kuchelski. Neither of them are going to challenge Kuba Kuchelski for the win. But equally, there's no reason why at this level they would fall back into the clutches of Ryan Taylor. In which case, it's a simple battle between the pair. We've been watching this all race long because it is incredibly intense there. It's very tight indeed, and it could go either way. At the moment, Melanie Motz has the advantage by being in front, but she's got her work cut out. It's a big ask mentally to absorb this pressure, and a sterling job being done by Melanie Motz. And equally, Mason Brown sitting there piling it on. This is what you've got to do if you want to make up a place by a driver of Motz's calibre.
Oh, into the pit lane. Into the pit lane comes the number 12. This is Ben Churchill. He's not part of that battle, but of course it is one of the back markers now. What could happen here? Into gate number 2. 2 green lights. Comes out back on track and clear air. That's good.
Yeah. Ben Churchill now resumes behind Freddie Farrell. That will probably then switch back as they cycle through the pit stops. But it was Balnega and Churchill were battling, wasn't it? Nadia Balnega. So Nadia Balnega has moved up to 5th place. Ryan Taylor continues in his 4th. He's kind of in how do I put this? I was going to say in a world of his own, but that's the wrong way of talking about it, Anthony. But you know what I mean.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Yes, I'm just eyeing up these drivers here. Anyone going to come into the pit lane? No, everyone's staying out on track. This is going to get really interesting. How long's left of this race? It's they've got 3 minutes, basically. 3 minutes to get in the pit lane.
And the pit stop that we're really waiting for most of all is the pits, or are, should I say, the pit stops for Melanie Motts and Mason Brown. The gap is about the biggest it's ever been between the two of them, and that's about a kart length. This is the biggest gap we've seen between these two drivers as they exit that new section. They're coming down the backstretch. Melanie Motts has opened that lead up to about kart and a half's length. There they are. No, about 2 karts length out. It closed up, obviously, under braking. Here's Melanie Motts. Will she be in this time? No, she's not. What about Brown? No, he's not pitting either. These two are leaving it as long as they can, and if either of them gets a penalty, this could kill the whole race for them. Look what happened to Craig Tucker in the last race.
No, exactly that. Ryan Taylor also not pitting, but we have got a driver in. Now, this is Nadia Balnega in the pit lane, and it is a green light on the first gate. Coming into gate number 2. Wait for it. There's the green. Out she goes. She's got traffic, though. She's got traffic.
She's come out right in the middle there of a big battle. Is it Farrell who's got in the lead? We're going to have a little look. Oh, it's all going on.
And in the pit lane. In the pit lane now, it is the 21. This is Mason Brown, who qualified in this one in P3. After that kart swap, he's got a green light on the first one, green light on 2. He comes out just behind the number 16.
Now, Melanie Motts has got to answer this one. She's surely going to be in within a lap or 2 of this, Anthony, and she's got to respond to that. I'm assuming that was a pretty good pit stop, which she's looked across. She's already seen what's happening. The question is, will the Dutch lady be in this lap?
Well, let's see.
Yes, she is. The hand goes up.
Yeah, Pacholski's also in the pit lane as well, so they're both in. Pacholski's good. Menley, green on the first one. She comes into the second one. Wait for it. There's the green. Now, where is Mason Brown? He's here. It's close. It's side by side.
And Mason Brown, he's trying up the inside. He was arguably blocked out by the good nature of Mark O'Grady. Mark O'Grady saw Melanie Motts coming out the pit lane. He went to go out the way, and that left no room for Mason Brown to get the momentum. So Melanie Motts assumes that position again, which is going to be second place once the pit stops have all cycled through. And it is Mason Brown is chasing. He will probably feel that he could have done more had Mark O'Grady not been there.
Into the pits.
In the pits, yeah.
Yep, Ryan Taylor into the pit lane. He was running quite high up. He was 4th when he came in. Where's he going to come out there? There's 1st, there's 2nd, there's 3rd. It's 4th again for him.
That's right. So that promotes Melanie Motts back up to 2nd. It promotes Mason Brown back to 3rd in the pits.
Last driver in, it's Freddie Farrell finally going for his pit stop, and he has got a green light on the first, green light on the second. Not the quickest, but not bad at all. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Freddie Farrell comes out into 9th place, pitted from 6th, out in 9th. That's everybody now, Anthony, correct?
That is correct. Everyone has now pitted.
Okay, so race for position is on the track now. There are no pit stops left. We're looking back now at 2nd and 3rd. Melanie Motts versus Mason Brown. It was going to be down to the pit stops. The pit stops cancelled each other out. Melanie Motts has been able to assume the 2nd place once more. The gap is the same. Mason Brown, so the Dutch lady versus the American. And it is on to this backstretch now. These 2 corners are vital. Onto the backstretch. There we go. Melanie Motts with the black suit and yellow helmet versus Mason Brown with the predominantly white, but actually got the blue and red stars and stripes on his helmet as well, being an American. So they're crossing the line again. Now, Mason Brown, has he got an answer to Melanie Motts? He's been this distance without being able to pass her so far. It's either going to be an incredible last lap lunge, or he's going to have to accept that position. Considering he started from a spare, not his given kart, he went to a spare kart, he'll probably be quite happy with a 3rd place, I think, Anthony, but he knows too well it could have been different had things worked out differently.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, just a little bit of track, I think he was caught out with there. I think blocked the opportunity to get that move done. But like you say, these things happen. They're still going to get some good results out of this, still get some decent points. But like you say, it's just one of those tough races where everyone is on par with each other.
Absolutely. It's neck and neck, literally, between Motts and Brown, and that is why it's this close. To be fair, both of them are scoring points, the kind of points they need to get into the semi-final, which at this stage is crucial. This is the 3rd race of 4 of the heat races for both of these drivers now. They continue round, of course. There's no more pit stops left. We're just about to go into the final minute. The pit closing thing is out now, is that right, Anthony? There's no one.
Yes, yeah. There's no more pit stops, and the pit is closed.
Yeah. So of course these they continue on. I think Melanie Motts is going to continue in that same place. I think she's got that in the bag.
Yep.
It's Yes, she's got to absorb pressure. She can afford no mistakes. But obviously we've seen over the years she's got what it takes to absorb this pressure and get this kind of result. This is not a flash in the pan for Melanie Mott, but it's still got to be done with a formidable competitor like Mason Brown.
Yeah.
In fact, the gap seems to be opening up. Maybe Mason Brown has kind of accepted the idea of third place. It's going to be a lot of points for him. It's all he needs. Melanie Mott seems to be a little bit more released of that pressure. It's the gap is as big as it's ever been all race long.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think in the earlier stages, what I was saying earlier on, it was very tense from Emily. She battled with it perfectly. She opened up that gap before the pit stop. Mason pitted first. She timed it well. She came in, nailed her pit stop. No drama whatsoever. She deserves that second place.
Absolutely right. And the one we haven't been talking about much, with all the drama behind, is the race leader, Kuba Puchalski, and he's got almost a 9-second, well, he's got a 9-second lead, over 9 seconds, over the second place. So an amazing performance now with just lap and a bit to go for Puchalski, and he's now going to convert this into a win. The last lap has been shown. Kuba Puchalski is on that. There he is. He's on screen in the blue suit with the white helmet, the red suit. There he is, and that is the race leader, Kuba Puchalski. He's got a cart in front of him, which he's not really worried about. That looks like Freddie Farrell. Freddie Farrell is going to have one more lap with which to try and do something about Ben Churchill, but at 2.5 seconds gap, I don't think he's going to be able to. So here comes race leader, just a couple of corners to go, as there's Churchill about to start his final lap. Here comes Farrell about to start his, and there's the race winner. It's the race win now for Kuba Puchalski. He has come through, taken that win there. Second place, here comes Melanie Mott, accepting third. Seems to Mason Brown, that gap is as big as it's been all race long as they cross the line. Second and third, an outstanding race between those two. Ryan Taylor, he'll be delighted with that fourth place. Stepan Pudlik has come through in fifth. Nadia Balnega will be sixth, surely. She's just in front of James Solis there. James Solis making a race for it, but it's Nadia Balnega into sixth place. James Solis seventh. Ben Churchill will come through in eighth. Freddie Farrell completes the race in ninth. Marco Grady a lap down, of course, in 10th. So what a race there. There's some good interviews for you there, Anthony.
I'll be busy, I can tell you that right now, but hey, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. There we go, Kuba Puchalski in the pit lane. He's, well, he was so far ahead at that one. Look at that, he's already out the cut before anyone else has parked up, but that is some good stuff there as the rest of the field come in. I can imagine there's going to be some emotions at the end of that one. Of course, for a lot of these drivers, that is their last race of the day. I think, in fact, for everyone here, that's going to be their last race of the day. But certainly for Kuba Puchalski, I will jump in and have a word with him. I mean, he looks cool, calm, collected at the moment at that one. Kuba, once you're ready, join me over by the podium area. Sorry about that, Mason, you crack on. Medley as well, once you've weighed up, join me over there. I don't think she heard me on that one. I'll try that again. But let's make sure we've at least got Kuba. Kuba, come on over. Come on over. Join me by the branding. Stand hither for me, please, Kuba. Good race for you there. That's what we needed. 9 seconds clear from the rest of the field, I think, at the end of that one.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty calm race with some space to breathe, obviously. But yeah, it was really nice with this race. I think the quali was almost perfect. I think on the almost cold card, it was a pretty decent time. So the rest just was moving on and building again.
We needed, isn't it? Now, this is last race of the day for you?
Yeah, last race for the day.
So you can relax now, get yourself ready, focus for tomorrow. And is it looking hopeful that you could get into the semi-finals?
Yeah, we'll see how all will end up, because there are just some things unpredictable. Someone just may not compete on a valid pit stop, so everything just will be final after all the points from the all 4 rounds. So just, I think the best what every driver can do for now is just go to sleep, go for sleep, and have some good breakfast, and just keep your mind clear. That's what I would say.
What's for breakfast?
Breakfast, roasted eggs and scrambled eggs and some bacon. We'll see what they.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Excellent. Thank you very much, Kuba. We'll quickly jump in. Melanie? No, she's going to ignore me. That's fine. That happens a lot, but I'm used to it. Right then, next one's coming out. Looks like we're ready to go. I tell you what. Oh, Oh, she's still there. She's still there. Right, there we go. I won't take no for an answer. There we go. No, don't hide. Don't hide. There we go. No, it's fine. It's fine. There's only about 1 million people watching. Where's the camera? He's on this side. Right, okay. Melanie, nail-biting one again. So nail-biting, you've actually bitten a finger off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it hurts a lot, but yeah.
Talked about that. It was all about strategy on that one, but another second place for you. That's some good points.
Yeah, indeed. But I fucked it really up with Sector 1, so I'm not happy. Sorry. Sorry for my language.
That's all right. It's past the watershed. I'm sure we're fine. But still a good result for you. Nice points. Hopefully we see you in the semi-final.
Yeah, I'm really happy. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Really happy. So happy. Put a swear in there. Right, they're out on track.
Anthony, what was that Dutch word that Melanie used there?
Something, I think, there's a word in a language, I think it's French. If you say it, it's the word for seal.
Indeed, I'm sure it is. Obviously, I always trust your translating skills, Anthony, no question about it. Meantime, what I would have to say, as we're just watching the qualifying start, Kuba Puchalski, that sounds like a really tempting breakfast. Are we all over to Kuba's for breakfast in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have bacon and eggs. I'm not sure about roasted eggs, though.
Yes, I was going to say, this is obviously the Polish version. I'll have to have a word with Remi Draska about that. And over in Poland, talking of which, those who are interested in racing internationally, one of the top ones is the Polish Championship. Runs exactly this format over the 2 days, and that normally takes place in September. Very popular one with a lot of the other British drivers. So Remi Draska is the one to speak to. Obviously, he's not here this weekend, but it certainly is an excellent championship to contest. Meantime, we've now got a result on the qualifying. It's Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh has put it on the pole position from the incredible Bram van der Ende. He's we've not seen him that high at all, Anthony, and it has to be said, he's one of the more difficult names to say, and we're going to be saying it a lot in this race, no doubt. Frederick Navarro is in third place. Charles de Klein, he's running in fourth place. This Barry Lakes up into fifth place. Matt Clark is in sixth. Jay Foster seventh. John Ostick is in eighth. Dan Dixon ninth, and James Burgess 10th. How about that? Anthony, we seem to have mentioned Matt Barsh so much this afternoon that it's as if he's done about 5 races, not that it's his third.
Yeah, you make a very good point there on that one. But like you say, if you're up there, we'll talk about you. And, well, with one of our drivers, we'll definitely be talking about him. So for Bram van der Ende, it's certainly going to be an interesting one for us.
Yeah, and there on screen, that is Matt Barsh. He's the vastly experienced Polish driver. He has won his share of races and championships. He's obviously got Bram van der Ende behind him. I'm hoping I'm saying it right. I know the live stream and Facebook and everything else can be full of people now either correcting me or applauding me at this point. Meantime, it's Barsh. Barsh gets the green, but very close behind. He's not been able to break away as we've seen with some of the others so far. It is Barsh. He gets turned in. He's got a lead, and he's leading into the new section there. That is Matt Barsh. What a start. But Bram van der Ende has made good on that second place, and he's able to try and stay with Matt Barsh ahead of Frederick Navarro. Frederick Navarro, we've not seen that high in a race either. Charles de Klein has been up there, but here's Matt Barsh coming around to finish the opening lap. And as they come past you, Anthony, Matt Barsh really is another one who's going to want to just check out and get those points.
Yeah, exactly that. But I'm looking at this one, and that is a very closed-up group of karts here. This could be another nail-biter. God, we're saving the good ones for the end of the day, aren't we?
Saturday evening at the BRKC night is always the time. All the rest of the time it's great as well, but there's just something about Saturday evenings where these results come thick and fast. The tough stuff happens. We've seen that Motts and Mason Brown battle. That's a good example of what we see on a Saturday evening. There, of course, is Matt Clark, and he is well up the order as well.
Oh, pits up. It's early. It's Jay Foster, and he's green light on gate 1. Comes to gate 2. Another green light. Yes, gets it. Slow getaway, though, from the second one.
Jay Foster rolls the dice with that early pit stop. He is now just going to run to the end. And Jay Foster, of course, is continuing the tradition we seem to have had in this evening sessions, if you like, of early pit stops. Anthony, there's as soon as possible, there seems to be somebody coming into the pits.
No, exactly. When it's situations like this, when the grid is so condensed, and we've got another one here, the 21 is now in. This is James Burgess. He gets a green light on the first gate, comes into gate number 2. very early on the throttle. That's good. Side by side with the number 20.
And James Burgess resumes in the 21, and that, of course, is Mason Brown's preferred kart, third in the last race.
Yeah, definitely so, but for him, it's not worked out, and he's actually under investigation now, is the 21 after that, so maybe
right.
something
a bit of an aggressive entry to the pit lane, was it?
Well, potentially so. I mean, there were 2 green lights there, but yeah, not sure why.
Absolutely. I mean, it can be taken. I've heard it said by several drivers after practice yesterday. It's the kind of thing, it's a bit, there's no sort of hard and fast rule, but they don't want to see people clattering off the barriers coming into the pit lane, you know, coming in recklessly. And I think the sort of given idea from several drivers was that if you come into the pit so aggressively, making so much noise, bouncing off things, that everyone's turning around to look at you, that's when you get noticed, that's when you get investigated. If you can get in the pits without anyone really turning around, it kind of doesn't really matter what speed you come in at, no one's going to bat an eyelid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from my point of view, it looked like he came in fine. I didn't hear any clouting of the barriers, but of course, yeah, what do I know?
Well, you're probably going to know before anyone else, aren't you? Because you're down there in the pit lane, they'll be coming out with some information, if there's some information to come out with. Meantime, we've got Matt Barsh continues in the lead. He's 5 laps now, 6 laps completed as he crossed the line again. Bram van der Ende is in second place. He's just about a second behind Matt Barsh.
Black flag.
A black flag for Burgess.
I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out what that's for.
Yeah, we look forward to hearing about that, because that is quite something there for James Burgess. Surely a black flag involves a pit stop in some form or other. In other words, he's going to have to take one. There's some form of penalty.
Okay, I have an update.
Yeah.
So he received a bad overtake flag. Right. And then he gave the position back by doing a pit stop. That is against the regulations. It's a black flag.
Oh, well, you have to say, nice idea, but naughty.
Yes.
Yeah. But that is, you've got to say, that's pretty quick thinking by James Burgess, if he did it deliberately. That's a pretty good way to give a position back, making a pit stop. But clearly, the organisers are having no truck with that. They've seen it all before, and you know, they're saying, "Oh no,
he's got a yellow light on his penalty."
Oh no, oh dear. So he's going to have to come in again. So he's got a penalty on his penalty.
Yeah, he's got to come in again.
Oh dear, that's going to be 3 stops then for James Burgess. That's pretty much a done deal in this race for him. If he's anything other than 10th, then he's going to be some of the finest driver we've ever seen in the entire BRKC history.
If I was James Burgess, and I'm not James Burgess, I mean, I'd hang the helmet up after that.
Yeah, there is that option, isn't there? Yeah, that could be a bit extreme. I mean, he's still got one more heat race to do, Andy. But yeah, it is quite a killer. To get a penalty on your penalty is something we see only in the most extreme kind of muck-up situations.
It's like getting a drive-through on a or getting a speeding in the pit lane penalty on a drive-through penalty.
Yes, it is.
Nothing worse.
It's quite literally exactly the same thing, because he got the yellow light too fast.
Yeah.
So poor old James Burgess, he's well out of contention now. He's obviously, we await his penalty pit stop. And meanwhile, it is Matt Barsh now with 10 laps in the books. He's making a bigger gap over second place, Bram van der Ende. So there's Matt Barsh, the vastly experienced Polish driver. We've seen him win year after year. A heat win is no exception to see from Matt Barsh. In fact, it's expected of Matt Barsh at some point. He's, you know, he's somebody we'd have down as a finalist all day long. We've never seen him win a national final. I think he's won them in Poland before, but we certainly haven't seen him being able to win in the BRKC. He's been up there, but he's obviously, you know, if you're in the middle of the Ruben Boutsen's era of 6 consecutive wins, well, that's pretty much a lockout in anyone's book. But Matt Barsh is looking good for winning this. He catches the edge of the barrier there, so everyone seems to. It doesn't seem to slow anyone down, Anthony, which is a bit of a strange concept.
It certainly is, yeah. It was a bit of a hyper start to that one, but yeah, it certainly chilled a little bit now. And again, we might see a bit of a dramatic end like we saw earlier on, you know, people waiting for the very last moment to pit. And again, we could see some double stacking.
Yeah, it's this sort of middle part of the race now with 13 minutes to go. Between now and about 8 minutes to go, there seems to never be anyone in the pits. And then all of a sudden it comes thick and fast. You know, we've got A similar situation actually brewing to what we had before. Those who just watched the last heat race and an absorbing battle between Melanie Motz and Mason Brown, well, we've got a repeat of that. It's also for second place as well, because Bran van der Ende and Frederick Navarro are at it, hammer and tongs. Look at this. This is what we're looking at now, as Bran van der Ende is absorbing enormous pressure from Frederick Navarro. I think Navarro, yes, he's another of those BSR team drivers, Anthony, and he's piling on the pressure in exactly the same way that Mason Brown was in the previous race. And it has to be said that Bran van der Ende is absorbing it like Melanie Motz did.
No, exactly. Again, good to see. And again, just keeping these races exciting at the end of the day on day one here. And yeah, I think this is sizing up to really give us some good semi-finals tomorrow. We're seeing new names, some good battles, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what these drivers can deliver tomorrow.
Absolutely, there are going to be some people missing out on the semi-final by literally 8 points or 2, and there's going to be a lot of them. It's going to be very tight getting in. I think the lower point scores, so obviously we've got 100 drivers scoring. For those watching at home, we've got 100 drivers scoring in this. They're running in 4 rounds of heat races. After the 4 rounds are completed tomorrow afternoon, we're then going to tot up the scores. The top 30 point scorers go forward to the semi-finals. There are 3 semi-finals, each with 10 drivers in, so those top 30 go forward. Now, we're thinking, with the way the results have gone, it's going to be very, very tense, probably from about 15th to 40th place, and there are going to be some people who are going to miss out on the semi-final by quite some margin in terms of positions, but not a big margin in terms of number of points scored. It's going to be tight around that zone where you're going to miss out, that 30th place.
Exactly. Well, blue flags are starting to come out now for James Burgess. He gets out the way, and at this point he's still yet to do his final stop again, so he's right in the thick of it now.
Yeah, James Burgess, he's probably looking to just get some laps in now, get it all calmed down. He's still circulating, and still circulating rapidly. He's not slow. Obviously, the times he's setting are reflective of probably how angry at the situation he is, but he's in the mix in terms of lap time. He's not the slowest one out there on the personal best either. So James Burgess is, he's in the unfortunate position of 10th place, but it doesn't mean he's the slowest one of the lot out there. And of course, as you say, Anthony, terrible luck from his point of view, but it's only going to get worse because he's got another pit stop to make. But hey ho,
yeah,
that's racing.
That's racing.
Yeah.
And while racing's happening, we've got another pit stop. Into the pit lane is Charles de Klein from the Netherlands, and it's a green light on the first stop. Going into spot number 2, another green light. It's got some traffic, but it's a good stop.
And Charles de Klein, he pitted in 4th place, and while he was making that pit stop, he built up enough of a gap that even though he's making the pit stop, he was staying in 4th, and then all of a sudden, at the very end, Barry Lakes, Matt Clark and Josh Ostick came steaming through to push him all the way down to 7th place. So Charles de Klein, he almost hung on to that 4th place, but as it happens, he's 7th.
Yeah, so there you go, just a bit of up and down, but like I say, loads more people left to do a pit stop, so stay tuned.
And that looks like it could be Dixon following. No, it's the 21, James Burgess. Of course, James Burgess, the 21 car, doing so well in the previous race, but unfortunately, penalty on a penalty has hurt the deal for Burgess there. We know he's got the speed, he's just out of luck in this race. Now, here comes that battle for 2nd place. Once again, we've got a really tight 2nd place battle, and this time it is Bran van den Ende and Frederick Navarro. And Navarro has been all over the back of Bran, and it's only getting more intense. Once more, he's piling on the pressure. So last time we saw the first pit stop, it was Mason Brown that came in first, I think, wasn't it? Then Mott. So in other words, 3rd place pitted, then 2nd. Is that right?
Something along those lines,
yeah.
Yes.
So, will we see the same thing, or a flip over this time? Could it be that the first one is the 2nd place, which of course then frees up the following driver, in that case 3rd place, Frederick Navarro, to try to set some faster laps on his own, and therefore leapfrog Bran van der Ende in the pit stop cycle. We're going to find out soon, but we're 8 minutes in. Anthony, you've got a number of pit stops yet to come. With 8 minutes to go, how many left?
7.
7. Again, That's a big number, isn't it, really, when you consider we've gone, as I was saying, it's that 13 minutes to 8 minutes when there's no pit stops at all, hardly.
No, exactly. Again, it's just going to cause problems, I think, for a lot of drivers, just of where they're positioned. And yeah, this could shake up to be a very interesting last few minutes of this race.
Absolutely. Matt Barsh running away with the lead now. He's got a 3.8 second lead. That's as comfortable as he needs to make a conservative pit stop without risk of penalty. Bram van der Ende is in second place. He's probably forgotten all about Matt Barsh. It's all about Frederick Navarro behind him. This is a carbon copy of what we saw in the previous race with Motz and Brown, and this time it's Bram van der Ende absorbing the pressure up front from Frederick Navarro.
Into the pit lane.
Yeah, in the pits.
Matthew Clark in the pit lane. It's green on gate 1. Comes in towards gate 2. They're double stacking now. It's going to get close. Green for gate 2. Green on gate 1 for the number 8. This is Dan Dixon. Can he get a green on gate 2? Yes, he can. That's good. 2 good pit stops there.
Down out the pits and through comes Matt Barsh. So Dan Dixon just gets pushed a lap down, but Barsh has yet to pit himself. Barsh again leaving it quite late. There's just over 6.5 minutes remaining as Matt Barsh, there he is, the race leader, the vastly experienced Polish driver. He's been on the international scene for so long now, very highly regarded. One of the favourites in the paddock, Matt Barsh. You'll never hear a bad word said about Matt Barsh, but he's a very formidable competitor out on the track. It's no surprise that he's looking good for the win here. Matt Barsh on his way. He has 6 minutes to go. He's 25 laps in. He's probably got about another 12 or 13 laps left in this race. Probably going to complete about 38 laps in the time given. We still, in the pits now, Anthony, with you.
Yes, it is the 16 that's in the pit lane. This is Josh Ostick, and it's a green light on gate 1. Gate 2, green light. He's got clear track.
Yes, and he comes out in the space on his own, but Matt Clark is not close enough to challenge him. They are, one then the other for race position, but Matt Clark couldn't quite bridge that gap on speed out to the pits, but he's a lot closer coming out of the revised section now. We are back with the second place battle. This is every bit as intense as what we've just seen. We've literally gone from one race to another with exactly the same situation. This time, Bram van der Ende versus Frederick Navarro as van der Ende goes down the back straight there. There's Navarro right on his tail, not close enough to make a move at the end there into that hairpin. That's a favoured passing place. Who's going to pit first? Neither one. Oh, into the pits.
Into the pit lane.
Yeah,
now this is Navarro. Yes, gate 1 is good. Quite a long red on that one, but he held onto it nicely. Green light comes on for the second. It's a good stop.
It's a great stop there, and it's thrown the gauntlet down now to Bram van der Ende. He's got to make a good stop. The pressure is on Bram van der Ende to make a solid pit stop there. It's vital that he gets in and out of this pit on time. He's probably going to do it within the next lap or two. We'll see. But this is what could make or break this race. He's in the pits with you, Anthony.
Yep. Van der Ende is in the pit lane now, the number 12, and it's looking good on gate 1. Yes, green light comes out. The driver from Belgium, multiple wins in his career. Can he get a win here in the green lights? He can, and it's a good stop. The 19's in as well. This is Barry Lakes. It's green on position 1. Position 2 comes in, it's nice. Now comes the 21. They're double stacking here. It's James Burgess for his penalty. Green on the first one, green on the second. He's finally out of the water. He's good. Now here comes our race winner, leader on this one, Matt Barsh, the number 10. Green on gate 1, comes in towards gate 2. Is it going to be a good stop? It looks like it could be. 2 green lights, he comes out. Look at that clear air he's got.
Anthony, an absolute flurry of drivers into the pit lane. He did sterling job to get on top of that and keep tabs on it. But what I have to tell you is, while all that action was going on, leapfrogging in the pit stop cycle there was Frederick Navarro. He made it work. He passed Bram van der Ende on the pit stop there, and now Frederick Navarro has taken the second place. There he is. There's Navarro, and a big gap by relative terms to Bram van der Ende with Charles de Klein. Charles de Klein has come up behind Bram van der Ende, so Bram van der Ende is under pressure of losing that third place as we watch Matt Barsh with just under 3.5 minutes to go. And there's the battle behind. So I think Navarro has got enough now to be secure in second, just because Bram van der Ende has got his hands full of Charles de Klein behind. Charles de Klein behind him is surely going to try and challenge now. So Bram van der Ende has gone from second place to trying to hang on to his third. He needs these points to get through, but what an incredible result. We saw the same battle as we saw in the previous race, but with a different outcome, Anthony.
Yeah, exactly that. All the pit stops, of course, have been completed now as well, so it is purely down to what we see out on track, but right now, very, very close, very tight, very technical between these drivers, but this is some good racing we're seeing here.
Absolutely, and so Frederick Navarro managed to just out-drag Bram van der Ende as Van der Ende was coming out of the pits there. Now we're looking at Van der Ende with a rear guard battle against Charles de Klein. So Van der Ende has got his hands absolutely full. The Belgian versus the Dutchman. De Klein is the Dutchman, of course, and Van der Ende, he nearly got punted there by Charles de Klein, because Charles de Klein absolutely wants to finish this race in third. Anthony, we've got 2 minutes to go, and Matt Barsh is on his way, but this battle further back, second sort of, but definitely third and fourth, absolutely absorbing.
Oh yeah, certainly so. Looking at it now as they come through the final sector now, very close, line astern, and de Klein all over that rear bumper now. Going into the Snell section again, very technical part through here. Not many places to fully commit to a move, but right now, again, just sticking with him and just bringing it to the end here. I reckon it's a good result for them. I don't think we're going to see a move. I just think we're going to see a good battle pushing each other along.
If we are going to see a move, it's going to have to come soon, because there are about maybe 4 laps remaining in this race, possibly. Obviously, it's done to time plus a lap. Navarro, I think, has done enough to be second, but Bram van der Ende is not looking comfortable in third place. He's got Charles de Klein really forcing the issue now. These amazing pictures, Scruffy Bear Media is putting some amazing shots. And what's happened? Has there been a move? There's been an attempt.
There has.
Yes, there has. And Klein has gone through. De Klein has gone through into third place. Bram van der Ende has indeed lost that position. It was a move into the revised section there that made the position up for De Klein. And, well, can Bram van der Ende make the comeback? It doesn't show on the timing screen yet because they haven't crossed the line, but they've got less than a minute to go before the last lap board. There is De Klein, Charles de Klein with Bram van der Ende, and Bram van der Ende is actually falling back a little bit, and what terrible luck for him. He was running in second place, now he finds himself in fourth, but that's the way it goes, Anthony. They've got half a minute before the last lap board.
Yeah, exactly that. That's the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, and yeah, just losing it on that last lap, it's never a nice feeling, but still it's a P4, it's a good result.
And look at these pictures, an incredible shot here coming out of the final corner. There is De Klein, and there's Bram van der Ende. That's an amazing shot there. Scruffy Bear Media doing their absolute finest work today, as there is De Klein. He is in third place. Bram van der Ende is trying to close the gap up. Now, De Klein, he's got 2 laps to go. He is actually, he looks like he's intent on second place. There is second place, Frederick Navarro. Surely, even with the biggest ambition in the world, De Klein cannot be thinking of second place. But I bet he is, Anthony. I think he's got ideas on that. But meantime, Barsh has started his last lap.
Exactly, here we go then. It all falls down to this last one, but pressure's on for them. They've got no worries with pit stops. It's just bring it home.
Charles de Klein is closing in, I have to say. He's getting quicker. Matt Barsh is still the fastest. The gap there between second and third is down to about a second. It doesn't look it, but it is. And
here's
there
Barsh.
they are. Here's Barsh to take the win. Barsh wins, and what's happening behind? So Barsh takes the win. It's going to be Navarro. Yes, it is. Navarro takes second from Charles de Klein, from Bram van der Ende. And Barry Lakes looks good for fifth place. Can Barry Lakes bring it in fifth? Yes, he can, surely. Barry Lakes finishes ahead of Jay Foster. Yes, he does. Barry Lakes in fifth. And Jay Foster sixth. Josh Ostick is coming through seventh. Matt Clark is trying to close in, but he can't do it. There goes the very unfortunate James Burgess. And we've got Dan Dixon coming through now as well. Matt Barsh is coming into the pits. Another case of what a race there, Anthony.
Yep, an absolutely superb drive there for Matt Barsh. And what was the gap at the end of that one? Oh, I can't quite see. What was the gap at the end?
5.5 seconds from first to second.
That's not
But there
bad.
was about a second between them after that.
Oh, right, okay. Well, there you go. A good little race nonetheless. And there is your man, Matt Barsh, who's... he's so overwhelmed he's not got out his wagon yet. Well, there we go. Let's see if we can chat to him. Matt, go get yourself weighed up first, and yeah, we'll have a quick chat with you, make sure all is well. I do want to have a chat with Charles de Klein as well. Hopefully he doesn't decline me talking to him. There you go. Pun of the evening.
Who could do that? Who could do that?
I know, let's find out. Matt Barsh, let's chat. And what a result there for you. I'll let you get your helmet off. Take your time, don't worry. No one's watching. There we go. No, millions watching. Nice result there for you. Exactly what you needed, I think.
Yeah, I can come back. Yeah, first 2 races is very hard for me. One mistake and bad card. Now, obviously the group not be very hard for me, but I need win to feel bad, and I'm very happy of results. So,
well, you've got the win there. You can see everyone celebrating with you there. You can relax now. There's no more racing for you today. It's all down to tomorrow now. And do you reckon you can make the semis?
I hope so, but I have a lot of work tomorrow on the 4th round number 4, and of course in semi-final. But now I can show you something about it. I hope so to be in semi-final, and I hope so in the final.
All the best. Well done.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow there. Right, where is Charles Decline? Do not decline me, Charles Decline. There we go. Charles, can I have a quick chat? Come on over. Get the lead out from between your legs. Come on over. Come and chat with me. Charles, good run on that one. Managed to pip a 3rd place on the last remaining laps as well. That's you can't hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me. Cool, it was someone behind me. There you go. A good race for you.
Yeah, it was fine. The pit stop was not well timed. I saw Braun defending a little bit. Not too much, but he was closing it a little bit. So I was like, well, just risk it. Let's see what happens. Yeah. And then it didn't work, and I got my pace. I got it up too late. So at the end, it's all my fault. P2 was doable.
P2 may have been doable, but you got a place. It was looking like it could have only been a 4th as well. So you were lucky you got that.
Yeah, it was just an overtake. I was like, we can try and go towards number 2, but he was too far gone. So I was like, let's overtake him and see if I can catch up on my own. Unfortunately, the race was too short for me.
Still a good result for you though at P3, and we hope you have a good day tomorrow as well, and hopefully we'll see you in the semi-finals.
I hope so too, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, excellent there for Charles Decline, brilliant stuff, and he didn't decline me, there you go. Right then, if I'm right in saying, this is penultimate race of the day.
You're absolutely right, Anthony. It is the penultimate race of the day, and one thing I would say, having started the 3rd round, we seem to have a bit of a feature in the sense that it's been an epic 2nd place battle. In Heat 1, which started at 8 o'clock, we obviously had Felipe Vieira, if you remember. He went away in the lead, but it was an epic battle, Carl Stevens versus Thomas Wilshire, and that was for 2nd place. Then we had Heat 2, and Kuba Pachulski checked out, but it was an epic 2nd place battle between Melanie Motz and Mason Brown. And now we've had Matt Barsh check out in heat number 3, and guess what? An epic battle between Frederick Navarro and initially Bran van der Ende, and then Charles Decline coming into play there. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in this next race. Will we get that what's almost traditional epic 2nd place battle now? Well, let's see the list of entries here on this one. And it's going to be a tough one. It could be more than just 2nd place battling here, because we've got Ben Paynes, we've got Christopher Ball, we've got George Braun, we've got Johnny Elliott, we've got Eliana de Vos, we've got Zach Venn, Matheus Matus, we've got Luke Evans, Joe Hamlet and Miles Brown. Now, you don't have to be much of a spectator or a knowledgeable spectator to know that this is going to be a tough race, Anthony. There's a lot of names in there that you could pick out as a contender for not only the win, starting of course with Eliana de Vos, who's got a clean sheet so far of victories, but that 2nd place battle may be more than just the 2nd and 3rd.
No, exactly. It could down to anyone on this one. I'm going to go with the man who's in the number 10, Matis Machat, who is certainly, I think, going to deliver in this one.
Yeah, Matheus Matus, an epic driver from Poland. It's hard to look beyond Eliana de Vos, but on the basis that he's a bit of a clear favourite and a bit of a cheat to go for, I'm going to go with Johnny Elliott. We'll see what Johnny can do. He's about to come through and finish his qualifying lap now. De Vos is fastest, Matus is 2nd, Ball is 3rd, Johnny Elliott is 4th, the checker is out, and Luke Evans 5th, Joe Hamlet is 6th. George Braun has gone through to 6th place though. Into 4th is Zach Venn. We've got a couple more coming through. What have we got? The timing is just adjusting itself. Miles Brown into 9th, and that completes the qualifiers there. So it is pole position, shall we say, as expected for Eliana de Vos. Eliana de Vos has put it into pole position from Mateusz Matus. Christopher Ball is in third place. Christopher Ball, he's been top 3 all day long. Outstanding performance by him. We didn't see this kind of performance last year, and we are definitely seeing it this year from him. Now, this is an important year because as part of the Bradley Shepherd racing team, he is doing a lot of the international races. After this, there's the Spanish, the German, and so on. Literally a major national championship every month is booked in this year with Christopher Ball. He's hoping to be in the World Championships in Brazil, but that probably is not as high importance on his scale as the individual national championship. So Christopher Ball there. Zach Venn is 4th. Johnny Elliott has come through into 5th place. Luke Evans is 6th. George Braun 7th. Joe Hambler 8th. Miles Brown 9th. And Ben Paynes rounds him out in 10th. Now, there's a bit of a discussion down there with what exactly is going on. That looks like Miles Brown. I think he feels like he should be a place ahead. Is he going for the kart swap? No, he's just getting that spot ahead of the 21, which of course is Ben Paynes. So there they are, all lined up. We can look ahead there. We can see on the pole position there, Eliana. Well, no, we can't see on the pole position Eliana de Vos because he's out of picture there. We'll just have a look. We were looking at Matus. Here's de Vos in the blue and white from Matus and from Ball. Now, de Vos brings him round. Is he going to go? Yes, he is. He's going now. They're going to go green, are they? Yes, they are. De Vos streaks through across the line into the lead. A great shot there as they all come through. That must be pretty chilling for the cameraman to be there taking that shot as Eliana de Vos comes through into the revised section there as they come out around the corners onto the backstretch there. Now there's Eliana de Vos. He has the lead and he's trying to convert that straight away. All he's done this weekend is win. It's as simple as that. He's stuck it on pole. He's cleared off. He's got the victory, and that is all he's interested in at this stage. Points are what he wants, and points will get him straight through to the final if he can. Now, de Vos in the revised section there. There is Matus following, and a bit of a gap to Ball. Now, Ball has got Zach Venn all over the back of him. Now, Zach Venn will be looking to take that place from Ball. Ball has been top 3 all day long. Venn is going to have something to say about that. So then there's a gap to Johnny Elliott. Eliana de Vos continues in the lead. He's trying to break away. It's not quite a second yet. There's de Vos. De Vos in blue and white. And there is Matus behind him, followed by Chris Ball. Shatteringly quick lap times by Eliana de Vos. Anthony, there's no pit stops yet, but de Vos is doing everything he can to check out in this race already.
Yeah, exactly. Gaps nearly 9/10 of a second there. Very good start, but yeah, like you say, for Mateusz Matus is right there. He's going to do his level best to stick with him. The times are close in qualifying. It's just a case, again, pit stops, but no early pit stops on this one. No one coming in on that first opportunity they can. Anyone this time around, I am expecting one, but no one. They've all stayed out.
Incredible camera work there on Eliana de Vos there in the lead. Eliana de Vos really capturing the sort of feel of what it means to watch de Vos race. De Vos is one of those drivers who gets straight down to mid-distance immediately. He's not really interested in messing about. It's all or nothing with him, and he is doing everything he can to open up this lead. You can bet your life this is as flat out as Eliana de Vos can make that kart go. He's carrying the speed. He's got economy of movement there. He's not working it too hard, but he's very firm in all the actions, very precise, very definite. De Vos, that's what makes him the champion he is. He's not won the BRKC before. He's obviously won heat races here. He's won semi-finals. He is yet to take the overall title, but he is throwing his name forward as a real likely contender for the overall championship. Now, Matus is being dropped. Now, Mateusz Matus, we know he's super rapid, but in this case, he's not super rapid enough. Look at Mateusz Matus, those incredible camera views there as Matus comes through now. Another lap in for Matus with the lead. Does that lead get extended? Yes, it does. 0.2 of a second in a single lap that's being on. There's Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott there. One of the perennial British hopes, one of the perennial British favourites there in 5th place. He's chasing down Zach Venn. Ahead of him is Christopher Ball as they come through again as they're coming away now from the revised section there down the backstretch. It's still de Vos. There's de Vos, real low line view there. That's following de Vos through. Incredible pictures across the line there. Eliana de Vos, he's getting further ahead. Yes, it's 1.4 seconds. Eliana de Vos Anthony, you've had no pit visitors at all. They're 6 laps in, but De Vos is doing everything he can to make it so he can stop without losing that lead.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just picturing a song in my head right now, and of how he's driving, and I'm liking it.
And the song is?
At this moment in time, I'm not going to divulge that information because it's too good in my head.
You enjoy that song as we all enjoy watching Eliona De Vos and the highly talented driver. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's the number 20 that has come in, and this is Joe Hamblett, and it's green on gate 1. Gate 2 is green. Oh, it's yellow. It's yellow. Now, what happened there? I'll go through what happened. He stopped. He didn't activate the red light. He then went, it activated the red, but he kept going, and then the yellow came out.
Yeah, we had a great view then of him working one pedal, then the other, then back, and then again. And so a real mix-up there for Joe Hamblett. Now, that's a real shame there, because Joe Hamblett has been nibbling away at greatness all weekend long. There he is, he's on camera now. Joe Hamblett, he's going to have to come in again. Will he do it immediately, or will he do a few laps and then come back in? No, he's going to go for the few laps option. Anthony, that was quite something there, wasn't it?
It really was, yeah. It's just one of those very unfortunate things. He just hit the brakes too soon, stopped before the sensor, and then went too hard on the sensor.
Oh, what a shame, but no such errors there from the likes of Eliona De Vos. Eliona De Vos has been a front runner for many years now. He was very much a junior driver when he turned up, initially racing in Belgium and Holland. He's a member of that Blue Star team. He's actually using one of Ruben Boutsen's suits. He's worn his other one through, so he's borrowed a suit for this event, and well, he's actually scoring higher than Ruben Boutsen's himself, which is saying something.
It certainly is, but again, way to go on this one. We're seeing good battles thick and fast everywhere, but like you say, good names shaking up at the top of this one. Good to see Christopher Ball again back up there. Zach Venn looking good as well. Johnny Elliott looking good as well. He's always been in the middle. I'm concerned for Johnny Elliott in this season. He's always been in that semi-final or in the finals, and I think he might not make it this time.
Well, with in the nicest possible way, I'm always concerned with Johnny Elliott when he's out on the track, simply because, like everyone else, I love it when he gets a great result. Sometimes you get a great result, sometimes you go to pieces. Now, he's got a bit of a rear guard action there. He has got behind him Luke Evans. So there's Johnny Elliott. He's facing off against Luke Evans, and Luke Evans is really making Elliott work for it. Now, Luke Evans on the back of Johnny Elliott. We've been watching Johnny Elliott for many years, and Johnny Elliott on his day is one of the best in the world. There's no doubt about it, but he's having to put all that experience into practice now. He's going defensive down the backstretch. He comes back across to assume the normal line, but Luke Evans is making the vastly experienced Johnny Elliott really work for it here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. It's the British Rental Kart Championship, so the gloves are off in every nature of the word as Elliott continues round into the revised section there. Anthony, we've got 13 minutes on the clock. How many pit stops have we had, do you know?
We have had one, and there was a penalty.
Right, and so we've had one which incurred a penalty, so
yes.
We've got one stop and one penalty. Well, that's not the greatest stat we really have for this race, is it?
No, it's not looking too great for our drivers on this one.
No. Cracking close-up on Johnny Elliott there with Luke Evans right behind him. You can almost feel that pressure that Johnny Elliott is under now with Luke Evans. Now, if there's anyone who's going to be able to handle this, it will be Johnny Elliott, because he's been in this position so many times before. He's been having to attack, he's been having to defend. This is all routine stuff when you're at the calibre and experience level of Johnny Elliott, but it doesn't make it any easier. As we come down the back straight, you can see he moves to the inside, the middle line there, to try and get the balance between defence and optimum line. Look at that footage, as you really feel yourself in the seat there with Johnny as he's trying to hold off Luke Evans. Now, Luke Evans at any given opportunity. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's the number 8 that has pulled in. This is Miles Brown. Oh, and there's a yellow out on circuit. Oh, this is a disaster for Miles Brown.
Evans has spun.
Evans has spun. Right, okay. Miles Brown is saying, well, that's not my fault. And there's another car that's coming to the pit lane now. Well, Joe Hamblett's pitted for his bad penalty earlier on. He's now sorted that one out, so 2 pit stops there.
Yeah, well, a bit of a double one in the middle of a red flag. Now, that was interesting. It looks as though, following very closely, Luke Evans has ended up locking up those brakes on the on the number 19 card, entering the new area.
It's
He's got
the
his
pits.
arm up, he's come in the pits.
Yeah, it's George Braun who's in the pit lane. Green
You've
on the
got Evans
first
as
one, green on the second. Now the 19 comes in. Oh, he misses the braking spot on the first one. He gets the green, but it's a delayed start. Gets the green on the second one, so that's good for the 19. He's back out on track for Luke Evans.
So not the most stylish, but we believe it's clean on Evans. Would that be the case?
Yeah, it's clean and correct.
Okay, so Luke Evans, he's been given a warning, but you know what? A warning's just a warning. A warning is not a penalty. So Luke Evans, he can consider that get out of jail. He's had a spin, he's had a tricky pit stop. Now he gets to settle down, bang in those lap times. This is what he needs to do to try and leapfrog Johnny Elliott. We don't really know what he's lost in terms of time to Elliott, but he's got to try and claw back up into that position. Meantime, the most relieved man on the track must be Johnny Elliott himself. He's still in 5th place.
No, exactly that. Yeah, I think you're correct. So again, but now with that fresh round of pit stops, it's shaken things up a little bit. So we're going to have to wait or work it out and see what the actual order is as they are out on circuit, because right now you're seeing those Eliana De Vos who's leading the way still. That's fine and dandy. You've got Mateusz Michał's there still as well in second. Christopher Ball still doing well. All three of those still need to do pit stops, so that top three is still the order that they should be.
Absolutely, and there's Ball on screen now. Now he's got the attention of Zach Venn still. Zach Venn is still very close to Christopher Ball as they come into the revised section. Ahead of him, well, it looks like a back marker. I think it could be Hamlet. Of course, Hamlet had the the penalty. So here comes Chris Ball. He moves through on the inside. Hamlet lets him through, and he lets Venn go with him. So Christopher Ball still has the attention of Zach Venn over that 3rd place battle. Once again, we're getting a close battle at the top end of the race here, and this time it is Christopher Ball with Zach Venn chasing him down. Now Ball's been absorbing this pressure all the time. We've got it looks like Evans on screen. Yes, Luke Evans, he's made his pit stop, but he looks like he's got Mateusz right in his tail. He's going to have to let him through, and that's the interesting thing there, because Luke Evans is actually a back marker now. He's going to be expected to let him through. The only hope is that Mateusz pits. Mateusz does not pit. Evans has now got to let him pass. Surely he's been getting blue flags. As they follow him around, there's Luke Evans. He's a lap down on the race leader, which is Mateusz. And here is Christopher Ball. He's still absorbing the pressure from Zach Venn. We can see this on screen now. And Christopher Ball really has come of age this year. In fact, across last year, he's got a big international season planned, and he's opening well here in the BRKC. Top threes in every race are what get you in not only to the semi-final, but potentially the final itself. And that obviously is what Christopher Ball is aiming for. With 8 minutes to go, we've still got an awful lot of pit stops to come, Anthony, surely.
We do. We've got Mateusz Michał's Mateusz, who's still yet to come in. Zach Venn, Eliana De Vos, Johnny Elliott, Christopher Ball and Ben Paines all wanting to pit. And on the dot, the number 21, Ben Paines, is in the pit lane. So he gets green light on the first one, comes into gate 2, red lights on, green lights on, he comes back out. It's a lovely game here.
Okay, so Anthony, I missed that. I was just sorting out some technical stuff.
That's fine.
But meantime, just to cover that, who was in the pits and how many have we got left to go?
That was Ben Paines who came in the pit lane. Good stop, no penalties. Yep. We still have Christopher Ball, Johnny Elliott, Eliana De Vos, Zach Venn, Mateusz, there you go. I struggled with that one, but I'm good. In the number 10, they are left to pit.
So practically everybody that we're keeping an eye on has yet to pit. And talking of keeping an eye, we've got a great camera shot there on Christopher Ball, and he is still absorbing that pressure from Zach Venn. We've got the same situation now that we've had in the previous races with a number of different drivers. Absorption of pressure by the one leading and creating pressure by the one following, who's got his own pressure to try and do something about the driver in front. In this case, it's Ball and Venn, and in this case, it's also for 3rd place instead of 2nd. There is Chris Ball. Is he going to pit? No, he doesn't. But I think in the pits, no. Zach Venn stays out as well. The real close, there's Hamlet coming through, but it is Ball absorbing that pressure from Zach Venn. We've got Eliana De Vos with 24 laps on the table there. He's 4 seconds ahead of Mateusz, who in turn is 4 seconds ahead of this battle here for 3rd place of Chris Ball versus Zach Venn. Now, Chris Ball, he's got that European lean. He's very tall indeed, is Chris Ball. If you end up speaking
into the pits.
to him,
Into the pits comes the number 10, and this is Mateusz Matus, and it's a green light on the first one. Gate number 2 gets the green light, and he's back out on track.
but he's going to be close with Johnny Elliott. He's lost a place to Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott goes through to 4th place now.
But Johnny Elliott hasn't pitted.
He's not pitted, no, that's absolutely right. And he's only got 2 seconds. He's moving ahead of Hamlet. There's Johnny Elliott on screen now. Johnny Elliott with the Italian-based Tony car. He's waving thank you to Joe Hamlet. He appreciates being waved through there. We've only got 5 minutes and a heck of a lot of drivers to come in. Now, will it be Johnny Elliott who pits on this lap? He has yet to pit. Another tall driver using that Euro lean to best advantage. He's not pitting on this lap. Johnny Elliott is in 4th place and stays out. Now, there he is on the new section there. It's still Johnny Elliott. He's now got clear space on his own. He's trying desperately to put in those times to leapfrog those in front of him or maintain the position. And Johnny Elliott, he's among the fastest. One of the drivers who's in the 31-second lap times. Johnny Elliott there on that backstretch, down into the hairpin at the end. Matus there is in picture. Matus is the one behind Elliott who has made a pit stop, and surely he's going to leapfrog through. Matus is coming up behind Joe Hamlet, who we saw having to make 2 pit stops, a bit of a penalty on his first one. And there is Matus. So Hamlet will be getting out of the way. He waves him through. There goes Joe Hamlet. He gives the position, points to Matus, and waves the Belgian through. Matus saying thank you very much. He will appreciate that. There's no doubt about it, because he needs to stay clear of the battle of Chris Ball versus Zach Venn, which currently occupies 2nd place, albeit they have not yet pitted. So there's Mateusz Matus, the now well-experienced Belgian driver. And Matus there he's Polish. Mateusz Matus is Polish, and he's trying to close in on Johnny Elliott. This is for position, but Johnny Elliott has yet to pit. 4 minutes to go. Johnny Elliott will have to pit. He will have to give that place up to Mateusz Matus, who has just gone out of picture there. There's Matus, and he's going to assume that position.
And in the pits.
Yep, in the pits with you.
Now comes the 17. This is Zach Venn. Red light on the first, gets the green. Good stop. Now comes into gate number 2. No double stacking this time around. Gets the green on that one, and it's all good.
And what's Christopher Ball's response to that going to be? Is he going to come in immediately to try and cover that, or is Zach Venn going to be given some laps on his own, clear of the flying Christopher Ball? And that could be what it takes to leapfrog Ball. We're going to see what Ball's response is. He will know Zach Venn came in the pits. Where's Ball? Ball's coming through. Is he going to come in the pits? Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Straight in. Let's talk him through it, because into gate 1, a little early on the brakes, but gets the green. Seemed a little slow. Comes into gate number 2. Looks good. Later on the brakes this time. Gets the green. Comes out. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very close. Venn's got momentum. Venn's got speed as Ball comes through, but Ball's got the inside. Ball's going to be able to cover it. Is he? Yes, he is. Ball just hangs on. Christopher Ball just hangs on ahead of Zach Venn there. It was vital there for Christopher Ball to come straight in the pits. Johnny Elliott's waving at Matus as if to say, listen, I'm going to be coming in the pits. Don't worry about that one, mate. So Johnny Elliott, I expect, will be in the pits this time.
Yep, he's coming in.
Yep, there he is, signalling to Matus. And in comes Johnny Elliott.
Yep, let's talk him through it again. Let's down into gate 1. Good stop there. Green flag coming into gate 2 for Johnny Elliott. It's a yellow. It's a yellow on gate 2. It's a penalty.
Johnny Elliott with a penalty. Oh no. Johnny Elliott with a penalty. If you've been watching.
Race leader's in.
Yep.
Race leader's in. Eliana De Vos, gate 1 is good. Gate 2, do not get a penalty here. Eliana, you know, he's good. He gets the green, he heads back out.
Eliana De Vos, he knows exactly what to do. He knows exactly how to do it. And that is why he's on his way to his 3rd victory out of 3. But we've got a penalty for Johnny Elliott. Over the years, it either wins or problems, and this time it's problems. He's coming in again.
Yep, and green again on the first one, no drama there. Is he going to get the green on the second? He does. That penalty there, I think, has cost him a spot in the semi-final.
Yeah, it's almost certain. I mean, it's a big ask. Even if you're the calibre of Johnny Elliott, that's going to hurt. And of course, Johnny, he's going to have to just control the emotions a little bit now. There's just no point in having an even worse result. We'll see what happens when they all cycle through, but Johnny Elliott is going to tumble down the order when he crosses the line again. Now, what is interesting though is they've got 1 minute and 40 there. We've still got Chris Ball who's holding off Zach Venn. Now Christopher Ball is running in 3rd place. I think that means that every race, if he can finish in that position, he has actually managed his top 3 finish, and that will push him well up in the semi-finals. It may be knocking on the door of a final position as we speak. Remember, it's the top 10. Here's Johnny Elliott on screen. And one thing about Johnny Elliott's first pit stop, Anthony, was the camera crew, Scruffy Bear Media, they got an amazing bit of footage of him coming in the pit. It looked ballistically quick coming through that turn, entering the pit lane.
It certainly did. It would look very controlled at gate 1. No drama with that one. It was all down to gate 2. That was the one where he was just a little bit eager to get going again, and just that yellow light popped up.
However, in terms of damage limitation,
he's done all right.
Seem to be showing Johnny Elliott in 5th place, which is only one step back than where he was, as they come through in the Chris Ball battle there. And Chris Ball has probably got the biggest gap he's got. There's Ball in the orange, the Bradley Shepherd Racing uniform there of Christopher Ball. He's got Zach Venn. Now they close up under the concertina effect in that snail section. They're going to open up a bit here, but is Venn going to be able to make a move? No, he's not. They've got Hamblett in front. Hamblett is very aware of those around him, one of the best drivers here. Oh yes, he's gone out of the way. He's allowed the 2 a lap ahead to move through, and that gives us the impression of how it is to stand on that barrier there. You really wouldn't want to stand there too long, would you? As there is Christopher Ball coming through with Zach Venn. Now they're closing up again. 2 laps to go now. We're on the penultimate lap. It's DeVos from Matus, Ball, Venn and Johnny Elliott. Despite an extra pit stop, Johnny Elliott is in 5th place. That has to be said, Anthony, is incredible.
Yeah, that's really good. I think he's got away with that one. I think it was lucky that the rest of the field were all a lap down as well. And due to his positioning, damage limitation was very small.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anyone have to take a penalty and finish that high. So kudos to Johnny Elliott. Bad luck getting it, but it has to be said, it probably hasn't actually damaged his result by any more than 1 place at worst. But here's the winner. It's DeVos. There's no doubt in the winner. 2nd place, Matus. What about Ball? What about Ball? They've yet to come through. Ball and Venn. Where are they? Here they are now. It's going to be Christopher Ball, surely for 3rd place. Yes, it is. He leads Zach Venn across the line. Johnny Elliott's going to come through in 5th place. We're sure of that. He's out on his own. He's on the back stretch. He's the only one yet to take the checker flag. Here comes Johnny Elliott. It's going to be 5th place, surely. Yes, it is. He's just got 1 corner to go, and then the sweeper across the line. It's Johnny Elliott to 5th, and into the pits with you is going to be Eliana DeVos. He makes it 3 out of 3, Anthony. An incredible performance here at the British Rental Kart Championship.
Yep, certainly is. I'm sure he will be delighted with that one. He always seemed happy when I spoke to him after a win, understandably, of course, but I'm sure he'll be definitely very happy after this one. We'll certainly have a chat with him with those maximum points. So there you go. You can see him in congratulations with Miles Brown there. Miles Brown, who came in 2nd in the pit lane, but obviously not 2nd on track. I will let you get yourself weighed up and sorted out. And yeah, getting a lot of handshakes, head nods, everything like that for Eliana DeVos. He was well, a solid performance, I think, all the way throughout this one. So yeah, you can't fault him at all for this one. Next grid is eyeing themselves up to get ready for the final race of the day, which I'm not thankful for because I'm enjoying the racing, but I am thankful for because I'm tired, I'm cold, and I want my bed. Other than that, though, here's Eliana DeVos. Eliana, I'll let you take your helmet off. I'm making a habit of talking to you today. You need to stop it. Right, Eliano, good job. 3 out of 3. That's what we need.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy with my result for today, and I hope tomorrow for some more.
Do you reckon this could come away with a final win here?
We will see. I hope, but we will see.
There's a lot of work that's got to happen. Is there anyone out there that's worrying you a little bit with their pace?
There are enough drivers who are fast. Yeah. There are too many names. Yeah. Polish guys, English guys, Dutch guys. Everyone is fast, so we will see.
It's too hard to call in. A lot of drivers with multiple race wins so far today, so I reckon it could be a very good final later on in this weekend. But solid result for you. You can relax now, you can rest, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Yeah, finally, see you tomorrow.
Excellent there for Eliana DeVos. Brilliant stuff there. Let's chat to this man here, Christopher Ball. Christopher, we've not spoken to you. Oh, no, we have spoken to you, I think.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't spoken to you. There we go. I've just spoken to someone who's in exactly the same suit and is this tall as well. Nice result again for you, another P3, and you've had some good results throughout today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 2nd, 3rd is my best set of results I've had at a BRKC so far. you know, as a team, we've been working so hard to, you know, really get the results this year. And, you know, shout out to all the juniors who have taken our advice and, you know, come down to all the practice sessions. And, you know, we're getting better and better as a team. So I'm really happy with all the results we got today, and hopefully it goes on to tomorrow.
There is a very fine margin. I don't think he's going to interrupt the camera. You're much taller. But there's a very fine margin of getting in to the semi-finals. Do you reckon you've done enough?
It's going to be close, but, you know, one heat can decide it all. So tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we go again and we see what happens.
Excellent. Cheers, Christopher. Enjoy. Final race of the day. James, talk us through it.
Absolutely, and it's not just going to be me, because up in the commentary box we have also got the incredible Mason Brown, who is going to be talking us through. Obviously, Mason, we've seen you put in some amazing results. You've got a win already in the BRKC. Just while they're going out, in a couple of words, how are you finding it this year?
It's great. I love this alternate format. It's really working for me. I like the technical tracks. In the end, you know, I've got a first, second, third, so it's going well.
Yeah. A top, obviously, if you think about it, there's 100 drivers, 10 in each race. So if you're top 3 in each race, that's surely going to put you in the semi-final in terms of being in the top 30. However, it's never been as simple as that. Right. So we've really got to cycle through all the heats tomorrow to really know what's going on. Now, obviously, the American contingent, you've got your interest here is going to be Anton Schoppler. But let's have a little look through the others. Sven Hendrickson, amazing performances by him earlier on. Henry Barrington, Rob Johnson, another ace. Vika Schletz, the defending champion of this event. David Edwards, obviously Anton, we know. Victor Moscal, Ben Picard and Jacob Equal. He's a relative unknown, but putting in amazing performances so far. And Jupp van Lionhorst kind of came from nowhere for as far as we're concerned, but he was a semi-finalist in the World Championship a couple of years ago. So he really is someone to look at. Now let's have a look at the results. We've got Vika Schletz from Anton. So Vika Schletz, defending champion, will start from pole position. Anton Schoppler second. Sven Hendrickson, Jupp van Lionhorst, Jacob Equal, Victor Moscal, Rob Johnson, Ben Picard, Henry Barrington, David Edwards. Mason, just while they're getting gridded up there, what will Anton be thinking now?
Right now, after his win, he wants to back it up, obviously. But in this format, you're racing against Vika, a second you can take. But this is a stacked race. You know, not only are these the best drivers, some of the best drivers here, but the teams are stacked in this one. We've got obviously Blue Star, USA. We've got Talent Factory. We got a few BSR drivers. Yeah. So this is not only big for them individually, but this is going to be big for the team championship here.
That's right, and the team one obviously gets extra difficult to work out, because obviously it depends who qualifies into the semi-final, doesn't it?
Right.
And so that can be really tricky. Meantime, though, we're going to be getting going. Look at these pictures here. There is Vika Schletz leading the way, and Anton Schoppler. So Vika Schletz, the Dutch driver, versus Schoppler in second place. Schletz is going. He's pulled the pin. Schoppler's gone with him. It's a good start there. And third place, Hendrickson is keeping them honest too. So they're entering the revised section now. No Snell section on this one. We're going back to that tomorrow. But Vika Schletz, the defending champion, leads the way. Schoppler, is he the kind of driver who's going to try and make a move earlier? Is he going to try and stay with Schletz? What do you see? What do you think we're going to expect from this, Mason?
If he gets the opportunity, he's going to make a move.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's just going to follow Vika.
So he's not going to force it, is what you're saying?
He's not going to force an issue where he's going to lose positions.
Yeah. What would it take for him to make an early pit stop?
Only if Vika's making mistakes, but we're talking about Vika Schletz, right?
So we're not likely to see Schoppler in the pits anytime soon. So Anthony, you're in the pit lane. Obviously we've got Mason Brown up here. We're not expecting Anton Schoppler in early. We're certainly not expecting Vika Schletz early. By the looks of things, we're not expecting anyone early, so it could be quiet for you for a bit.
Well, I'm not too sure. I'm actually in the cafe. No, that's a lie. I'm in the pit lane. I've been here all day.
I believed you.
Yeah, that's understandable. But no, yeah, you could be right. I don't think we're expecting anyone here at the moment. No, they all go around again. No one likes me. They've stayed out on track. Understandable.
Well, at the back there, we got Henry Barrington, who looks like he's trying to make moves on David Edwards. Maybe if he can't get it done, no, he hasn't. If he can't get it done fairly early, maybe he will pit from the back to try and create some clear air. We've seen another driver hit the wall coming out of the revised section there. That's an easy place to catch, Mason, I take it.
Absolutely, it's very tight in there. You know, that's where in my race, Melanie was, touching each wall. I kept touching the left-hander, so it's like every other lap, there's always one of those walls that are going to catch you.
Absolutely, and another thing we've seen in that revised section, we're going to see them come to that, is the hairpin that exits the revised section. Everyone seems to be catching it. Let's have a look at Schlitz this time through. There he is, that's the bit we're on about. It's this barrier here, it's either getting caught there. Yeah. Schoppler caught it there. Is everyone, when you hit it, is it costing you time or not really?
Not really, no. So if you see the barrier's actually moving, so
Yeah.
it may just grab you a little bit, but it's not costing you much time. You're
No.
just making the track a little bit shorter.
Because obviously if it did, that would be important going down the back straight. But Henry Barrington there is, he's got a contact warning. Maybe Henry Barrington there, he's the one last there in that orange suit there, clearly a BSR driver. Well,
no one
not
wants
because
to be
he's
last.
not because he's had a warning, is he a BSR driver, but because he's in orange. Now,
yes.
The real question is, will he take from that, because he's had a warning, will he then think, listen, I'm going to go in the pits? Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
The pits are always open for last place.
Yeah, they are. No one's going to challenge that. They'll let you be last all day long, won't they?
Yeah.
So, Vika Schlitz continues to lead. He's got 5 laps in now from Anthony Schoppler. Now, Schoppler...
Into the pit lane.
We know, in the pits with you.
It's the number 20 that's pitted early. It's Henry Barrington who's pitted. Green on spot 1, green on spot 2. He's all good.
Yeah, so BSR driver there, Henry Barrington, one of Bradley Shepherd's charges in this race. He clearly, I take it there from that, Mason, he's got a penalty. He's battling hard with David Edwards. He can't get through. He's already got, not a penalty, he's got a warning. So the smart move there, come into the pits, get some gap, make it up on time and leapfrog as Edwards, and hopefully from his point of view, others come in and out of the pits.
Absolutely, and can I just say, this might be one of the most spread out races at this point we've seen all championship. I see the battle here is in the back. You know, we've got looks like Jacob Equal and who's that in the middle? It's
well, Jacob's running in
David
5th
Edwards.
place. Yeah, David Edwards in the back, Picard ahead of him and Rob Johnson. If we look closer,
yeah,
there's
this trio here.
Yeah, so the 17, 8, 10. Oh, into the pits is the 12.
Yep, into the pit lane comes the number 12. This is Rob Johnson who's pitting now. Green light on the first, coming into gate 2, and it's all good. He's back out on track.
Yeah, it's vital, Mason, to be making a clean pit stop, isn't it? It's, you know, as we say so often, you can't win a race this early, but with a bad pit stop, you can definitely lose it.
Absolutely, that's what I learned last year in the semi-final. You know, it's like, now, last year I thought I was playing it safe. Now I'm definitely playing it safe.
Yeah. It's so easy. We've seen people who we would never expect to do that, to get penalties, getting penalties, and it's obviously at this level you're trying to cut that line as fine as possible. We've seen an awful lot of people actually moving, and they're just kind of, it turns out they didn't trip the yellow, you know, it's been that case. Meantime, let's have a look at Henry Barrington. Yeah, he's at the back there, but he's closing in again on Johnson and Edwards. That marks the back. That number 8 there is actually Jacob Equal, so we're not really the back, we're in the mid-pack there. There's Jacob Equal. Now he's working on Joop van Lionhorst, so Joop van Lionhorst is ahead there. Jacob Equal about a second behind, but running with him is the Polish driver Victor Moscow. And one of the features of the championship this year has been a tough mid-pack, Mason. You end up in the middle there, and it's a nightmare all race long, right?
Absolutely, yeah. If you qualify anything worse than 4th, you're in for a tough race.
Yeah. You're going to have some action. Yeah. And so there we're looking at Jacob Equal. He's in the number 8 car. We haven't seen anything of him before, but you know, in the Southern Racing Kart Championship in the juniors, because he is literally just up
into the
juniors.
pits.
Oh, in the pits there, Anthony.
It is the number 11 that's pitted. This is Ben Picard, and it's a green light on gate 1. Coming into gate 2 now, no double stacking, no one else coming in. Green light on the second, and away he goes.
Yeah, very clean there for Ben Picard, and crucially from his point of view, he comes out ahead of the number 20, which is Henry Barrington. Now Barrington's got momentum, but he was nowhere close enough to actually make a challenge. They are on the same screen, if you like. So there in the blue suit is Ben Picard, who we've just seen coming out the pits, and he's been chased down by the early pit stopper, Henry Barrington. So it's kind of worked for Barrington,
in the pits.
Not. Oh, in the pits again?
Yeah, it's the number 21. This is David Edwards that's in the pit lane now. Green light on gate 1, pulls into gate 2. A little bit late on the brakes, but it's a green light he's got, and he's coming out into traffic.
And Henry Barrington has achieved what he intended to. He was just able to squeeze and cut across the front there of David Edwards. That of course, is the driver that he was battling with earlier on. So Henry Barrington's whole strategy was based on making up the place like that. Oh, a black flag for Barrington. What is that about? Do we know anything, Anthony, down in the pits?
I'll find out.
wasn't any contact.
Into the pits comes Henry Barrington to
serve his black flag. Yeah, I'll check. He's got a green light on the first one, so it's all good. Overtaking before race start is what's coming up on my screen out here. Is that even possible?
I don't know, but it took a while to figure that one out, didn't it? We're about 8 minutes into the race, but anyway, they've clearly decided so. Well, maybe he's just ended up passing before the line. It's as simple as that. So basically, what you're saying is, just to clarify, is that he's been deemed to have been passing before the race began.
Yes, something tells me into the final corner. I've just been speaking here, and they've said that apparently he did it, and it was just like, I didn't even notice it.
Well, he obviously knows something as well, because he took that black flag without quibbling.
Yeah.
So
into the pits.
Yeah, another one.
This is Jacob Inkwell, who's in. I'll be honest, I didn't see the first light. I'll assume it's green, and it's green on the second one, and it looked good.
Yeah, Jacob Equal races back out onto the track there. Now, he's crossed the line. He's still in 6th place, which, considering he went in 5th place, Mason, that's quite something to pit this early in the race. Well, it's not yet halfway through. To pit out of 5th and come out in 6th.
So his sight there was with Henry Barrington coming out for the black flag.
It's the number 10 that's pitted now. This is Victor Moskal, who's come in. Again, I didn't see the first light, but I think it was green. Light 2 is green, and away he goes.
Yeah, and obviously, Anthony, while you were looking there at Victor Moskal, we have had Jacob Equal come back past to retake that 5th position. Ahead of him is Joop van Lionhorst, who obviously hasn't been in the pits yet, because he's like 11 seconds ahead, which he certainly wasn't earlier on. So, Anthony, just to clarify, mate, we're looking at the top 4 of the ones that have yet to pit. That's Schlett, Schoppler, Hendrickson and van Lionhorst.
Schlett hasn't pitted, Hendrickson hasn't pitted, Schoppler hasn't pitted, and van Lionhorst also has not pitted.
Okay, Mason, so we're going to throw this one to you. We can see that there's a 4-second gap there between Anton Schoppler and Victor Schlett, but equally a 4 seconds back from Schoppler. So Anton really is strong for that 2nd place, isn't he? On this basis, generally his kind of thinking, where can we expect that pit stop? Because it's just nothing to gain, nothing to lose. It's probably about where he comes out, right?
I would not be surprised if he pit around the same time Vika does, right at the end of the race. He's not going to get any pressure from Sven. As long as he goes with Vika, he knows he's not going to lose anything. He's just going to watch the gap and take it when it's best.
That sounds like a pretty intelligent move, because he's got gap in front, gap behind. But we are looking at Vika Schlett. Now, Vika Schlett's trying to pass Ben Picard. Now, Ben Picard is a lap down. Vika Schlett is the race leader. And there they are. Vika Schlett's theoretically has been held up. Ben Picard lets him through now. Of course, Mason. Yeah, Anton's on the track. Of course, I've been saying it race long. When the back markers are there, with the best will in the world, especially in the revised area, you kind of can't disappear, can you? You've got to be nowhere. So even if you are trying to get out of the way, there's almost nowhere to go to in that revised area. So while it looks like someone's been a bit careless, they're actually not.
Right. Luckily, I haven't had to think about that. No, but I think you can.
But you've had to look at it, haven't you, as the attacking driver?
As the attacking driver, yeah. You can definitely go wide in one of these hairpins and kind of get the run out to be right back on the bumper.
Yeah.
But it is tough because you don't really know they're there. Unless you can hear them, you're just going to go until you see the blue flag on one of the straightaways.
Yeah. And of course, there's in that revised section, there's a lot of corners, a lot of time to be lost should things not go your way as the attacking driver, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, talking the attacking driver, Vika Schlett is certainly attacking the lead of this race. He's laying down some good lap times. He's the fastest out on the track with a 31.5. He continues to lead. He's got his nearly 5 seconds up. There he is on screen. Look at that picture there, Mason. That corner there is quite incredible when you're driving it, isn't it? And it looks really good on screen.
Oh yeah, I go by through that corner. I just see in the corner of my eye, I see the camera following me. It's like, all right, I've got something going on. What's the action on the track?
Yeah, it's one of them things where if the camera's looking at you, you're worth watching. What is that reason?
Yeah. Right, yeah. It's like, all right, let me check the pit gap. Who's there?
Yeah.
Who's coming up?
Yeah, they're looking at me. They're probably talking about me. There's a reason for that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. So, talking of reasons for looking at someone, this is Vika Schlett, and the reason for looking at him is that he's in the race lead. He's not showing any interest in coming in. Now, with 8 minutes to go, we've obviously only got 4 pit stops. Anthony, I'm going to bring you into this one. We're on the 8-minute point now. Vika Schlets doesn't look like he's making any effort to come in the pits whatsoever. He's going to take it out to the end. You've got 4 more pit stops. Anytime soon, do you think?
Well, in brutally honest, he doesn't need to. If he pits now, he'll come out just ahead of Sven Hendrickson, and I mean, he'll be absolutely fine with that one. But yeah, for Vika Schlets, it's all just a waiting game, I guess.
Yeah, they've really got to cycle through. In the pits now.
Right, in the pits now comes the 15. This is Anton Schoppler. So Schoppler pitting, green on the first one, comes into the second one, early on the brakes, gets on the throttle early. It's 2 green lights, he's back out on track.
So Schoppler resumes. He's come out ahead of Barrington by looks things, who is a lap down, so it's not important from Schoppler's point of view. But Schoppler now cycles out into 4th place. But if we look at the times, he's in a very comfortable position to leapfrog both Hendrickson and Van Leyenhorst when he comes out. Clearly, when you're looking at that, you know you've got it in the bag, haven't you, Mason?
Right, yeah. So what I'm picturing is he was probably just watching Henry going a couple more laps. When am I going to clear? When am I going to clear? Once he's clear, all right, I can pit. And now he's got to, he's going to chase Van Leyenhorst, just to maybe get that little extra toe. Yeah. But overall, 2nd place is locked up here, unless Vika makes that mistake in the pits.
Yeah, and if you're in a position such as Anton Schoppler was, where you've got 5 seconds between you and the leader, you've got a similar distance back, that must take the pressure off in the pit lane. So you're going to make sure you're not risking those yellow lights, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. In that position, there's no need to risk it.
Oh, we got a driver coming in.
Sit there until the lights go.
Yeah, we got a pit stop.
Yep, so it's the number 16 that's in now. This is Sven Hendrickson, who's pitting green on the first light, comes into gate number 2, and it's all good. Away he goes.
Yeah, theoretically important from a Schoppler point of view, but in reality with the gap, there was no contest there. And Hendrickson really will just be making sure that when Van Leyenhorst comes in, there's no risk of him losing that position. I don't think he will. Mason, I think these top 4 are set in stone. However, if we say something like that with just under 6 minutes to go, something's going to happen, isn't it?
Right, yeah. I'm actually expecting Vika to come in this lap. He's got 1 lapper in front of him. He's getting the blue flags, but if you're Vika, why wait now? You don't risk it going too long. You got a 16-second gap. You might as well just get it over with.
Yeah, with that kind of gap, you've got a chance to then just use the pits. Well, he's not taking it. He's actually worked his way through. And so Vika Schlets just passing karts. He's keeping going. You're absolutely right there. And those viewers at home, Mason Brown, who we've just seen in action in that hectic battle against Melanie Motz earlier on, Mason was alluding there to the fact that Vika Schlets really has so many options with this pit stop. He's got such a strong lead. That's why he would want to make such a lead, and that gives him the position where he can do something. Now we've got Joop van Leyenhorst there on screen. Now Joop van Leyenhorst is currently running second. Back to Vika Schlets now. Will Schlets come in? But he hasn't. He's crossed the line there just to start another lap. When you build up a big lead, the sheer level of options available to you is just anything. You almost got to, not forget to pit. Just don't forget.
Right, yeah. Luckily they installed a great light there, so that we can't miss it now.
Some have.
Some have.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not guaranteed.
No, it's not. But if we're fair, we had that. Vika Schlets, his arm is up. He's going to come in the pits. Here with you now, Anthony, comes the race leader.
Yeah, he is in the pit lane, and it is a good entrance. It's a good first light. Green light on that one. Comes into gate number 2. How's it looking? Nice red light, nice green light. He's out. He's good.
Yeah. Vika Schlets makes it easy. Mason, talk us through that.
Yeah, Vika, nothing to risk.
Oh, cart in.
You might as well.
Yeah, it's Joop van der Leyenhorst who's in the pit lane. It's a green on gate 1 into gate 2. Oh, a little early on the brakes there. Delayed the red, but crucially gets the green. He's back out on track.
And side by side with Equal. Side by side into the hairpin. Equal on the outside. Just can't get it looking for the crossover on Van Leyenhorst. Not there. Van Leyenhorst holds the position for 4th place.
Absolutely, because we were thinking that Van Leyenhorst was home and dry, but he certainly wasn't. Jacob Equal made a race of it. In fact, nearly got Van Leyenhorst coming out the pits. Van Leyenhorst, of course, he had the inside, but crucially, Equal had momentum. As you were pointing out, Equal went to the outside. That was his best chance. And, of course, we see that happen a lot, especially when it's the snail version, and the corner continues to go around. But there we are looking at Joop van Lijnhorst with Jacob Equal there. Jacob Equal now has the bit between his teeth. He can see fourth place, and Van Lijnhorst has a fight on his hands. Mason, suddenly Van Lijnhorst has gone from what seems really comfortable to a fight.
Yeah, this battle's come out of nowhere. We didn't really see it. It went under the radar. Van Lijnhorst, I'm sure, knew about it. Equal, I'm definitely sure knew about it. But we missed it, and now we've got action.
Yeah,
well,
Van Lijnhorst, sorry, Anthony, down to you.
Well, I could probably interject a little bit of why that's possibly happened. Remember, his second gate for Van Lijnhorst wasn't good. He stopped before the line. The red light didn't come on. Then he moved forward to activate it. Then he got the green. So he was delayed on gate 2, and that may have caused this battle to happen.
So fundamentally, what was looking like just about enough suddenly became a fight.
Exactly.
Yeah, now that fight is continuing because Jacob Equal, he now senses that he could jump Van Lijnhorst into fourth place. There's only about 2.5 minutes, less than 2.5 minutes now before we get that last lap board. Now, surely Van Lijnhorst or maybe Jacob Equal would have been thinking, do you know what? Yeah, let's get this race run. But now he wants more laps if he can. Gives him longer to tackle Van Lijnhorst. I would say he's probably got about 5 laps to try and do something here. And with the closeness of this, he could do it. There's half a second between them, and the concertina effect under braking. Look at this here, Van Lijnhorst. Amazing footage there. Scruffy Bear Media doing their job perfectly. Crossing the line, giving us the impression there of how close Jacob Equal is. You almost can feel Equal breathing down your neck as you put yourself in Van Lijnhorst's position. Mason Brown, your perspective here. Van Lijnhorst has his work cut out now. He could lose this place.
He's got his work cut out for him, but he still has that manageable gap of 2 carts. He doesn't have to fully defend. He can still take a up. It's getting close.
It's nose to tail as they come out of the headband. There's a back marker. It's the 20. It's Henry Barrington. They're catching a back marker, and Van Lijnhorst is going to have to be really on it here as Barrington will do his best to help, but they're entering that awkward area there, Mason, with their new section, and Van Lijnhorst is going to have to make a good shot down the end. So, oh, but look, he's been waved through. Great driving there by Barrington. He's not going to get involved in this. I bet Jacob Equal was wishing he'd hold him up, though.
just a little. Maybe one more lap. You're like, come on. Here we go, right on his bumper through there. He's really fast through there. He's got the grip with that 8 cart. And maybe he's not only really going to get a shot in this final hairpin. Van Lijnhorst has got a good line through the rest, and it's just too tight over there to really set up a run.
Okay, so we are ruling out a run down the backstretch, do you think, Mason?
A run down the backstretch is still in.
But they're about to start that.
Yep, anywhere in the snail section, it's probably ridden off now. But you see Van Lijnhorst has a good exit out of that final hairpin, and he gets that gap. And so the only place Equal that I've seen so far is he gains right through here. And Van Lijnhorst is going to have to be on it. Now, he is a Dutch driver, so obviously he knows what he's doing, right?
This is his style of racing, and it's not Jacob Equal's style of racing. Jacob Equal's having to learn this on the fly. But look at this, he's right behind Van Lijnhorst now. Van Lijnhorst makes a great exit of the revised section, which sets up a good defence in the form of attack down the backstretch. Here they are coming down the backstretch, and look at that gap Van Lijnhorst has opened up. Those viewing at home, this gap here that Van Lijnhorst creates coming out of that revised bit is what is saving him and keeping that 4th place, because it's actually, in all other respects, Jacob Equal has got a chance. Go on, Mason.
Yeah, Vika Schlitz is on the last lap, coming through the final corner. He's going to be taking the checkered flag for his 2nd win of the tournament. He's got a 2nd place in the other. He's having a great campaign going so far, just for another win, as we expected.
And that's how you defend. Here comes Anton Schoppler. Schoppler, the American, across the line in 2nd place. Now we've got Sven Hendrickson. We know here he is. Here comes Sven Hendrickson. No, he's not. There's Sven Hendrickson. Now he's about to cross the line. But what's going on behind Van Lijnhorst? Van Lijnhorst is going to keep that 4th place, despite Jacob Equal's best efforts, and they were very good efforts. Mason, we've seen the crack of a race there, and it certainly came alive at the end. Joop van Lijnhorst versus Jacob Equal.
Absolutely. It was one of those races that sneak up on you. It's really spread out for most of the race, and then out of nowhere right at the end, there's a battle that's really good for the top 5.
Absolutely, and a 2nd place for your teammate, Anton Schoppler.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take that for the team championship. We're only a few points behind Blue Star. Obviously, we lose a point to Vika there, but it's Vika Schlitz. We will survive.
Yeah, it's hard to not lose points to Vika Schlitz, isn't
right.
it? So we're going to go down now to Anthony in the pit lane. It's the final race of the night, and see what you get.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Let's chat to Vika Schlets, who's over here. He's already weighed himself. He's already at the cart. He's an eager beaver to get going. Let's chat with him as he's checking to Mr. Picard there. Vika, let's have. I've got a word to have with you. All right. Stop winning, but stop winning by 10 seconds. All right. Give the other drivers a chance. Damn. But good work on that one. Good points. I'll let you take your helmet off. Don't worry. We're only waiting. Take your time. Good lad. There we go. Good man. Yeah. Right, okay, Vika Schlets, good stuff for you. Like you say, another set of maximum points on that one. A great way to end the day.
Yeah, it was a really good card, so I feel a lot of confidence, of course. And after lap 1, I saw directly they couldn't follow, so it was really easy. Just drive calmly, don't mess up the pit stop, of course, and just take the win. And
that's what we need, isn't it? Nice rest now. Enjoy the evening. Come back tomorrow, fighting fit, and we'll see what you can do.
Yeah, we will see tomorrow. One heat, of course, for the qualifier heats, and then the semi-final, and hopefully the final. I hope so. And we will see.
It's looking competitive. Best of luck. We'll see you tomorrow. Vika Schlets there. Let's jump in just behind us. We've got Mr. Anton Schoppler. Anton, speaking to you again. Not a win, but good result nonetheless.
Yeah, it was. I thought I could hold on to Vika at the start, and that lasted for about a lap, and then he just kind of drove away from me. But I ended up by myself, and I'm happy with the second place that I got.
Yeah, it certainly is a good result again, and good points coming into it as well. Busy day again tomorrow. Lots still to happen. You had your man Mason Brown in the commentary box. He was talking about you a lot on that one. He was throwing some shade at you as well. He was saying bad things as well. So yeah, I'll let you deal with that one later.
Well, we are teammates, so as long as he scores the points, he can talk all the crap he wants about me.
There we go. Good race though. We'll see what you can do tomorrow. Best of luck.
All right, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Anton Schoppler. Well, we're all done here. James, I will send it back up to you to end it, but between now and then, I wanted to say a big thank you to the production crew, the Scruffy Bay Media team, who have done an absolutely fantastic job keeping you up to date with all the media. The staff here at Formula Fast as well, the marshals, the mechanics, the guys and girls behind the reception desk and in the catering area, done an absolutely fantastic job keeping us all warmed, fed and watered throughout the day as well. And of course for you, the viewer as well, was sticking with us all the way throughout today. It's been absolutely fantastic to have you along board with us. James as well, some super racing we've had, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, Saturday afternoon and evening at Formula Fast with the BRKC is always something to behold, and it has not let us down again. Some incredible racing, particularly away from the first place. Some incredible second place battles we've seen. We've now finished for the evening. We're halfway through the third of 4 rounds, so we're going to conclude the third round tomorrow morning, starting at 8 o'clock. So if you've enjoyed the racing today, please do join us from 8 a.m. We're going to be up bright and early, Anthony and I, and all the crew here, and the drivers, and we're going to be doing more of the same as we work through the second half of round 3, the entire round 4, and then it'll be the semi-finals. Of course, the semi-finals decide who goes through the final and who's going to win £1,000. So that'll be much later on in the day, but there's certainly action going on throughout the day here at Formula Fast as we find out who will be progressing through and, equally importantly, who won't be. So last chance saloon for a lot of drivers now. We'll see what happens. Thank you for being with us. Myself, James Auld, and Anthony Jordan down the pit, and the entire Scruffy Bear Media team. Sterling camera work down there. And please do join us tomorrow from 8 in the morning onwards. Thank you and good night.